Chapter 271. She came from a great clan of the dynasty, but she had a very grassy aura about her. She would often wander the Jianghu with her servants. Most of the members of the Xianyuan family had strange names, and she was no exception. The woman's name was Qingfeng. Almost all the women of the Xianyuan family were beautiful, and each had their own merits. They did not follow the same rigid pattern. Every time a child was born in the Jian province, there would be a custom of drawing lots. Xianyuan Qingfeng did not pick the rouge and powder, but a small jade sword instead. She was worthy of the name her family gave her. Two young men stood beside Xianyuan Qingfeng. The one on the left was a handsome woman with red lips and a graceful figure. He stood with his hands behind his back, making him stand out from the crowd. The one on the right of Xianyuan Qingfeng had a broad forehead, a broad face, a strong body and a bear's waist. Interestingly, he had a baby's face, which made him even more unforgettable. His eyes, in particular, shone brightly. With Zhao Shituan's insight as both an inner alchemist and a qi practitioner, he could tell with a single glance that this child's inner force was extraordinary. If he had the opportunity, he would be able to step into the first rank that martial practitioners of the Jianghu could only dream of. This child wore a heavy saber in the style of 100 swords. It gave off a sharp and unyielding aura. Zhao Shituan frowned. What a powerful killing aura. Could it be that he had developed his saber technique from killing? Let alone outsiders, even most of the people on Mount Longhu could not recognize the grand heavenly master Zhao Shituan. This was especially true for the past 20 years, as this old Taoist who looked the least like a heavenly master of the Zhao family had never interacted with Xianyuan Kong naturally. Xianyuan Qingfeng would not recognize him. The bamboo raft and the ship brushed past each other on the stream. Xianyuan Qingfeng was as arrogant as the men in his family. He ignored the sloppy old Taoist and the skinny youth. The young, elegant Confucian kept looking at the top of Yunjin Peak. He was full of poetry, as if he was going to write 100 poems if he opened his mouth. Only the young man with the saber narrowed his eyes and looked at the master and disciple pair. The corner of his mouth curled up. Zhao Shituan, who was holding the pole, grinned in response. Xianyuan Qingfeng glanced at the Song clan's young phoenix beside him, a little dazed. This person was undoubtedly outstanding. His grandfather, Song Guanhai, could be said to be well-versed in Zen theory, good at appraising and storing, good at poetry, good at calligraphy and good at ink painting. There was nothing he didn't know. When he was young, he spent a lot of money to study and find a master. Any one of Song Guanhai's master was a famous person. He learned from the great spiritual master of the northern lands, Yang Jian. His master was Huang Jiwang. Song Guanhai studied hard and was knowledgeable. After the unification of the spring and autumn period, he was ordered to compile the complete Book of 9 Pavilions. The book was vast and complicated, with 200 volumes. It took 15 years. The emperor was very pleased and granted Song Guanhai the right to ride a horse in the Imperial College. Originally, it was expected that Song Guanhai would be transferred to the Minister of Rites. Unexpectedly, he was replaced by the former Right Chancellor of the Imperial College. Song Guanhai was transferred to the more noble Imperial College. As the older generation of literary giants gradually withered away, Song Guanhai became the undisputed leader of the literary world. In recent years he began to do 15 reviews. On the 15th of every month, he would review the scholars of the world. It was very popular for a time. Once Song Guanhai personally reviewed the questions, the scholar's value would increase by 100 times. All the scholars who reviewed the books regarded Song Guanhai as their teacher. His grandfather was already so noble, but his father, Song Zhiqiu, had the tendency to surpass his father. His calligraphy was known as the divine work of calligraphy. Taking the Imperial College as an example, half of the students wrote in the Song style. Song Guanhai's greatest work was to compare the calligraphy of the North and South sects of Zen. Although it was suspected that he was blindly raising the status of the Academy's painting, he gained a lot of popularity among the northern scholars. Song Zhiqiu took the lead in defining the realm of calligraphy with the rhyme, meaning and spirit. He said, "The rhyme of the word shu is the middle grade. The meaning of the word yu is the top grade. The meaning of the word chu is the first grade. And our dynasty values the spirit, so it is the divine work." When this was said, the Song family naturally made the emperor, who often copied the Song style in private, happy again. He promoted Song Jiqiu to the Ministry of Rites as the Right Assistant Minister, and gave him the title of scholar. People couldn't help but think that if Song Guanhai could live for another 20 years, when Huanwen gave up the position of Left Chancellor, wouldn't the two chancellors of the Imperial College be in the pockets of the father and son of the Song family? The Song family had established themselves as a wealthy family in just 2 generations. With such a grandfather and father, how could this young phoenix of the Song family beside Xianyuan Qingfeng be a mediocre person? Xianyuan Qingfeng couldn't help but glance to the other side. If the young phoenix, Song Kelly, was the son of a first-class family, then the man of the same age with the blade was the other extreme. He was born poor in the marketplace, and by chance he became a bandit. He unintentionally obtained half of a blade manual and self-taught himself. He had fought countless battles with his life hanging by a thread, but he managed to carve out a future for himself. Later, he was chosen by a blade grandmaster and was accepted as his last disciple. However, his sect was destroyed soon after. He endured the humiliation and went into seclusion for 3 years, killing a second rank with his third-rank strength and killing 62 people from his enemy's clan. He obtained a secret manual, and his realm increased greatly, and his blade technique was close to perfection. Last year, this person came to Mount Hui and stood in the snow for a day and a night to learn superior blade techniques. His family didn't allow him to, but he was allowed to stay on the mountain. He then practiced the blade alone at the 6-layered waterfall. His character was extremely cold and tenacious. Xianyuan Qingfeng couldn't say whether he was angry or happy about this person who was called ambitious by the great ancestor, but he couldn't bring himself to dislike him. He came to Mount Longhu this time to sightsee and relax, and also to catch a few rare spiritual beasts that were unique to Mount Longhu. With him around, he could save a lot of effort. It was summer. Although Mount Longhu was cool and refreshing, the pampered Xianyuan Qingfeng still returned to the ship. Frogs in the well couldn't talk about the sea, and summer insects couldn't talk about the ice. The House of Bell and Cauldron food was not like this. Just like the Northern Liang Prince's mansion had a large lake where one could listen to the tide, this ship had 4 large barrels. They were filled with ice that was stored during the winter, and would be taken out during the summer. The room was as cool as autumn. After Xianyuan Qingfeng sat down, he looked at the elegant Song Kelly and smiled. "Young Master Song, you've escorted your master's coffin several thousand miles south. This is a good deed." Song Kelly shook his head. "That's how it should be." The young man with the saber, who was sitting with his eyes closed, raised the corner of his mouth slightly. There was a hint of mockery in it. Xianyuan Qingfeng was born with a cold temperament. Even when he got along with Song Kelly, he didn't try to curry favor with him. He stopped the pleasantries and looked out the window at the beautiful scenery. For some reason, he thought of a pair of bastards from a few years ago. He frowned slightly. He had long forgotten about those 2 bastards. It was just that he met Song Kelly, the son of an aristocratic family. Now he realized that one of the 2 bastards was even more beautiful than Song Kelly. 2 or 3 years ago, when he was traveling in Mianzhou, he met 2 shabbily dressed lechers at the lantern market. One of them was good-looking, but very perverted. The other was unremarkable. Xianyuan Qingfeng only vaguely remembered that he had a funny wooden sword. They met on a narrow road in the Mianzhou lantern market. The beggar who looked like a human and dog blocked the road, and refused to let her pass. His smile was very repulsive, and his eyes were fixed on her chest. They started a verbal argument. She didn't expect the one with the wooden sword to be a madman. He called a dog by the roadside Dad several times, then turned around and called her Mom. There was also an old man who was watching the fun. He was missing his front teeth, so when he opened his mouth, his smile was very frivolous. Xianyuan Qingfeng had never suffered such humiliation before. He immediately ordered his servants to chase after them and beat them up several streets. His original intention was to break 6 of the dog's legs to vent his anger. However, he didn't expect the 2 bastards to be carried away by the old man with the missing front teeth. The most damnable thing was that before he disappeared, he shouted, "Little girl, remember that my surname is Su. Just you wait. Next time you see me, give me a rabbit-sucking brush." Xianyuan Qingfeng gritted his teeth and thought, Su, don't let me meet you in Jianzhou. Chapter 272. Xianyuan Qingfeng's group entered Yanjin Mountain and chose a secluded path to search for spiritual items. Apart from the young phoenix of the Song family and the young man with the saber, the Xianyuan family also had a dozen or so elite retainers. Mount Longhu was the ancestral home of Taoism, so naturally, no one dared to cause trouble here. Xianyuan Qingfeng was born in a martial arts family, so his foundation was not bad. However, it was still difficult for him to walk along the rocky beach. Song Kelly, the well-read Confucian scholar, was unexpectedly relaxed and leisurely. He stepped on the rocks and crossed the stream with great agility, as if he had returned to his original state after practicing superior internal strength. This made the young sabersmen stop looking down on him and carefully observe him with cold eyes. They walked for 4 hours before they realized it. Xianyuan Qingfeng was looking for 3 spiritual items. First, the giant salamander. Giant salamanders weren't rare, but the horns on the forehead were. The second was the redback salamander, and the third was the black-footed snow civet. The latter two were relatively easy to find, but the giant salamander was hard to find. According to the ancient books, the salamander would grow horns if it lived for 100 years, and in another 500 years, it would transform into a mountain flood dragon. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't expect to find it in one go, but she had already searched the mountain dozens of times. While resting on a rock, Song Kelly looked at the sky and smiled. Miss Xianyuan, if we don't go back now, we'll have to spend the night on the mountain. Xianyuan Qingfeng nodded. They didn't get much from this trip, only catching a few salamanders. As for the black-footed snow civet, they didn't see any of them. This was reasonable. These little guys usually only appeared at night. They looked like foxes, but they had a natural musk. They would be the best if they were made into boudoir sachets. However, the process of collecting musk was very bloody and cruel. Xianyuan Qingfeng played with the cute salamander in the glass bottle, thinking that it was time to go home. At this moment, the silent young swordsman squinted his eyes and looked into the depths of the forest. Another 5 miles. Song Kelly smiled gently and didn't say anything. Xianyuan Qingfeng looked at the swordsman who spoke confidently. She remembered her father saying that this swordsman's intuition was rare. She thought about it and nodded. Then let's go another 5 miles. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't forget to look at Song Kelly. Young Master Song, how is it? I can still walk. Song Kelly smiled. Xianyuan Qingfeng stood up and took a deep breath before leading the way. When Xianyuan Qingfeng was about to turn around and leave the mountain, he saw a small green pond in the distance. Although the pond was not big, it was obviously very deep. What was even stranger was that there was a middle-aged Taoist sitting cross-legged beside the pond with his back facing everyone. Song Kelly furrowed his brows. The young swordsman sneered. Xianyuan Qingfeng wasn't worried that bad people would appear in Mount Longhu. Not to mention that the dozen or so people around her were all powerful. She was even more at ease. She lightly leaped over a few large rocks in the stream and came to a stop near the small pond. Only then did she see that the Taoist wearing the Mount Longhu Taoist robe had an ordinary face. The robe was sewn and could only be considered simple and clean. It wasn't the humble yellow and purple that could best show off the identity of the Taoist master's residence. Xianyuan Qingfeng was meticulous. When she leaped onto the blue stone with the clear spring, she deliberately increased her pace. However, the middle-aged Taoist didn't notice it immediately. The Taoist was focused on the pond. He held a bamboo fishing rod in his hand, as if he was fishing. The bamboo pole was long enough to sink into the pond. It wasn't like those distinguished scholars who were deliberately mystifying. Xianyuan Qingfeng was really tired of those scholars who fished for fame. If this Taoist threw out his fishing rod but didn't have any bait, with Miss Xuanyuan's temperament, she would definitely give him a good beating. There was a bamboo basket next to the Taoist, in which several fragrant vermilion fruits were placed. Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled. Did I disturb your fishing? The middle-aged Taoist smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. You won't disturb the fish I'm trying to catch. Song Kelly glanced around and sat down before asking in a warm voice. May I know what you're using as bait? How deep is this pond? The young swordsman was already holding the handle of his sword. Even Xianyuan Qingfeng could sense the killing intent of this boorish man, who was expected to compete with Gu Jiantang in the future. He was always straightforward when he set his mind on something. He was like this when he went to Mount Hui. And he was still like this when he met her. Xianyuan Qingfeng couldn't do anything about it. The middle-aged Taoist didn't seem to sense the killing intent. He pointed at the bamboo basket and gave the first answer. I don't know how deep this pond is either. Song Kelly was still polite on the surface. May I ask what you're trying to catch? The Taoist didn't hide anything and told the shocking truth in an indifferent tone. It's a giant salamander. It once swallowed an item, and I want it back. Xianyuan Qingfeng asked tentatively, Are you trying to catch that giant salamander? The middle-aged Taoist was truly ignorant of worldly affairs. He nodded and said, Yes. The young swordsman sneered. He was also straightforward, and was about to draw his sword. He didn't draw his sword, but once he did, there would be blood. He didn't care if the Taoist sensed his killing intent. I have a sword, which head in the world can't be cut off. The Taoist sighed and put down the bamboo pole. He glanced at the bamboo basket and turned to smile. I can't catch it this year. There are a few fruits left. If you don't think they're dirty, they can satisfy your hunger and thirst. Song Kelly smiled but didn't say anything. The young swordsman, who had inexplicably loosened his grip, casually sat down and grabbed a wild fruit, handing it to Xianyuan Qingfeng first. She shook her head, so he directly tossed it into his mouth. There were still 3 or 4 left in the basket, so he swallowed them all. The middle-aged Taoist smiled. Xianyuan Qingfeng asked, Which Taoist temple do you cultivate in? The Taoist shook his head. I'm like a lonely ghost. I don't have a place to stay. Fortunately, the Taoist ancestral court can accommodate me. Song Kelly suddenly asked, There's something I don't understand. Please enlighten me. The middle-aged Taoist nodded. Please. Song Kelly waved his sleeves and sat down, as if he wanted to discuss Taoism with the Taoist. He said in a deep voice, My father once said that Buddhism is gold, Taoism is jade, and Confucianism is food. Although gold and jade are expensive, they don't make a lot of money. However, the world is like a person's body. One can't go without food for a day. The middle-aged Taoist interrupted in an old-fashioned tone. It's okay to go without food for a day. You won't starve to death. Xianyuan Qingfeng was dumbstruck, and he was greatly disappointed. How could there be such an unreasonable debate? The Taoist priest's immortal bearing that was born from fishing for the great flood dragon salamander in the deep mountains was completely swept away. The swordsman laughed. Song Kelly was good at maintaining his composure, and wasn't angry at all. Fortunately, the Taoist added, But if you go without food for a long time, something will happen. Song Kelly continued calmly. My father admits that there's a difference between good and evil, but denies that there's a difference between the 3 sections. What do you think? The middle-aged Taoist nodded. Good. Song Kelly's face became more serious. But my father is afraid of the undecided struggle between righteousness and profit. He only dares to publicly say that the 3 sects' purpose is to find a way out for the people. He says that Confucianism can't be Confucianism, Buddhism can't be Buddhism, and immortals can't be immortals if they don't follow this path. Regardless of the 3 sects, as long as you do good deeds and are loyal to humanity, you won't be far from the Great Way. Chapter 273. The Taoist priest smiled and said, A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. This was what Teacher Zhang said 2,000 years ago. It's not easy for your father to have such foresight and courage. I believe that if a man can correct his body and mind and gather true spirit, he can nurture great talents and virtues. As for where his roots lie, it doesn't matter if it's on the side of Confucianism, Buddhism, or my Taoism. However, since Taoism is led by the word Tao, no matter how long it's been, the later generations will have an innate advantage. As for the sage book written by Teacher Zhang's disciple, it can be said that it's reasonable, but it's unavoidable that it's scholarly. It's a good thing to set rules, but it's also a cage. There's no doubt that Teacher Zhang is a sage. However, no matter how high one's status is, there's still a sect bias. If I was born 2,000 years earlier, I would have boldly said to him, Teacher Zhang thinks his words are rash, but I think it's wonderful. Not to mention Song Kelly and Xianyuan Qingfeng. Even the young swordsman who had never touched a book in his life was dumbfounded. This Taoist priest looked to be in his 40s, but his tone could stuff the whole world into his mouth. Teacher Zhang had already explained everything 2,000 years ago, but this Taoist priest had almost left no room for discussion today. Song Kelly stood up and bowed respectfully. However, no one knew what this young master of the Song family was thinking. Xianyuan Qingfeng said goodbye and led the way. After walking a distance, she subconsciously turned her head to look. The Taoist priest, who should be average in martial arts but frightening in his words, still did not move. When everyone was far away, the middle-aged Taoist priest shook his wrist, and the fishing line was dragged up into the sky. There was no end to it. The hook had not been seen for a long time. How long was this fishing line? 1,000 feet? 2,000 feet? The middle-aged Taoist priest waited for the hook to come out of the water and said softly, "Fine, let's wait for another 10 years. The bamboo raft entered the Dragon King River from the Green Dragon Stream. The river was turbulent, but the bamboo raft was still stable. The old Taoist Zhao Shituan only brought his disciple out to see the scenery of the Shi River. Su Longxiang squatted on the raft, and was no longer as afraid of water as before. The old Taoist priest was very pleased. Huang Man, was born in the Vajra realm, which was rare in the world. Compared to the young leader of Wudong, Hong Xixiang, who was born with one more heart aperture, he was born with one less heart aperture. His disciple, Huang Man, was born with one less heart aperture. He did not have to worry about the heart aperture, which was said in the Taoist scripture. If you don't understand longevity for years, your heart aperture will be filled with yellow dust. Therefore, the old Taoist priest taught Su Longxiang the spring and autumn dream, which was the most suitable way to teach. As long as Su Longxiang was able to support the body of Vajra and reach the best state, he would be able to achieve what the old ancestor said. 300 years of spring and autumn dream, penetrating the Kunlun with one breath. Su Longxiang had not made any progress in learning other superior Taoist mental cultivation methods in Dragon Tiger Mountain. Now Zhao Shituan only needed to wait patiently for his disciple to reach the minor longevity realm. How could Zhao Shituan not be happy? This was even happier than when the people at the foot of the mountain grew old and had children. He had spent almost 2 years with Su Longxiang at the pleasure temple at the foot of the mountain, and they had developed feelings for each other. Now there was no need for His Royal Highness to threaten him with a letter. If anyone dared to bully Huang Man, he Zhao Shituan, would be the first to disagree. Was the great Celestial Master Zhao, who was ranked second in seniority in the Celestial Master Mansion, really just an old man's memorial tablet? The old Taoist's heroic spirit burst forth, and he increased the strength of the raft, flying like an arrow. Suddenly he saw his disciple standing up, stretching his neck to look in the direction of the devil-slaying platform at the peak of the mountain, and let out a deafening roar. Zhao Shituan was stunned for a moment, and then a roar came from the devil-slaying platform, like the roar of a wild giant beast. The old Taoist was stunned for a moment, and then he clapped his hands and laughed. Good, good, good. You are indeed my disciple to be able to have a telepathic connection with the black tiger under Qi Xuanjin's mount. It's true that a mountain cannot have 2 tigers. Su Longxiang looked like he was about to jump off the raft and dash across the river. Zhao Shituan hurriedly shouted, "Disciple, don't rush, don't rush." If Su Longxiang had just come up the mountain, he would have jumped into the river without a care and fought to his heart's content with the beast. When he was young, he had torn apart several tigers, leopards, and bears alive. His strength was amazing, and those fierce generals who killed generals and captured flags on the battlefield were ashamed of their inferiority. However, at this time, the old Taoist stopped him, and the idiot actually stopped. But he was still dissatisfied, and he turned his head to glare at the old Taoist. He held his breath and squatted beside the raft in a daze. The old Taoist was in a good mood as if he was drinking wine. He laughed heartily and said earnestly, "Disciple, that black tiger is not a simple beast. It was originally the king of all beasts in our Dragon Tiger Mountain. Its frame is almost twice the size of an ordinary tiger, and its whole body is pitch black. For some reason, It went to the demon-slaying platform to listen to Qi Xuanjin's lectures for many years. It is very intelligent. In terms of seniority, this guy is in the Jing generation on the mountain. Master has long been thinking about when to let you fight with it. You don't have to rush. Sooner or later I will let you fight to your heart's content. Su Longxiang snorted. Probably because of the mention of the black tiger under Qi Xuanjin. Zhao Shituan's thoughts drifted away. He said softly, "Disciple, Master is telling you some secrets, and I feel uncomfortable if I don't tell you. From my perspective, there are very few Taoist immortals in the current generation. If not for Wudong's Hong Shixiang and Wang Zhongluo's departure, there would be even fewer of them. To Dragon Tiger Mountain, one family has been dominant for too long. It is inevitable that the younger generation will mistakenly think that they are the best in the world, and that is not a good thing. Let me calculate. Of course my brother is one. And Danxia can also be counted as one. Zhao Damping is too smart, and she can't wait to calculate everything, which will damage her luck. Bai Yu and Qi Xianxia are both strange. One is like Master's father, and the other is like Lu Dongxian. I believe that there will be no problem for them to become immortals in the future, but they still need time. As for the rest of the Jing generation, they are all uncertain. The few with the surname Zhao in the Taoist master's residence will not be able to take on big responsibilities in the future. In the Northern Orthodoxy, there are still 2 rogue immortals, but they are already so old, who knows when they will pass away. In the end, there are only these few left. I can count them with one hand. How tragic, they are far inferior to Buddhism. God knows if Su Longxiang was listening, but Zhao Shituan did not care. He turned the raft back and looked at the continuous mountain range. Suddenly he smiled and said slowly with pride, "That is not a problem. Dragon Tiger Mountain still has a land immortal guarding the mountain." Su Longxiang tilted his head. Zhao Shituan saw that there was a listener for the first time. He stroked his beard and smiled. 60 years ago, people only knew of my father and Qi Xuanjin, but they did not know that there are immortals above immortals. The old Taoist wanted to keep them in suspense, but when he saw his disciple lowering his head to continue catching fish, he smiled and quickly said, "However, I can't say for sure how this immortal is. I only remember that when I was young, I went to the mountains to pick herbs and met a middle-aged Taoist. Later on, Qi Xuanjin had already immortalized for more than 20 years. When I met that Taoist again, he did not seem to have aged at all. I was very curious, so I asked your ancestor. Do you know what your ancestor said? Your ancestor said that he met this person several times when he was young. Disciple, think about it. How old is he? Wudong's Song Jiming has lived for 150 years and is known as the oldest person in the world. I conservatively estimate that the Taoist in the mountain is even older. Of course, this is similar to the Taoist jade seal at the bottom of the mountain. It is not easy to verify." Su Longxiang rolled his eyes. He had learned this habit from his brother. Zhao Shituan chuckled and slowly propped up his pole. He smacked his lips and said, "When your father led the army to Mount Longhu, he was forced by the general situation. Even our ancestor could not openly block the way. Everyone in the world knows that several courier soldiers ran 6 courier horses to death before they could deliver the imperial edict to the foot of Mount Longhu. However, no one knows that the last courier soldier died of exhaustion with his horse 60 li away. It was a nameless middle-aged Taoist who took over the imperial edict. Wherever he went, the rain of arrows could not reach him, and all swords and halberds were broken. During this time, more than 20 top experts under Bailiang were unable to stop him. They did not even see the Taoist's appearance clearly. Within half an hour, he arrived in front of the king of Bailiang. His Taoist robe was spotless. The old Taoist said in a daze, "Isn't this the immortal of Earth? I wonder if we can meet again in this life." Chapter 274. About to be published, the next VIP chapter will be uploaded at midnight. Once the Bailiang heir left, Yangchun City finally regained its peace and happiness. No matter how the scholars of Huding County denied it, as long as His Royal Highness was in Yangchun City, they felt uncomfortable all over. They had originally hoped that the imperial concubines in the palace would put pressure on the widow in Linlong's Lu family mansion. Unexpectedly, there was more thunder than rain, and the matter was left unsettled. Later on, Sir Bianqingzhai was unexpectedly beaten to death. It was rumored that the entire Imperial College in the capital was in an uproar. No less than several thousand students joined together to write a petition. Unfortunately, they were still unable to request for an imperial edict to be sent down to Jiangnan. That eldest brother of the dynasty had eaten his fill, patted his buttocks, and left Yangchun City. The caravan of horses left the city from the Lu Manor. They did not linger in Yangzhou, heading straight for the Taoist celestial capital, Mount Longhu. There were two carriages. Bluebird, whose body had recovered at lightning speed, and the old god of swords, who was bored to death, drove separately. Su Fengnian had Yu Yue and Princess Jing'an sit together in the same carriage. The two women, whose fates had been filled with trials and tribulations, were probably in the same boat. Although they did not talk much, when pondered over it, there was a hint of a common enemy. However, Yu Yue was clearly a bit colder, while Pei Nanwei was more fervent. Su Fengnian turned a blind eye to the little schemes of this princess consort of the Rouge evaluation. He treated it as a small amusement that did not affect the overall situation. He believed that Yu Yue would not switch camps with just a few words. Su Fengnian sat in the carriage, counting his belongings on his fingers. He muttered to himself, "I have more than half of the Fu General's red armor in my hands, but it is too damaged. I don't know if it can be repaired to its original state. Generally speaking, I can confirm that the Fu General's battle power is directly linked to the strength of the puppet when it was alive. Mount Longhu is the ancestor of this school of exorcism and enslavement, so I cannot return empty-handed from this trip up the mountain." From the purple Forbidden Villa's whale-slaying sword, he took the most murderous move, Stacking Thunder. From the Green Water Pavilion sword practice manual, from Aunt Zhao's sword manual, he secretly learned the old god of swords' one sword Immortal Kneeling. During this period of time he flipped through the Book of Arms, and learned from Qing Miao that reversed the meridians of the armor removal. The drawing technique was learned from the Dongyue imperial family, and he imitated the steadying disturbance of the Nanhai nuns. All in all, together with Old Huang's 9 swords, he could be considered to have gathered more than 20 moves. Su Fengnian caressed Wu Mengyang's head and said with a smile, "Gu Jiantang is the #1 saber user in the world. I wonder how many sabers he can block in a real fight?" Yu Yue had expected this. She said lightly, "I don't know." Su Fengnian did not expect to get an answer from Yu Yue. No matter how brilliant her sword dance was, it was not the way of the sword to kill. He flicked the white cat's head with his finger and said to himself. Chao Chongqing inadvertently said that Old Man Li, other than the two-sleeved green snake, also has an even more domineering sword to open the gate of heaven. It seems very arrogant, but why have I never heard of it before? There are no rumors of it in the Jianghu either. The old god of swords' two-sleeved green snake sword technique focuses on the sword will. Each time, it is complicated and simple. It is said to be one move, but in fact it is full of changes. Every time, it is too late to dodge and escape. It is very difficult to divert attention to secretly learn it. The old god of swords made it sound nice, saying that he wanted to impart an absolute art. He was clearly venting his anger on me because he was bored. Princess Jing'an said sarcastically, "A man whose heart is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Su Fengnian followed suit. He went tit for tat and ridiculed. "Swallow? I know that Princess Consort's little mouth is very clever. Don't show off in front of me. Be careful that you go for wool and come home shorn. I will punish Princess Pei on the spot." Princess Pei had been teased and humiliated by His Highness over and over again about her private matters. She felt as if her weakness had been caught. In the past, she would fly into a rage out of humiliation every time. But today, her expression did not change. She just looked at him coldly and mocked. "I thought your Highness was not even afraid of the vassals. I have a whole new level of respect for you at the Reed Marsh. I didn't expect that you would be exposed as soon as you left Qingzhou and arrived at Yangzhou. You are just a paper dragon crossing the river. When you meet a Jianghu official, you have to pinch your nose and be bullied, obediently offering your maid to him with both hands." From this, it can be seen that even if you go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain where several Taoist masters are in charge, you will only be rebuffed. Su Fengnian's face darkened. He smiled darkly and said, Princess Pei's little mouth is becoming more and more unkind. Congratulations. His Royal Highness took the embroidered winter scabbard and lifted the curtain. He raised his voice and said, Xu Xiu, don't ride the horse. Take our Princess Pei to sit in the carriage at the back. Let her temper her backbone. Princess Pei was about to speak when she was kicked out of the carriage by Su Fengnian. Then Xu Xiu reached out and grabbed her. Yu Yue shook her head, but her thin face did not reveal any joy or anger. Su Fengnian glanced at her, and then sat near the carriage door. He hooked the curtain and looked at Bluebird's slender back. He smiled softly and said, How is it? Bluebird, who was in the middle of waving her whip, stopped the horse from galloping forward. She turned her head and looked at him with a vexed expression. She lowered her eyebrows and said, 2 golden dawn that are hard to buy even with thousands of gold. Su Fengnian's mood, which had been tormented by Princess Jing'an's words, instantly improved. He laughed and said, Bluebird, you look very much like the stingy little wife that your husband bought expensive fish at the market. You're frugal and you know how to live your life. Bluebird smiled gently and blushed slightly. Her expression was always light and indifferent. She was different from the waves and winds of death in the reed marsh. It was as if there was never any great sorrow on her face. The yearning for spring and the sorrow of autumn that women often had nothing to do with her. Su Fengnian and Bluebird had been talking without holding back. He said bluntly, Let's let Xu Xiu and Princess Pei stay in the same room. With Xu Xiu's secret disguising technique in the south, I don't know how much of a resemblance she can make. If it's just a look, it's most likely a waste of effort. Before we go to Mount Longhu, let's see if our Aunt Xu's results can really be passed off as genuine. Bluebird asked doubtfully, Xu Xiu wants to make a human skin mask? Su Fengnian smiled and shook his head. It has to be a bit more clever. Xu Xiu roughly explained the steps to me before. It's very complicated. It's the same as the Taoist method of alchemy. It's the most brilliant method of both internal and external cultivation. If she wants to succeed, Xu Xiu will have to suffer a lot. However, only through suffering can one rise above others. This saying is most appropriate for Xu Xiu. If she succeeds by luck, she will become one of the few official consorts in the dynasty. With Xu Xiu's personality, she will fight for this kind of opportunity even if it means her life. Bluebird asked softly and carefully. King of Jing'an is an old fox. He's the most treacherous and ruthless person in the world. How could he not recognize it? Su Fengnian nodded and said, The lecherous heir Zhao Sun might not be able to see through it, but his old man Zhao Heng would definitely be able to see through it with just a few glances. Thus, I had to first write a letter to test the waters and simply reveal the truth. If the Prince of Jing'an's estate is willing to accept the fake princess consort and put her up as a memorial archway to ensure that they won't lose face, then everyone will be happy. If they aren't willing, then it's also within reason. I'll just treat it as having Xu Xian discipline princess consort Pei, then I won't lose anything. Putting aside the fact that I took the risk of keeping the good-looking but useless princess consort Jing gone, this woman still doesn't know what's good for her, and comes to poke at me every few days. Bluebird still couldn't believe that the Jing'an palace would accept such an absurd arrangement. Would they allow a fake consort to take over the turtle dove's nest? King of Jing'an Zhao Heng had always been scolded by His Royal Highness as a narrow-minded and jealous woman. Could he endure it? Su Fengnian could see the incredulity on Bluebird's face. He smiled and said, Just treat it as a gamble. Su Fengnian heard the cry of the green and white Luan, and lifted the curtain of the carriage. The handsome spirit bird instantly pierced inside. His Royal Highness held up his arm to stop the bird. His right hand took out a section of a jade tube, and took out the secret letter. After reading it, he handed it over to Yu Yue. The latter read it carefully. She raised her head and said, The imperial court wants to change the system of prefectures and counties to the system of roads. The world will be divided into 16 roads. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, Tell me what you think. Yu Yue thought for a moment and then said softly, After the 8 kingdoms were pacified, the territory of the dynasty expanded several times. Now there are more than 1,800 prefectures and counties. The large prefectures that were originally set up to accommodate the old 8 kingdoms could easily become vassal towns. It is indeed difficult for the central government of the empire to control them. From the letter, it seems that everything will be messed up. There will be a new system of 16 roads and 76 prefectures. The large prefectures will be split into several smaller prefectures, and the large prefectures will all be raised to prefectures. The changes to the foundation of the 1,800 counties will be relatively small. Su Fengnian said calmly, I heard from Su Xiao that Grand Secretary Zhang Julu has been waiting for this day for almost 20 years. Yu Yue frowned and said, but the prefectures and counties will become level 4. Isn't the empire afraid that the decree will be blocked? If it is to reduce the vassal states, isn't the price a bit too high? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Except for the 7 vassal states including Su Xiao, the rest of the prefectures and supervisors will be changed every 4 or 6 years. However, the decree has not been issued yet. After about 3 or 4 years, when the situation is more or less stable, it will be Zhang Julu's turn. Su Fengnian pointed at the secret letter and sneered. Don't forget that in addition to the road system, the imperial court has also taken action against both Buddhism and Taoism. In the past, the management of Buddhism was not strict and only set up the Chongxian Bureau in the Honglu Temple of the Ministry of Rites to manage the monks and appoint the 3 principals. In the future, there will be the position of head monk. It is just that I don't know which monk has the qualifications to be the first head of the world's monks. I guess young Taisui may not be willing to show up. As for Taoism, the imperial court has a longer reach. All the disciples of Taoism will be tested and divided into 11 levels. Except for the Taoist mansion, which is the only exception, all the Taoists in the world will be promoted under this framework. Thinking back to the warrior selection system that took the lead not long ago, do you think that the 3 sects of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism will all be under the control of the imperial court? Yu Yue murmured, Heaven's net has a long grind, but it does not escape. Chapter 275. Su San was a postman. He was the 3rd in his family, so he was called Su San. Old man Lu, who was born 10 years later, did not have the good fortune to participate in the Great War of the spring and autumn period. Although he was from the Tu Bailiang, his body was not as strong as a young man's, and he was afraid of the cold in the north, so he moved his family to the south. When he had nothing to do, he would tell Su San and the other young men about how thrilling the Great War of the spring and autumn period was. He especially liked to talk about how heroic the king of Bailiang was. Every time they heard the same old story, they would not get tired of it. Su San was the most like this, wishing that his parents would kick him out of the womb. Not to mention, now that the world had settled down, no matter how poor the people in the village were, they did not have to worry about losing their heads. They only had a few mu of land, so every family had something to look forward to. When it snowed a few feet thick in the past, the old people would sigh that no one could make it through this weather, but now it was different. Even when they looked at the snow on the stove, they would laugh and say that a timely snow was a sign of good harvest. Su San did not read or write, but he still understood the logic. Old man Lu said that this relay station was built by the king of Bailiang himself. There was a relay station for 30 li. Whoever dared to embezzle the salary of the courier, no matter how high the official was, he would be taken down and beheaded on the spot. Moreover, Su San and the king of Bailiang had the same surname. After he became a postman, every time he ran a horse to deliver a letter, he would be especially diligent. He felt that he could not disgrace this surname, right? Last year, it was the first time in recent years that the Jiming relay station had encountered an urgent cargo that needed to be sent to the north. Su San's physique and equestrian skills were the best in the relay station, so he naturally took on the heavy responsibility. Unexpectedly, misfortune and good fortune came together. Originally, it was old man Lu who wanted to train Su San, but midway, there was an accident. When he was handed over to the next relay station, he was told that the cargo was damaged. The eunuch who was handing over the cargo screamed in a shrill voice that he wanted to confiscate Su San's property and exterminate his entire family, as if his ancestors of 18 generations had died. Su San had not seen much of the world, but he had been influenced by old man Lu and knew that the eunuchs who came out of the capital to work for the imperial family could not be offended. At that time, he kowtowed and begged for mercy, only begging that the pale-faced, beardless old eunuch to only kill him to vent his anger. How could the eunuch pay any attention to the pleas of a small commoner? He forced the several high-ranking officials in the county beside him to state that the cargo was fresh lychees that the imperial concubine wanted, and was stored in an exquisite ice cellar. The damned male broke the box. The box was already hard to buy with 1,000 gold, and the lychees shipped from the southern border were even more undesirable. The officials had no choice but to agree. How could Susan not accept his fate? But for some reason, the sound of horse hooves thundering could be heard, and a few hundred soldiers in bright armor escorted a general to the relay station. Seeing the situation, he pulled out his Baelyang saber and chopped off the eunuch's head. The general had Susan stand up, and then turned to the county government officials beside him who were all silent like cicadas in winter. He asked with a smile, "Do you deserve to die for killing a courier?" The officials had said that he deserved to die twice in a day. Susan, who had narrowly escaped death, finally found out that the general was the king of Baelyang. Susan's face was pale, but he still urged his horse to gallop forward without a care for anything else. He had long since run out of sweat, and his lips were cracked, leaving only traces of blood. His eyes could not see the road clearly, and he did not know how long the courier horse could last. Last night, Old Man Lu was greatly startled when he arrived at the Chicken Cry relay station with a rush of 800 li. It should be known that the robust courier who delivered the documents from the palace had only just arrived at the relay station when he said, "By imperial decree, deliver it to Mount Longhu for the Great Pillar State," before he died of exhaustion and fell off his horse. Old Man Lu looked around. Susan was the only one who did not say anything. He quickly led out a fine horse from the stable that he cherished more than he cherished his wife. He untied the bundle and tied it around his neck. The king of Baelyang had built close to 2,000 relay stations, and he once said that the courier should go all out and lead the way. Susan was crude and could not speak of great principles, but he knew what it meant to lead the way. At this moment, Susan was on his last breath, and he was close to dying. He kept telling himself that he was just 20 miles away, and he could not die. If he delayed the king of Baelyang's important matters, he would feel guilty for saving his life. How would he have the face to stand in the world? In his blurry vision, a person floated over on the road. The front legs of the horse Susan was on went soft, and it died on the spot, throwing Susan out. Susan rolled down the official road. He could not see the person's face clearly, but he could vaguely see the person's Taoist robe. He clutched the bag tightly and said with all his strength, "Jiming Relay Station Su Bin, 800 miles urgent. Please send it to Mount Longhu." The Taoist squatted down and nodded. Susan turned his head with difficulty to look at his beloved horse that had died on the spot, and then looked in the direction of Mount Longhu. His breathing was cut off, and he died with his eyes wide open. The middle-aged Taoist sighed softly and closed the young courier's eyes. He took off the bag and opened it, revealing a bright yellow imperial edict. He held the edict in his right hand, and his right hand was behind his back. With a tap of his toes, his body was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, and no one could see his true appearance. The middle-aged Taoist drove straight in until he reached the flag with the character Su. He threw out the imperial edict and turned to float away. The two waves of arrows in the air froze, not falling forward. They only fell to the ground after the Taoist's figure had disappeared. That year, at the critical moment, the yellow Taoist priest on the mountain and the Baelyang cavalry at the foot of the mountain were finally able to coexist peacefully because of this imperial edict. Tonight, the primordial spirit of the middle-aged Taoist priest whose Taoist name was not seen on Mount Longhu had left his body and arrived at Mount Kwanglu. Seeing that His Highness had put away the dagger talisman, hung it casually on his waist, and pulled out two knives, the middle-aged Taoist priest standing on the dragon's head said in an old-fashioned manner, "I have met Su Xiao once at the foot of the mountain." Su Fengnian remembered a dusty past he had accidentally learned from Chu Lushan. He raised his head and asked, "You are the Taoist who delivered the imperial edict at the foot of Mount Longhu?" Chapter 276. The middle-aged Taoist said expressionlessly, "That's right." Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment before holding his sabers. He bowed and said, "Su Fengnian greets the immortal elder. My father once said that Mount Longhu was the best in the mystic enlightening realm, not Taoist Qi who ascended to immortality 50 years ago. The middle-aged Taoist was indifferent as he looked down at Su Fengnian and the talisman. Su Fengnian bowed and asked, I'm curious as to why the immortal elder can ascend to immortality, but not enter the heavenly gate but not enter it. The middle-aged Taoist said calmly, My surname is Zhao. The same surname as the emperor? These words were enough to explain many mysteries. Why did the previous great celestial master not hesitate to exchange his life to extend the life of the previous emperor? Why did the imperial court continue to confer titles to Mount Longhu and raise the status of this ancestral court? Why was the current great celestial master Zhao damping like a fish in water in the capital? Why was Mr. White Lotus favored by the emperor? Su Fengnian's hands trembled as he looked up and gritted his teeth. The immortal elder is already an outsider. The Taoist, whose age and cultivation were unfathomable, smiled faintly. Have you heard of the saying that when a man achieves immortality, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven? Besides, I haven't ascended to immortality yet, so what's wrong with protecting my descendants? Su Fengnian asked again and again. Immortal elder, may I know what lesson you have for coming here with your out-of-body primordial spirit? The middle-aged Taoist did not answer the question. Instead, he pointed behind Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian did not dare to turn his head as he was afraid that he would not know how he died. The Taoist frowned and said, Although I'm not a saint, I'm not going to argue with a junior like you. Back then, Su Xiao had the same principle. My descendants have their own fortune and misfortune. As long as no one deliberately deviates, even if the country is destroyed, I won't interfere with the heavenly secrets. Su Fengnian turned his head and widened his eyes. Unknowingly, a giant python with a red tongue appeared behind him, confronting the heavenly dragon Jiangsu. The giant python versus the dragon. The giant python that seemed to have occupied the entire mountain was fearless. Su Fengnian was in awe of the golden dragon, but for some reason he was not afraid of the giant python. Instead, he felt a sense of intimacy from the bottom of his heart. When the giant saw Su Fengnian turned around, it lowered its head and rubbed its head against Su Fengnian's forehead. The heavenly dragon seemed to be enraged by the giant python. The purple gas it breathed out grew thicker and its body rose higher, revealing half of its body. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it roared furiously at the peak of Kuanglu Mountain. The purple gas seemed to have materialized and condensed into a purple pillar that charged forward. I don't care if you're a celestial being or an immortal. There's no reason for me, Su Fengnian, to accept my fate and beg for death. Just as Su Fengnian was about to draw his saber, the giant python at the top of the coiling dragon mountain raised its head and straightened its body. It bit the purple pillar of dragon qi and crushed it in an instant. In a trance, the middle-aged Taoist priest, who seemed to be standing on top of all living things, just watched coldly from the sidelines. The heavenly dragon roared. Su Fengnian saw that there were no longer any stars in the sky. The clouds rolled and surged like raging waves. They gathered above the heavenly dragon's head, layer upon layer, becoming increasingly dense. Fengnian. Su Fengnian was still terrified by the invincible might of the golden sky dragon when he heard a familiar voice. He turned his head abruptly and saw that person. At this critical moment of life and death, he was oblivious to everything in the world, and was only crying. A white-robed woman's sleeves fluttered in the wind. She had once taken her sword out of the sword tomb. She had once played the fish dragon drum in white clothes. She had once punished him by holding a book against the wall. She had once worn the cloth shoes personally made by Su Xiao, and entered the imperial palace alone. Su Fengnian's voice was hoarse as he carefully called out, "Mother." He was afraid that if he shouted too loudly, she would disappear with the wind. Her body was transparent, and she slowly floated over like a fairy from Dunhuang. She floated in the air as if she wanted to caress her son's cheeks. The middle-aged Taoist finally spoke. He snorted coldly and said, "You're going against the heavenly Tao." He waved his sleeves and smashed the giant white python's head onto the ground. "Wu Su, go to the Yellow Springs." He waved his sleeves again, and a strong wind blew. The white-robed woman who was only a few feet away from Su Fengnian retreated with the wind. The woman raised her head and sneered. Zhao Huangqiao, why didn't you enter the heavenly gate? Su Fengnian saw his mother's body gradually becoming blurry, turning into a stream of light and dissipating. He was completely mad. His eyes were red as he stretched out his hand to grab her. The middle-aged Taoist was, after all, a well-deserved earth immortal. She, who had already defied the heavenly Tao, moved forward with difficulty and allowed her soul to dissipate. She stretched out her hand and held Su Fengnian's hand. The middle-aged Taoist's vast Taoist chi poured down from the sky. He raised his palm and said angrily, "The heavenly Tao is majestic. Demons retreat." Instantly thunder rumbled. The Taoist slammed his palm down. The Taoist carried out justice on behalf of the heavens. The white-robed woman, from her feet to her waist, slowly disappeared like dust along with the giant python. Su Fengnian, whose face was full of tears, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Mother!" She smiled and said kindly, "Fengnian, I can't take care of you anymore. I can't bear to part with you." Su Fengnian shook his head like a madman. In that instant, 20 years of his life flashed through his mind, disappearing in an instant. Until Li Chungang said that he had a sword to open the heavenly gate. Su Fengnian only felt that his acupuncture points were exploding, his meridians were exploding, his flesh was exploding, and his soul was exploding. Everything exploded. Even if I die today, what's there to be afraid of? My mother is dead. You damn Taoist even dispersed my mother's soul. Why can't I kill you? He turned to face the golden dragon and the middle-aged Taoist and roared, F***CK the heavenly Tao. I have a blade that can slay the dragon. Su Fengnian didn't have a blade in his hand. As soon as he said that, the giant python and fireflies gathered, and a snow-white divine weapon appeared in Su Fengnian's hand. I have a blade that can kill immortals. The blade cut through the air. The color of heaven and earth changed. There were no more dragons, no more immortals. Su Fengnian slowly opened his eyes. The top of Kuanglu Mountain was clear. Li Chungang, Bluebird, and the others didn't come after hearing the news. Su Fengnian looked down. The divine talisman was still in his fingers, and the embroidered winter-spring thunder was inserted into the ground. Su Fengnian touched his cheeks. They were full of tears. So it was just a dream. Su Fengnian turned his head and squeezed out a smile. He looked at the silent void and murmured, "Mother, rest in peace." Then he turned his head and looked at the starry sky. Su Fengnian said word by word, "I have a blade that can kill the dragon." Chapter 277. Su Fengnian suddenly stood up and checked the flow of qi in his body. There was nothing unusual. The fourth floor was only the fourth floor. Just as he was about to pull out the embroidered winter-spring thunder and return it to its scabbard, he focused his mind and subconsciously leaned back until he was parallel to the ground. The tip of his foot kicked the scabbard of the spring thunder. The scabbard collided with the blade and broke through the ground. A dagger dipped in poison brushed past the tip of his nose. Su Fengnian held the spring thunder with his left hand and slammed his right palm on the ground. His body floated back 20 feet. After he stopped, he looked at the cliff and saw a slender figure leaping out with a dagger in her hand. She laughed and was not in a hurry to fight. She tilted her head and asked doubtfully, "Hey, how did you know that I would climb from the cliff to the top?" Su Fengnian stared at the elusive young assassin without blinking. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said calmly, "You can crawl out from under a horse, jump out from water, and jump down from the hole in the city gate. For the 1,000 taels of gold that the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, paid you, what can't you do?" The young girl said, "Oh," and didn't say anything else. She looked at Su Fengnian, who was holding the dagger in his left hand with an expression that said, "I knew you were left-handed." Su Fengnian suddenly asked, "Did you see anything strange when you climbed up?" The young girl shook her head and said, "Climbing is boring." Su Fengnian had a complicated expression. He looked at the white sky and said helplessly, "Haha, young lady, you stabbed the dagger in both hands into the stone wall and climbed for an entire night." After the young girl who was supposed to be in the prime of her youth assassinated Wang Mingyin with her dagger hand, it had caused a huge uproar in the Jianghu. The target of the assassination was the 11th in the world who had been famous for 20 years. This news was even more shocking than a certain beauty and a certain young master. In the Jianghu, the most powerful aphrodisiacs were always secret manuals, women, and fame. There was an endless stream of people chasing after them, especially the latter. Otherwise, how could there be so many martial artists in the Eastern Sea Martial Emperor City, who desperately wanted to climb up the city gate tower? Being able to go up to the second floor was enough to ensure that one would not have to worry about wealth and glory for the rest of his life. It was not that Su Fengnian had never offered her 2,000 or 3,000 taels of gold, but she had never paid attention to him. What could he do? This time, he thought that he had the old god of swords Li Chungang and the others to protect him, and in front of him was a natural barrier, so he could have a peaceful night. Who would have thought that even the sword cliff could not stop Miss Hehe? Su Fengnian could not understand. Was she really after the reward of 1,000 taels of gold? Or was there some unknown irreconcilable enmity? She tilted her head in another direction and asked, "Hey, why don't you call your lackeys to protect you?" Su Fengnian said bitterly, "If I had shouted, wouldn't you have fought with your life on the line? Isn't it because I want to see if I can bury the hatchet with Miss Hehe?" She shook her head and said seriously, "No need, you can shout it. At worst, after I stab you to death, I'll jump off the cliff. Wealth and honor are up to fate, and life and death are up to the heavens." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. "No leeway." The girl nodded her head heavily. Su Fengnian squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. The sun was rising, and he exhaled. He pointed behind the girl and said with a smile, "Because of the angle of the light, the sword cliff waterfall will turn into a golden yellow color. Why don't we enjoy the scenery before fighting?" She did not make a sound and kept facing Su Fengnian. She slowly retreated and stopped at the edge of the cliff. From the corner of her eyes, she really saw a golden silk hanging down from the sword cliff. The scenery was gorgeous and charming. Su Fengnian was in a dilemma. In the end, he gave up the idea of running away. He walked to the edge of the cliff and enjoyed the scenery together. Miss Hehe habitually said hello as a greeting. She asked, "Why are you crying?" Su Fengnian said calmly, "I had a dream. I dreamed of my mother. It's up to you to believe it or not." He thought that he was destined to get no response. He did not expect that the girl would make a sound of acknowledgement. She emphasized it with an inexplicable tremble. She squatted down and held the dagger in her mouth. She held her cheeks with both hands and muttered to herself, "Is your mother beautiful?" Su Fengnian smiled. The girl killer's mouth slightly curled up. She said vaguely, "You are so beautiful. Your mother must be even more beautiful." She slowly got up. One of her arms drooped down and a dagger fell out. She smiled. No matter how one looked at it, there was a bloody coldness. Su Fengnian was facing a formidable enemy. He cursed in his heart. This girl turned hostile just like that. He really had to find a chance to kill her. Otherwise, even with Li Chungang accompanying him, it was hard to guarantee that she would not succeed. His head was only worth 1,000 taels of gold. Just thinking about it made him angry. Miss Hehe was indeed Miss Hehe. Every time she grasped the opportunity to kill someone, her actions were strange and unpredictable. She stared at Su Fengnian and said, "Today, I will not kill you. I will go back to the foot of the mountain. How about it?" Su Fengnian said without hesitation, "Okay, but if you trust me, I can promise not to let the old god of swords and the others kill you. Miss Hehe, you can walk down the mountain easily." She looked at His Royal Highness as if she was looking at an idiot. She said, "Not killing me does not mean you cannot capture me. Do you think I am that stupid Princess Jing'an? You have a useless but not a brain." Su Fengnian laughed knowingly. To be honest, if it were not for the fact that they had to separate life and death, he really wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. He wanted to know who had taught such a wonderful person. Su Fengnian stretched out a palm, indicating that he would not see her off. The girl said warily, "Don't leave the cliff for now. Let me say this first. If you dare to go back on your words, I will not follow the rules in the future. It is not easy to kill you and that old man, but it is not difficult to kill 100 light cavalry soldiers of the Phoenix Battalion one by one." Su Fengnian nodded. He watched as the assassin girl stabbed her daggers into the cliff like a gecko and slowly descended. But it only seemed slow. If one was in the situation, one would know that every time she stabbed into the cliff, there was a distance of 20 to 30 feet between them. If it were Su Fengnian, he would not have the guts to hang on the cliff. The mountain wind swept the cliff, unusually strong. Her body swayed as she descended. Even Su Fengnian, who was watching from the side, was worried for her. It was very strange. Su Fengnian did not have the slightest hope that she would fall to her death because of this. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. With her following him like a shadow, His Royal Highness did not dare to breathe for a moment on the path of martial arts cultivation. The sun rose from the east, leaping out of the sea of clouds. Su Fengnian did not know how long he had been standing there, until Old Man Li slowly walked over to watch the sunrise. Su Fengnian turned around and smiled. I have some understanding of Senior's sword opening the gate of heaven. Li Chuangong's face was full of disbelief. He said in surprise, "Oh." Su Fengnian turned around and looked at the sea of clouds. He squinted his phoenix eyes, which could make a woman's heart flutter. He said with an intoxicating smile, "One sword after another, stacking the swords. No matter what sword move or sword technique it is, the sword intent will be endless. If one is determined not to kill with one sword, one will not use this sword. I bet my life's cultivation on this sword. If I were to learn the saber, I would do the same. I would strive to have the courage to kill the heavenly dragon with one move." Old Man Li did not change his expression. He said in a low voice, "That's reasonable. But with your current realm, aren't you courting death by using the saber like this?" Su Fengnian shook his head. "Of course not now. Wait until I reach the Vajra realm." Li Chungang sneered arrogantly. "It's not that this old man is looking down on you, kid. As long as you are His Royal Highness, you won't be able to master this move. Without this old man as your protective talisman, won't Su Xiao find other experts to be your death exemption golden medallion? If you have nothing to fear, how can you achieve the realm in the midst of danger?" Su Fengnian said calmly, "As long as I reach the Vajra realm and return to Bailiang, I'll immediately enter Beimang alone." Li Chungang snorted coldly. "At least you have some ambition. You didn't waste this old man's 200 green hands snake." Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. The old god of swords suddenly asked, "You almost went mad after meditating last night. What happened?" Su Fengnian shook his head gently and said indifferently, "I'm fine." The old man wrapped himself in a sheepskin coat, curled his lips and stopped asking. Yu Yue and Pei Nanwei had also woken up to look at the scenery. Bluebird followed behind them. He had to admit that Princess Jing, who had been slandered by Miss Hehe as having no brains, was indeed worthy of the praise of outshining the moon and putting the flowers to shame. When a woman was so beautiful, it seemed that it didn't matter whether she had brains or not. Moreover, how could there be so many beautiful women with such great intelligence in this world? His Royal Highness' second sister, Su Weisheng, could be said to have stunning military strategies, but wasn't she just plain looking? With Su Fengnian's 100 copper coins as a judge of beauty, among all the beauties he had seen in his life, Pei Nanwei was undoubtedly the number one. She should be at the standard of 94 to 95 copper coins. After she fell from grace, she wore a wooden hairpin and a narrow-sleeved cloth skirt, which was difficult to hide her charm. During this period of time, if she needed to appear in public, His Royal Highness would ask her to wear a soft guanine hood, with a light muslin draped over her shoulders. When conservative women went out, most of them would wear this kind of hood. Young ladies who were yet to be betrothed would generally wear a headband with a bright color. Their faces could be seen 70 to 80% clearly, so it didn't matter whether they wore it or not. Yue didn't need to be so cautious and reserved. She wore a well-styled brocade with large sleeves, exquisite embroidery, and a pair of brocade boots full of the style of the Western regions. In terms of appearance, she naturally lost 2 or 3 copper coins to Pei Nanwei, whose skin was publicly recognized as whiter than snow. However, Yu Youwei's bosom was as small as the mountains. As long as one had the hobby of playing with the peeled lychee meat on their chest, no one would not submit under her skirt. On this trip out of Bailiang, intentionally or unintentionally, he discussed some court politics with Yu Yue. Perhaps it was because she was born in a family of officials, and had been influenced by what she saw and heard since she was young, but she was always able to reveal a rather extraordinary view. Su Fengnian returned the embroidered winter and spring thunder to its sheath, and hung it around his waist again. He walked straight back to the Phoenix Battalion's camp. Yu Yue and Pei Nanwei stood together, looking at the gorgeous sky with blurred eyes. And beneath their feet, on a cliff that looked like it had been cut by an immortal sword, a young girl held the hilt of a knife with one hand. Her body swayed, like a stubborn blade of grass between the cracks of the wind. She, who was neither above nor below the ground, stared blankly at the morning glow. She didn't laugh. She just stood there in a daze. Chapter 278. The Chang, an escort agency, was neither too big nor too small in the eyes of Jianghu, which was said to be a province without escorts. It was good that the old escorts and the young escorts were well matched. There were only 50 to 60 of them. However, most of the old escorts were heroes and retired soldiers, so their combat power was not weak. The old escorts were tired of licking blood on the blade, and became escorts. Not only did they have a solid foundation in martial arts, but they also had a strong network of connections. When they went out, they relied on their friends. Since they were escorts, it was inevitable that they would pass by many local strongholds, carry the escort flag, and announce their family's name that they used to be in Jianghu. Perhaps they used to snatch a maiden together. Therefore, most of them were willing to give them some face. As for the old escorts who had been on the battlefield, they might not be as clean and straightforward as Jianghu boorish men when it came to fighting, but if they were in formation, they would be able to intimidate their opponents even more. The young escorts of Chang, an escort agency, under the guidance of the old escorts, were not inferior to the disciples of the top few escort agencies. The only thing they lacked was that they did not have a top-notch secret manual to support them. This was the most helpless thing. The size of the escort agency depended on how many living escort flags were raised in the agency. The only ones that the Chang and escort agency could bring out were the head escort, Shi Qingfeng, and the martial arts instructor, Yu Hanliang, who was in charge of the escort this time. They did not have a single guest. Han Xiangma was an orphan. At that time, near the end of the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period, the infant Han Xiangma was thrown into the snow by his heartless parents and was picked up by instructor Yu, who happened to be passing by. He grew up in the Chang, an escort agency. Han Xiangma was narrow-minded and active, and was willing to endure hardships when he practiced martial arts. He was regarded as his own son by the great bandit Yu Hanliang, who had washed his hands in a gold basin. Among the young bodyguards, he and the head bodyguard's son, Shi Xiangyang, each led 2 batches of bodyguards. In the agency, there was a girl who grew up together with his childhood sweetheart. Shi Xiangyang adored her to death, but that girl only cast affectionate glances at the glib-tongued Han Xiangma. Han Xiangma did not have any feelings for her, and this made Shi Xiangyang increasingly see her as a thorn in his side. In fact, when they were young, the two of them often peed together in the mud. The name of Chang, an escort agency, was derived from the meaning of long life and safety. It had been established for more than 30 years, and had never once lost an escort. Therefore, it had finally gained a foothold in the Jian province, where there were as many escort agencies as there were hairs on a cow. According to the usual rules, when an escort agency carried out an escort mission, the ratio would be determined by the value of the goods. However, Han Xiangma felt that this escort mission was a little strange. He was the only one in the escort agency, and the rest were the most experienced old escorts in the agency. Father Yu was personally leading the team. Before they left the Jian province, the name of Chang, an escort agency, was still somewhat useful. However, after leaving the Jian province for more than 10 days, it had obviously become a little tricky. Father Yu was an old drunkard, but he would occasionally rest in the cooked shops and have a few cups of wine after the shop was closed to satisfy his cravings. However, this time he didn't even bring a wine pot. Han Xiangma rode the horse and guarded the escort box with his saber. The box wasn't big. According to Father Yu's private disclosure, when the chief escort received the escort that day, he said that it was a piece of family heirloom jade. There was an expert in the escort agency who specially appraised it and said with trembling hands and feet that the jade was worth at least half of the Chang, an escort agency. Han Xiangma glanced at the escort box, and then turned his head to look at the heavily veiled carriage. It was 2 local Jian province girls dressed as men. Although they were wearing heavy veiled hats that covered their faces, Han Xiangma, who had accompanied his father to visit his aunts and sisters in the brothel when he was 8 or 9 years old, had sharp eyes. He could tell the truth just by glancing at them when they got off the carriage in the middle of the night. Han Xiangma, who had been making a living in the brothel since he was a child, was convinced that these two girls were absolutely beautiful. When they brushed past each other, they smelled good. When Han Xiangma was not on night duty, he would occasionally lie on his bed and toss and turn. He thought that it would be worth it if he could get a good look at them during this escort mission. Instructor Yu Hanliang carried an ox-horn bow on his back and a large saber on his waist. He rode his horse around the escort team. When he saw Han Xiangma smiling foolishly, he kicked him and scolded him. Han Xiangma patted his butt and said with a smile, "Dad, when are you going to pass me your bow? My hands are itching." Yu Hanliang's father was an illiterate boorish man. The name of his adopted son, Han Xiangma, was given to him by a gentleman in the escort agency. He had spent a few jeans of wine. Although he had raised him as his own son, he naturally hoped that his son would become a dragon. However, Yu Hanliang did not understand at all how to become a dragon. In any case, if he committed a crime, he would be whipped. If he felt that this brat had grown up, he would take out some money and let him have fun with his friends. Whether it was drinking or visiting brothels, they were all grown men. Why would he pretend to be a scholar? That brat from the Sher family was not pleasing to the eye. He was obviously a martial artist, yet he spent all his time reciting poems, writing couplets, and dancing in calligraphy. Did he King recite poems for a deaf person? He deserved to be disliked by Laslu. The older generation, no matter how vicious and merciless they were when they were young, wasn't their greatest joy now that they were older, comparing their descendants to see who was more promising? Yu Hanliang felt that Han Xiangma was not bad. After a few more years of polishing, he would become a man. He would not have to worry about not being able to find a wife. Yu Hanliang was in a good mood. He pointed at the saber on Han Xiangma's waist and scolded him jokingly, "Don't be unsatisfied. Including the two from the head escort, there are only 6 Qilin sabers in total." Yu Hanliang's father stroked the ox-horn bow on his back affectionately, as if he was caressing the smooth skin of his lover. Seeing Han Xiangma's nauseating and disgusting expression, he glared and said, "The earliest I can pass it to you is when I'm in my coffin. If you didn't make a good trip this time, I'll take this bow with me into my coffin. Pass it to you, my ass." Han Xiangma tightened the reins so that the two horses could run side by side. He hooked his arm around Yu Hanliang's shoulder and said with a flattering expression, "Dad, you're treating me like an outsider. I work like an ox and a horse to save money for you when you're old, and when you die. How can I roam Jianghu without some money? It's not like you don't know that I'm one of the best in the escort agency. Even the head escort doesn't dare to compete with me in archery. A good horse deserves a good saddle. Dad, if you disgrace this treasured bow, you'll be punished by the heavens." Yu Hanliang's father rolled his eyes and said, "Go, go, go. Keep an eye on the front. We're taking a small path this time, so it won't be safe. Don't ruin the reputation that the escort agency has painstakingly built up over the past few decades." Han Xiangma smiled and said, "Understood." Then he spurred his horse forward. Yu Hanliang's father's eyes were kind. He really couldn't imagine that this fellow was a bandit who killed people like scything flax. Looking at his son's back, his heart was filled with gratification. This kid was allowed to wear the Qilin saber not because Han Xiangma was his adopted son, but because he relied on his own ability to earn a living in the escort agency. Every weapon in the escort agency had to be reported in detail to the authorities. Every addition or loss of a weapon had to be recorded. The Chang'an escort agency only had 6 Qilin sabers. This type of saber was an imitation of the Bailiang saber, tempered into steel. The blade was narrow, light, and sharp. It was a first-rate treasure for both horse and foot battles. There were several Guangling retired soldiers in the escort agency. Han Xiangma's temperament was restless, but he had absolutely no qualms about learning the saber from the Guangling old soldiers. As long as he was allowed to hold a saber, his buttocks would be rooted to the ground. He could practice bitterly for an entire night without complaining about being tired. In fact, this adopted son's archery skills were even better. Even the old soldiers said that Han Xiangma's ape arms were good at shooting. and that he was a good seedling. However, compared to practicing the saber, Han Xiangma was unwilling to practice his archery skills. This made Yu Hanliang's father, who couldn't do anything about it, angry. He was unwilling to hand over the ox horn bow to this little bastard. Yu Hanliang was very cautious when escorting the escort out of Jianzhou. First of all, the escorts were exceptionally precious. If they were lost, not only would the Chang, an escort agency, suffer a huge loss, it was also highly likely that they would no longer be able to accept jobs in Jianzhou where competition was fierce. Therefore, other than him, the martial arts instructor, and Han Xiangma, a meticulous and skillful bodyguard, the rest of the escorts were all experienced Jianghu escorts. There were more than 30 of them. It could be said that they had turned out in full force. Including the assistants and odd job workers, there were nearly 50 of them. It was a mighty force. Even if they didn't take the official road or the small path, the average mountain stronghold wouldn't dare to show their head to block the way. Chapter 279. When Yu Hanliang thought of the two people sitting inside the carriage, he frowned, thinking to himself that this escort wasn't simple at all. On the surface, they were escorting that priceless jade pendant to Songzhou, which was the most common type of escort, but on the inside, they were more like human escorts. The two people in the carriage lived in seclusion. Yu Hanliang had spent most of his life as a fugitive, and had only managed to settle down after joining the escort agency. However, he had never met any young ladies from noble families, and he hadn't even come in contact with many pretty girls from humble families. But even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had at least seen pigs run. The two people in the carriage didn't seem like ordinary girls from noble families. Using the name of being escorts to leave Jianzhou, they looked like they were fleeing from disaster no matter how he looked at it. When the heads of the Chang, an escort agency, had first gathered together to discuss the matter, Yu Hanliang didn't really want to accept the escort. However, the Chang and escort agency's business had been slow for the past 2 years, and they had been squeezed quite a bit by the other big escort agencies. On top of that, the two people on the other side of the carriage had been generous enough to pay a deposit of 600 taels of silver, and they had promised to pay another 60 taels of gold when they reached Songzhou. The head escort gritted his teeth and accepted the mission. Han Xiangma, who was at the front of the escort team, raised his hand and made a gesture. The old escorts immediately drew their weapons, as if they were about to face a great enemy. However, only half of the saber was unsheathed. This was an unwritten rule of escorts. Since the other side didn't launch a sneak attack, but instead openly blocked the way, as long as they didn't really fall out with them, if the escort agency unsheathed their saber first, it would be tantamount to smashing the bandits' reputation. It was a very disrespectful act. When traveling the Jianghu, one couldn't be careless in the slightest. About 70 to 80 people jumped out of the dense forest on both sides of the small path with shiny sabers and spears. More than 20 riders appeared from the fork in the path, all of them strong and strong. Yu Hanliang had been an escort for 20 years, so of course he could tell that this group of bandits wasn't ordinary. They were most likely the kind of bandit who set small shrimps to catch big fish. Yu Hanliang was puzzled. He had never heard of such a troublesome bandit king on this mountain. He had even been here last year, and remembered that the bandits who occupied the mountain were Qin Yaozi's acquaintances. Qin Yaozi was an expert in the 3-emperor cannon fist and the 16-style whip kick. Yu Hanliang had no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. However, the bandits under Qin Yaozi were not very useful. They were old, weak, and disabled. Thus, when he was escorting in the past, he had only paid a small amount of silver as a tribute to the emperor. Both sides were still able to live with each other. After a while, Yu Hanliang and Qin Yaozi had become half-acquainted. According to the head escort, Shi Qingfeng, this time he wanted to see if he could use this opportunity to rope Qin Yaozi in as a guest of the Chang, an escort agency. However, he didn't expect that the Bandit King's banner would be so ferocious. There were 20 bandits on horseback. This wasn't something an ordinary bandit could have. Not only was a horse expensive, but there was no market for it. Raising a horse was even more difficult. Father Yu exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He tightened his grip on the saber at his waist and urged his horse forward. First, he had Han Xiangma, a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers, roll back. Facing the group of bandits, he cupped his fists and shouted, Jian Province's Chong, an escort agency's Yu Hanliang, would like to borrow the path for you heroes. The other party didn't move at all. Father Yu braced himself and took out 2 bags of silver fragments. He raised his voice and said, Tai Sui offers 20 tales of filial piety. The 20 riders didn't move an inch on the small path. Han Xiangma, who was originally ordered by Father Yu to bring up the rear, was furious. 10 tales of filial piety was already considered quite generous for an escort agency. These bastards relied on their numbers and didn't want to give them face. He turned his horse around and was about to draw his saber. Father Yu, who was familiar with this kid's violent temperament, was afraid that he would mess up the important matter. He turned his head and scolded, Xiangma, don't mess around. Han Xiangma had no choice but to sullenly withdraw his saber. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and shouted with reddened eyes, Father, be careful. A person jumped down from a tree on the side of the road. He was dressed in black and carried a saber as he rushed forward. Yu Hanliang had just felt a chill. He didn't even have time to draw his saber to block before the person drew his saber and slashed him and his horse into 2 halves. Everyone felt as if their liver and guts were about to burst. They only saw the semicircular flowing light on the saber's edge. This kind of cold and silent killing technique was truly terrifying. Blood dripped on the small path. The bodies of man and horse were cut into 2 halves. Han Xiangma, who had depended on Father Yu for more than 20 years, was extremely angry. He lost his reason. He clamped his legs on the horse's belly and pulled out his Qilin saber, urging his horse to gallop forward. The young saberman standing on the small path lightly twisted his wrist. The blood on his saber splashed onto the ground, forming a scarlet line of blood. He pointed the tip of his saber at Han Xiangma, who had borrowed the momentum of his horse to strengthen his saber. Instead of retreating, he advanced and madly galloped forward. The 2 sides brushed past each other in an instant. After Han Xiangma's saber fell, he realized to his surprise that he had not hit his enemy. The next moment he fell off his horse and rolled on the road. It turned out that the 4 hooves of his horse had been cut off by the saberman. When he looked down at himself, his legs below the knees had long been separated from his body. It was only now that the saber was too sharp that Han Xiangma felt the piercing pain. Even someone as tough as him howled in pain. His 10 fingers subconsciously bent into hooks on the road and pierced into the mud. He did not even realize that his fingernails had been uprooted. Han Xiangma, who had dreamed of being in Jianghu for as long as he could remember, raised his head and saw Father Yu not far away. He slowly crawled over. At this moment, the young escort no longer had any thoughts of being free and unfettered in Jianghu and making a name for himself in the martial world. He only wanted to see his father one last time. The saberman who committed the murder did not even look at the nameless soldier Han Xiangma. Facing the hurried formation of the escort agency, he walked forward leisurely and easily deflected a few arrows that were shot at him. The saber's edge was as clear as snow and the momentum of his saber was majestic. The old soldiers of Guangling who had formed the formation at the front could not withstand it at all. The saberman with a stiff face only needed 1 clean stroke each time, cutting these old escorts of the Chong, an escort agency, into a pool of blood as if he were cutting melons and vegetables. Except for Han Xiangma, who did not die on the spot. Those who met him were all killed instantly without exception. In less than half an hour, the carriages were in a mess. The old escorts protected the carriages with their lives. The workers and handymen did not have the courage to flee in all directions. The saberman also did not chase after the carriages. Naturally, the 20 valiant cavalrymen chased after them on horseback. Raising their sabers, they easily pulled out a fatal wound that was so deep that the bones could be seen. The burly young man pulled out the tip of the saber that was stabbed into the heart of the last old escort. He wiped the saber on the body that was slowly falling to the ground to wipe away the bloodstains, and then used the tip of the saber to lift up the curtain of the carriage. He said coldly, "You have been chosen by Ancestor Xian Yuan. Where can you escape to?" The curtain was lifted up and a dagger stabbed out. The young saberman pinched the dagger with 2 fingers and casually broke it. He threw it on the road, and then reached out to grab her slender white neck. He first dragged her out of the carriage, and then hung her in the air. Her veil hat had fallen off, revealing a cold and peerless face. However, the cold-blooded swordsman did not care about her appearance. He only lowered his gaze slightly and saw that her feet, which were quite high from the ground, were trembling violently. Her hands were patting his thick arm in vain. Her face turned from red to purple. Another person who stayed in the carriage came out and saw this scene. She took off her veil hat, and her face was exactly the same as the woman whose life was hanging by a thread. She said in a cold voice, "Let go of my sister." He glanced at her from the corner of his eye and felt that it was interesting. There was actually someone who was not afraid of death. She suddenly pulled out a dagger hidden in her sleeve and pressed it against her neck. She pierced into her soft skin and cut a bloody groove. She said coldly, "Let's see how you will explain to the pervert ancestor Xianyuan if I die." The young saberman who had killed countless people frowned. Today's secret matter was nothing to him. Since he had come to Mount Hui to learn martial arts, of course he had to work hard for others. Everyone in Sword Province knew that the old master of Xuanyuan's hobby of keeping women and torturing and killing young girls. The old man was proficient in the secret sex joyful method, and had been cultivating yin to yang for decades. His inner strength could be said to be mysterious, and he was also a saber play grandmaster. The young saberman received an order to intercept a pair of fairy-grade cauldrons that ancestor Xianyuan had chosen more than half a month ago. He turned the Sword Province escort agency upside down and hurried over, which delayed his saber-play practice at the six-layered waterfall. This made him, who was addicted to martial arts, feel very bad. Facing the threat of the woman in the carriage, he held her neck with one hand and pressed the tip of the blade against her heart with the other. He said coldly, "Suicide? I won't stop you. However, I can guarantee that your sister will die before you. As long as I find the heart acupoint and crush her heart, I can make your sister half dead and suffer a fate worse than death. It's 100 times worse than you cutting your neck." She bit her lips with her snow-white teeth so hard that blood seeped out. The hatred in her eyes was unforgettable. She said slowly, "Who are you?" The young saberman said indifferently, "Remember, I'm Yuan Tingshan. If you want revenge, follow me back to Mount Hui and serve ancestor Xianyuan well. Only after a few years of pillow talk will you have the hope of causing me some trouble." She really threw away the dagger and said with a smile, "Just wait." The machete man who claimed to be Yuan Tingshan casually tossed his elder sister to the ground. The 20 riders had already slaughtered all the small fries in the escort agency. Not a single one was left alive. The machete man cracked his neck at the genuine robbers behind him. The riders whose blades were still dripping with blood all smirked and charged forward. She looked indifferently at her sister who was hugging the saberman's thigh and begging for mercy. The young saberman quietly waited for the riders to finish their work. When he saw that most of the heads had been harvested, he lowered his head and looked at them. "I heard that it's hard to tell your gender. I'm very curious which one of you is a man." As he spoke, a man wearing a white brocade robe with 2 sabers appeared at the end of the road. Chapter 280. In terms of geography, Jiangdong's Big Bull Gang and Jiangxi's Dragon and Tiger Demon slaying platform stood opposite each other. In terms of geography, they were similar. Adhering to the principle that a close neighbor was better than a distant relative, they generally minded their own business. They were like 2 old women who treated each other with respect. Although the Xianyuan family's ancestors' morals were questionable, and he was despised by the scholars of Jianghu, his martial virtues were not low. He had made friends with many heroes and warriors in the world. Some of the men who had been on the government's list and wanted to be killed could seek shelter from the Xianyuan family, which was one of the few powerful families in the martial arts world. The government could only turn a blind eye to it. The Xianyuan family's old master, who had controlled the family for half a century, was also willing to cultivate the younger generation, who came to the mountain to study martial arts. After Yuan Tingshan took his revenge, he became a fugitive wanted by the government, and was even on Zhao Guo's list. If it weren't for the Xianyuan family's willingness to let him go to the mountain, he would have been captured by Zhao Guo at the foot of the mountain. To the cold-hearted Yuan Tingshan, this life-saving favor aside, if he wanted to have some achievements in saber art and break through the bottleneck, he had to be willing to do some shady business for the Xianyuan family. When a steward of the Bulbul gang found Yuan Tingshan at the foot of the sixfold waterfall, this sabresman was using his back to withstand the water column falling from the cliff of 1,000 feet to temper his muscles and bones. Among the sixfold waterfall of Mount Hui, this one fell the most rapidly, and was known as the dragon-spitting water. In the past 30 years, no young generation of the Xianyuan family had trained their physique to such an extreme degree. As soon as Yuan Tingshan heard the gist of the situation, he led 20 light cavalry down the mountain to intercept 2 young playthings who were trying to escape from a small house. He really did not have the energy to do so, but since he was living under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to help them eliminate the disaster. As long as Yuan Tingshan agreed to do it, he would do his best. After finding out the route of the escort agency, he first chopped off the legs of Qin Yaozi, who was good at beating and kicking, and then gathered a group of useless bandits. It was not that he wanted to borrow their strength, but he wanted to create a smokescreen for the government that the bandits and the escort agency had perished together. It was said that the pair of beauties were very famous in Jianzhou. When they were only 12 or 13 years old, their beauty had already spread far and wide. Ancestor Xianyuan had taken a liking to them, and regarded them as his exclusive playthings. He had already half-publicized it in River East. He was just waiting for the right time to invite them up the mountain to enjoy themselves. He never thought that the pair of beauties, who were praised as one of them is already beautiful enough to topple a city, while the other is even more beautiful enough to topple a country, would actually run away. Yuan Tingshan, who was slow to realize many things, glanced at the 2 people who had almost the same face and body, then pointed at the one standing on the coach with the tip of his blade, laughed out loud and said, "Your skin is even better than a woman's. No wonder Patriarch Xianyuan cares more about you. I wonder how many days you can be played with by my sister with your soft and tender skin. Remember, my name is Yuan Tingshan. Before I master my blade skills, don't die. Otherwise, it won't be fun anymore." Yuan Tingshan had already seen the famous uninvited guest sitting high on the horse, looking at him from afar. The corner of Yuan Tingshan's mouth curled up, and a murderous intent surged. He was born poor, and after he started practicing martial arts, he never hid his hatred for the rich and powerful. When he first entered Jianzhou, he slaughtered a whole boat of rich and powerful people on the river. Yuan Tingshan made a beheading gesture to the valiant light horse that Xianyuan had painstakingly trained. He gently tapped his shoulder with the back of his blade, and walked towards the black bodyguard who was still crawling on the ground. He did not forget to turn his head and say with a smile, "I kindly remind you, I heard on Mount Hui that Ancestor Xianyuan has strange hobbies. When the time comes, when the old man asks you to have sex with your sister, what will you do?" The sister with the shocking purple mark on her neck was paralyzed on the ground. When she heard Yuan Tingshan's words, her delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. The blood at the corner of the bodyguard's mouth became thicker. Yuan Tingshan made a suggestive gesture of straightening his back and laughed as he walked towards the young bodyguard who was struggling at death's door, leaving behind the androgynous pair of brother and sister. The sister who was sitting on the ground raised her head in fear and looked at her brother, who had been very opinionated since he was young. The latter just happened to be looking at her coldly from above. She shivered to the bone. Yuan Tingshan did not care about being hated by the siblings at all. With their looks, if they could really curry favor with Ancestor Xianyuan, it would not be difficult for them to be favored at Bulgang for a few years. However, by that time, Xianyuan Qingfeng would already be his woman. A pair of weak pets who could not even control their fates could not cause any trouble. Han Xiangma, who had lost both of his legs, was still crawling in a pool of blood with difficulty. He was only surviving because of his stubbornness. Yuan Tingshan stood between Han Xiangma and the old bodyguard's corpse. He stabbed his saber into the ground and bent down with a smile. "Try a little harder. You will see your father's head soon." When Han Xiangma's head, which was still moving forward with its broken body, reached the edge of the saber, Yuan Tingshan sneered and slowly cut a gully in the road. He then gently cut off the head. After pulling out the saber, he kicked the head with the tip of his foot. Blood splashed out of the head, and the head rolled to the old bodyguard's corpse. "Jianghu men dian Jianghu. It is a worthy death." Yuan Tingshan murmured, "I am a good person." This scene made the siblings feel nauseous, especially the sister, who was so terrified that she fainted on the spot. The man who was standing straight on the carriage called out to Morong Wuju, but there was no response. He expressionlessly lifted his sleeve to wipe off the blood. She, who had been praised for her beauty in countless poems in the river east of Jianzhou, had a blank look in her eyes. The Morong family was the last aristocratic family in Jianzhou, far inferior to those powerful aristocratic families. It was said that when the Morong siblings were born, there was a magician who passed by and left a ballad. A female and a male, a female and a male and a female flew into the Wutong Palace. Everyone knew that the Wutong Palace was the palace of Great Peace City. As the Morong siblings gradually grew up, the scholars of Jianzhou praised them. The elder sister was a rare beauty, and the younger brother was as beautiful as a lotus. It was said that since he was born, the lotus pond in the mansion had never bloomed. Every year, the pond filled with green lotuses only grew to buds. Therefore, Morong Tonghuang was also known as the Lotus Man. In addition to the ballad that had been sung for many years, the Morong family had great expectations for this pair of siblings. There was once a clan member who was blinded by lust and tried to molest the siblings when they were only 10 years old. However, no one knew why he didn't succeed in the end. He was even blinded in one eye and was expelled from the family. Unfortunately, when the siblings were 13 years old, they went to Longhu to burn incense. At the foot of Mount Hui, ancestor Xianyuan saw them and regarded them as his exclusive property. The Morong family was powerless in the face of such a huge figure in Jianzhou. It was unknown whether it was because they were cornered that they endured until the end of the 3-year deadline and ran away from home. Ancestor Xianyuan didn't make things difficult for the Morong family, but the Chang'an escort agency, who was kept in the dark, suffered. At the end of the road, His Royal Highness, who had heard the news from the blue-white luan in the sky and had only rushed over to join in the fun, widened his eyes. Seeing the 20 riders charging towards him, he didn't understand for a moment. Could it be the armored soldiers of Hezhou? But it didn't seem like it. If they were really going to fight, wouldn't 20 riders be too shabby? Didn't they know that there were 100 Phoenix Battalion soldiers following behind him? Because of the blue-white luan's warning, he didn't allow the 100 light riders to pull away. His Royal Highness was already in a bad mood as he approached Mount Longhu, especially after seeing the Machateman's cruel actions of cutting off heads and kicking heads. He became even angrier. He raised his hand, and with great halberd Ningamei in the lead, the 100 light riders split into 2 columns and stomped on the ground, creating an ear-piercing rumble. Chapter 281. The 20 riders were not stupid. After being stunned, they immediately turned around and ran away. Motherf *Ker, they were not blind. Who could not see that the cavalry that appeared out of nowhere not only had a standard saber, but they also had a crossbow on their back. Bows and arrows were still fine as the imperial court did not forbid private possession of them. However, crossbows were definitely not something that could be used by the military. Once found in private possession, the light punishment would be banishment to the army and banishment of 3,000 li. The heavy punishment would be the crime of treason, and the head would be chopped off. What was worse was that within the He province, Jian province and Hu province, only the Goshawk camp and Falcon camp under the Duke of Guangling had the qualifications to possess military crossbows. The Xianyuan family could look down on those counties, but they did not dare to clamor against the elites of the vassal kings. Even the arrogant and domineering Yuan Tingshan could not help but frown. Duke of Guangling's men? That loathsome young master was the son of a general? If it was still the days when he was alone, he would have already pulled out his saber and rushed over. Although he had to run for his life, he had to cut that young master down from his horse no matter what. Yuan Tingshan waved his hand and signaled for the 20 riders to go to the carriage where the siblings were. He stood alone and stared at the dandy who was sandwiched between the 2 groups of riders. Meeting on a narrow path, the dandy held both sabers and slapped the horse with the scabbard. When he was 50 steps away from Yuan Tingshan, he asked coldly, "You are from the side of Duke of Guangling Zhaoyi?" Duke of Guangling Zhaoyi. Among the 6 vassal kings of the imperial family, his authority was second only to the Duke of Yen. He was very interesting. He killed people like flies, squandered money like it was dirt, and was especially lustful. After the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period ended, this vassal king had the most empresses, princesses, and concubines of a fallen country. As the saying goes, one dragon gives birth to 9 sons. The king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, and the other imperial brothers were all considered handsome men of the present age. Zhao Yi, on the other hand, was ugly. His body was bloated and dark. Together with the Baoyang Chulushan, they were known as the North and South Fatties. Both of them were infamous jackals and wolves. Although the king of Guangling had a bad character, he was ambitious in leading his troops. Compared to the king of Yanqi, the head of the vassal state of the dynasty, he only lacked in numbers. The skills of individual soldiers were not inferior. Zhao Yi's territory was the homeland of West Chu, the former most powerful country of the spring and autumn period. To be able to suppress the Chu people and kill countless scholars in 20 years, one could see the iron fist of this vassal state. This time it was Yuan Tingshan's turn to be puzzled. But soon after, this undisciplined swordsman began to sneer, appearing very sinister. Su Fengnian asked, "Are they suppressing bandits?" Yuan Tingshan smiled and asked in return, "Then are you a bandit?" Su Fengnian was amused by this cruel swordsman. He smiled sinisterly and said, "So what if I am, and so what if I am not? You will know soon." Yuan Tingshan ignored the 20 crossbows of the light cavalry at the front. His body exploded, dragging his saber as he ran. 20 arrows shot out. Yuan Tingshan twisted and turned like a nimble ape. Within 50 steps, he could clearly see the face of that arrogant young master. What a pretty boy! Only by cutting off the head of this kind of rich family would he be able to vent his anger. But for the sake of his future, he would endure it for a while. He would let you keep your head for a while. When his saber skills surpass old ancestor Xuanyuan's, with Mount Huishan in his hands, Xianyuan Qingfeng would become his crotch. But it was true that he would let you live temporarily, but it did not mean that he would let you continue to sit on the back of a horse and order people around. But Yuan Tingshan dodged a wave of arrows. Just as he leaped into the air, wanting to injure the son of a general, a black horse charged out from the side. The general held a large halberd and stabbed it straight at Yuan Tingshan's chest. If he was stabbed, there was a 100% chance that his heart would be pierced. Yuan Tingshan's body fell from the sky. When he landed, he exploded again. The famed saber in his hand just happened to slash at the horse's head. The heavy halberd swung in the air. It just so happened that it met the saber head-on. Yuan Tingshan narrowed his eyes. The saber in his hand no longer retreated. It chopped at the body of the halberd. The halberd swung backward. Yuan Tingshan seemed to have used all his strength and was forced to retreat. But his feet slid on the ground. With one hand on the ground, he raised some dust under his feet. His body rushed forward again. His speed was almost twice as fast as before. It was clear that he saw the enemy as weak first. Once he sensed the enemy's strength, he would suddenly kill him. Ningame, who was wearing heavy armor, roared angrily. The hard halberd in his hand faintly shook out layers of subtle arcs, making a buzzing sound. Yuan Tingshan was fast, but his halberd was not slow either. The tip of the halberd hooked at the waist of the young saber master. Once it hooked, the assassin would be cut in half. Yuan Tingshan laughed and made a sound of surprise. His free left hand suddenly pressed on the back of the saber, making contact with the halberd again. This time he did not use brute force. Instead, he used the strength of his palm to drive the saber in his right hand. With the halberd as the center, Yuan Tingshan nimbly drew a semicircle in the air. Once again, he closed in on the unmoving and ignorant young master on the horse. Yuan Tingshan was a ruthless man who had slaughtered his way through the streets and alleys of the marketplace. He dared to risk his life, but at the same time, he cherished his life. Not only was he good at pestering others, but he also knew how to take advantage of the situation. He roughly knew the strength of the halberd-wielding general. After bypassing the halberd, Yuan Tingshan did not take advantage of the situation to directly strike with his saber. In this way, he would leave his entire back to the heavily armored general. His father's life was more precious than the heavenly emperor's, so it was not worth it to exchange a life for a life. Therefore, not only did he not immediately strike with his saber, he instead bent his waist to the side of the horse's abdomen. Unexpectedly, the halberd did not follow him, but before the halberd arrived, A scarlet iron spear pierced towards him from a tricky angle. If Yuan Tingshan did not pull back, his temple would have been pierced by the tip of the spear, but he did not regret it. Twisting his body, this time his left hand was placed on the saber's body. The side of the saber was pressed against the tip of the spear, and the blade was bent in an arc borrowing the force of the spear. Yuan Tingshan suddenly shot backwards like an arrow, withdrawing from the abdomen of the debauchee's white horse. Then he slid out from the abdomen of Ning Ame's black horse. With a tap of his toes, he lifted his body and knocked into a light horseman on the side of the road. After knocking him down, he successfully entered the dense forest. Yuan Tingshan laughed loudly and said, "We'll meet again someday." Previously, under the white horse's abdomen, he clearly saw the red spear and the pair of blue embroidered shoes. Could it be that the one who brandished the spear was a woman? From beginning to end, Su Fengnian did not make any movements. Seeing Yuan Tingshan escape into the dense forest, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Yang Qingfeng, you and Xu Xiu follow this guy. General Ning, take 10 cavalrymen and follow him. If you can't catch up before dark, then forget it." The 20 cavalrymen on the other side of the road looked a little sluggish. Everyone knew that Yuan Tingshan practiced his saber skills on the mountain. This guy's saber skills were learned from a pile of dead people. It was not an ordinary fierce saber skill. Although it was amazing that the light cavalryman went in and out of the crowd, the fact that the disciple of the military family was unscathed was more than enough to explain the situation. The guy who could resolve Yuan Tingshan's killing intent so easily must have a strong family background. What's more, except for General Great Halberd and the woman in blue who really attacked, the rest of the people were just watching. The next few retainers who jumped into the dense forest to chase after Yuan Tingshan did not seem to be simple. What to do? Nonsense, the leading cavalryman did not care about Yuan Tingshan's safety. He turned his horse around and directly retreated. When he passed by the carriage, he bent down and picked up Morong Wuzhu, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and put him on the horse's back. Another cavalryman followed suit and wanted to kidnap Morong Tong Huang, who was standing on the carriage. Unexpectedly, this beautiful woman stretched out her hand and stabbed him. The cavalryman who was unprepared felt a burst of pain. He looked back and glared at her fiercely before continuing to rush forward. Morong Tonghuang did not wait for the next cavalryman to make a move. He quickly retreated into the carriage and hid in a corner. Su Fengnian turned his head and smiled at Yuan Meng, who was eager to give it a try. He ordered, "Field Officer Yuan, take some people and chase after them. It's up to you whether to leave them alive or not." The two groups of light cavalrymen chased and fled. The small path was very noisy and lively. Su Fengnian came near the carriage. He lifted the curtain with the scabbard and saw a slightly immature but cold and beautiful face. He also saw a pair of cold and hostile eyes. Su Fengnian just opened his mouth and smiled. This lady, the lady who had escaped from the tiger's mouth, glared at him and scolded ungratefully, "You are the lady." Chapter 282. Su Fengnian was only slightly absent-minded. Fortunately, he had Bai Huer's face in front of him, so he quickly came to his senses. But he still found it somewhat inconceivable. It was not difficult to find a beautiful woman around 70 coins, but the one in front of him was at least 90 coins. How could he be a man? Wasn't this a waste of natural resources? His Royal Highness was not like Li Hanlin, who had a penchant for men and women. Su Fengnian was not even interested in young prostitutes, let alone those creepy *Cs. There were many famous scholars in Gangnam-do. There were experts in Guangling who specialized in training them. When they were young, they were bought cheaply for a few dozen taels of silver. When they were 12 or 13 years old, they were sold at a sky-high price of 10, or even 100 taels of gold for the scholar officials and dignitaries to play with. This had become a common practice in the group of scholars in Jiangnan. It was regarded as a wonderful and elegant thing. The scholars were tired of competing with poems, songs, and gold, stone, and jade. It was not easy to usher in the golden age of peace, so they began to compete with the singers and beautiful maids at home. Su Fengnian carefully looked at this girl. Sure enough, her chest was flat and did not look like a woman. Morong Tonghuang was obviously accustomed to Su Fengnian's gaze. The corner of his mouth was cold. Was he trying to drive the wolf away by accident? The world was as black as all crows, And the one in front of him was not a good thing either. Su Fengnian had been in the flower bush for a long time, so he knew how to grasp people's hearts. He smiled and said, "Yes, I am indeed not a good thing." Morong Tonghuang, whose thoughts were seen through, became colder and stiffer. His body instinctively shrank back. Su Fengnian did not care and asked curiously, "It seems that you are not with the cavalry. What's going on? Is this a local tyrant robbing a woman?" Morong Tonghuang bit his lips and ignored this guy with a foreign accent. Su Fengnian turned his head and looked at the light cavalry that was chasing after them on the small path. With the Phoenix Battalion's horsemanship and the horse's leg strength, it was 90 against 20. There was a great disparity in the number of people on both sides. There was no need to worry about the outcome of the battle. If Yuan Meng couldn't eat it, he would be beheaded. As for the young machete man who killed decisively, Yang Qingfeng was proficient in the art of tracking, Xu Xiu had a variety of martial arts, and Ningame, the great halberd, the 10 white horse followers, and even Grandpa Wei said that he wanted to stretch his muscles and bones to participate in the encirclement. The machete man was ferocious, but he was still in a perilous situation. Su Fengnian was not worried that someone was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. After the battle at the Reed Marsh, the green and white one above his head would alert him if there was any movement within a radius of 10 li. Not only that, Su Fengnian had carefully selected 5 nimble and agile soldiers from the Phoenix Battalion to serve as roaming scouts, to ensure that they would be able to seize the initiative at the first opportunity. Su Fengnian asked calmly, "Who was the one who was taken away? I didn't see it clearly at that time. If you practice the vow of silence with me again, I won't care if you live or die when my men bring him back." Morong Tonghuang seemed to have been caught in his Achilles' heel. He hesitated for a moment and said, "My sister." Su Fengnian asked, "Then who was the one who took you?" Morong Tonghuang gritted his teeth and smiled nervously. He said with a cold face, "Have you heard of Jiang Shilong Hu Jiangdong Xianyuan?" Su Fengnian pretended to be crazy and said, "Those old Taoists of Mount Long who want to take you up the mountain? Do you want to be Taoist companions and practice the art of sex?" Morong Tonghuang turned his head away fiercely. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy whose head was caught by the door. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Jiangdong Xianyuan? That's great. Do you know that there's a woman called Xianyuan Qingfeng in this family?" Morong Tonghuang's mind was full of thoughts. He said in a flat tone, "Xianyuan Qingfeng is even more prestigious than the princess in Jianzhou. Why? Did you come here because of her?" Su Fengnian, who had been lifting the curtain with the scabbard, laughed out loud and said, "Because of her? That's right, that's right. I'm about to fall in love with this woman. That's a good way to put it. That guy Wen Hua must be rolling on the ground when he hears it. You know, when he was chased and beaten by this woman, he even flirted with her because she didn't shave her armpit hair clean." Morong Tonghuang stared at this guy in a daze. Was there really something wrong with his head? Su Fengnian put away the embroidered winter and slowly let down the curtain. His stomach full of evil ideas began to ripple. They were actually the private soldiers of the Xianyuan clan. If they wanted to sleep, they could just hand over a pillow. If this crime of killing dozens of people from the escort agency was spread out, he wouldn't be afraid that the 2 provincial governors would be blinded. Right now, the provincial and county system was changing. The 30 or so provincial governors originally in the imperial court were all sharpening their heads, wanting to reach a higher level of enlightenment. During this period of time, it was estimated that the threshold of Grand Secretary Zhang's mansion had been trampled to pieces. There were at least 8 or 9 baskets of name tattoos that had been handed over. This was because regardless of whether it was the administrator or the Jidushi, they could both be said to be real officials of the border. Just in terms of the territory under their jurisdiction, they were practically no different from the monarchs of a country during the spring and autumn period. Although the provincial governors of Hezhou and Jidushi were suppressed by the vassal king Zhao Yi and had no hope of becoming the Jidushi, they could still fight for the administrator's throne. At this critical juncture, Su Fengnian had poked the hornet's nest. He didn't believe that the 2 provincial governors wouldn't admit defeat. Su Zhao's strength lay in that he couldn't make these 2 important ministers become the administrator, but he definitely had the ability to make them lose their positions. When Su Fengnian saw Bluebird holding the Xana spear, he He felt that something was off. He helplessly asked, "Are you tired?" Blue Bird shook her head very seriously. The 90 Phoenix Battalion Light Cavalry swiftly pursued and attacked. The horses' hooves shook the ground, and the crossbows shot out violently. As soon as someone fell off the horse, they would stoop down and stab him, or the crossbowman in the back would accurately shoot another arrow, nailing him to the ground. Fortunately, this was not an official road. Otherwise, the commoners would be scared out of their wits if they saw such a bloody scene. Once defeated, it would become a lifeless hunt. The Baelyang cavalry was originally selected from the Baemang cavalry who were good at fighting. Their horsemanship could compete with the nomadic cavalry of the grasslands of Baemang. Although the Baelyang army could not be said to have swept across the desert in recent years, the border cities and towns of the two countries were crisscrossed with each other. Every year, there would be small and medium-sized fierce battles. This was especially so under the purposeful arrangement of the Great Pillar State Sushao and the tacit cooperation of the Baemang side. The scouts from both sides were habitually grouped into a group of 100 to 120 people to fight in pairs. Once they came into contact with each other, it would be a cruel battle of hunting and counter-hunting. The excellent horsemanship of the Baelyang cavalry was forcefully honed in this way. The soldiers of the Yan Imperial and Guangling vassals were also considered ferocious soldiers in the past. Why was it that in the past decade or so, they were unable to compete with the Baelyang army and fight for the title of the world's greatest hero? It was because the Baelyang had the Baemang as a whetstone. The whetstone had the blood of both sides flowing on it. Before it dried, fresh blood would splash on it. The 20 riders were not able to withstand the slaughter. Soon, only the rider with the woman on his horse was left. Yuan Meng and the rider advanced side by side. The Baelyang knife in his hand was not in a hurry to be unsheathed. He grinned and said, "Brother, if you turn around and obediently go to our family's young master and offer this beauty to him, we will spare your life. If you continue to run, you will become a hedgehog." The rider from the Xianyuan family did not dare to believe it. He wished that his mount had 4 more legs and ran wildly, lashing the horsewhip to death. Yuan Meng laughed coldly and said, "Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" Chapter 283. With a flash of the blade, the head of the knight flew up. The headless corpse swayed and finally fell on the road. Yuan Meng leaped from the back of the horse and jumped onto the horse that had no one to drive it. He pulled the reins and the horse finally stopped. Yuan Meng laughed loudly and said, "Let's go back." Passing by the corpses of the enemy cavalry that were scattered on the road, Yuan Meng said viciously, "Give me another arrow. Remember to shoot the head. If any bastard dares to miss, get off the horse and pick up the arrow." The fearsome light cavalry roared with laughter. It turned out that one of them was trying to show off his skills on the white horse and tried to shoot the eyeball of a corpse. In the end, the eyeball brushed past his face and fell on the ground. Yuan Meng turned his head and scolded with a smile, "Wang Donglin, get off the horse and pick up the arrows one by one. If there is one arrow missing, I will make your ass bleed." The valiant light cavalry soldier called Wang Donglin scolded and got off the horse. He used his Baelyang saber to chop the corpse that caused him to lose face into a pile of mud. Then, he obediently went to the corpses one by one to pull out the arrows. He didn't forget to shout at the top of his lungs, "If anyone dares to talk to His Royal Highness about this, I will not let him off." Yuan Meng's laughter came from afar. "Young chick that hasn't even grown hair yet. How dare you talk about me? His Royal Highness said that when we reach Jianzhou, he will find 2 courtesans for each of us." Wang Donglin, who was pulling out the arrows from the corpses, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. As a result, his face was covered in blood. Su Fengnian had nothing to do, so he personally drove the carriage that Murong Tonghuang was in. The 3 carriages slowly moved forward. The 3 coachmen were His Royal Highness, Spear Immortal Wang Xiu's daughter, and the old god of swords Li Chungang. This group of horses was really terrifying. After meeting up with Yuan Meng, this general tried his best to gently hand Murong Wuzhu over to His Highness the Crown Prince. He scratched his head and grinned. "Killed all of them. No one was left alive." Murong Wuzhu had already fainted after seeing Yuan Tingshan's decapitation technique. It could be said that she was fortunate in her misfortune. Unfortunately, She was picked up by the Xianyuan family's cavalry and jolted violently. She woke up with a start. Her willowy waist was almost broken, and she was in so much pain that her face was covered in cold sweat. After she was brought back to the carriage by the warm hands of an unfamiliar young master, she only knew that her future was uncertain. She was in a daze and did not dare to raise her head. Morong Tonghuang did not look at his sister. He lifted the curtain and looked at the broad back. He asked coldly, "Going to Sword Province?" Su Fengnian didn't turn around. He nodded and said, "Let's go to Mount Longhu and meet Jiangdong Xianyuan." Morong Tonghuang asked, "Who are you? You knew that these knights were puppets of the Xianyuan family, yet you still dared to kill them?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Me? My surname is Fu. My given name is Jun. Jun means gentleman." Morong Tonghuang sneered and let go of the curtain. Out of sight, out of mind. Morong Wuzhu hid in the carriage and endured the pain. She said timidly, "Thank you for saving my life, young master." Fortunately, Su Fengnian had sharp ears and heard it. He said with a smile, "According to the rules of Jianghu, young miss, you have to give yourself to me." Morong Wuzhu was stunned and her cheeks turned red. Morong Tonghuang saw this and frowned. His sister saw his expression and immediately kept quiet out of fear. Her face turned pale. Su Fengnian touched the sore spot and asked, "Why did the Xianyuan family catch you? You and your sister are unarmed. You don't have to become enemies with such an aristocratic family that can be ranked in the top 3 in Jianghu, right? Or is it that young Master Xianyuan covets your beauty?" Since the soft approach didn't work, he used the hard approach. Morong Tonghuang was silent. He pursed his lips tightly and looked cold and determined. It was a sharp contrast to his delicate and weak sister. Even with his Royal Highness's imagination, he still couldn't imagine that the ancestor of the Xianyuan family had taken a fancy to this pair of jade discs. Morong Wuzhu was old enough to be the old man's great-granddaughter. The old cow nibbled on the young grass to the extreme. Su Fengnian waved his hand and said to Yuan Meng, "Take 50 riders to the Hezhou provincial governor's office and tell him the situation here. If the old man is playing dumb with you, you can directly mention Chu Lushan. If not, damn it, I'll have to do it myself." Yuan Meng took the order and left. Morong Tonghuang's face finally became as pale as his sister's. He said with a trembling voice, "You're Chu Lushan's subordinate in Bailiang?" Su Fengnian was a little jealous of this damn fatty's reputation. He said angrily, "Don't worry, Chu Lushan won't touch you." Indeed, according to Lucio, Er's temperament, this fatty would even worship his Royal Highness's dog like his own father and mother. However, how could Morong Tonghuang, who didn't know the inside story, be at ease? Wouldn't it be equally miserable if he fell into the hands of Chu Lushan and that old freak Xuanyuan's hands? He handed the dagger to his sister and said coldly, "Without the dagger, I know you don't have the courage to bite your tongue and commit suicide. This is the last one. Hide it well." Morong Wuzhu took the dagger with trembling hands. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Morong Tonghuang. The convoy drove into Jichang City at the border of Hezhou. In fact, His Royal Highness had all the official plates, but whether he wanted to show them or not depended on his mood. Su Fengnian looked up at the top of the city wall. This city was unfortunately massacred by Su Shao during the Spring and Autumn War. Not 1 out of 10 families was left alive. It was only slightly better than Xiangfan. Su Fengnian drove indifferently into the city gate. Although there were only more than 30 light cavalry guards behind him, the gate guards didn't have the courage to be difficult to deal with. They could make things difficult for anyone, but they couldn't make things difficult for the soldiers. It would be strange if they didn't have a layer of skin ruthlessly peeled off when they encountered a military ruffian with a background. Su Fengnian had a deep impression of Jichang City. The tragic massacre was secondary. The most important thing was that there was a scholar here that Su Shao admired the most when he was young. His surname was Sun and his name was Ping. It was a very simple name that didn't even appear in any official history. There were no poems that were passed down, no romantic affairs or confessions. However, Su Fengnian knew that this young scholar, who argued with the old Grand Secretary until his lips turned blue, was the most far-sighted scholar in Tian City. There, Su Shao, who returned to the capital for the first time, and Yang Taisui, who was not yet the state preceptor, met Sun Ping, a scholar from the Imperial College who was well-versed in Confucianism and had extraordinary debating skills. Sun Ping wasn't even 20 years old yet, but he wrote a total of 21 books to the late emperor, such as Military Affairs, Selected Scholars, and Shu Shu. Unfortunately, all of them sank like stones into the sea. At that time, the emperor was only the most unremarkable prince. He visited the Imperial College 3 times and was regarded as a think tank. In the end, he was attacked by the Qing currents and retreated to his hometown, Jichang City. During the chaotic times of the spring and autumn period, Sun Ping took the blame for the current emperor and was cut in half at the waist in the downtown area of the city. At that time, it was still under the rule of West Chu. That year, he was only 24 years old. The 21 books from back then had already become the guiding principles of the country. Su Xiao often repeated the words that this scholar, who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, had said to him. Scholars can only add flowers to embroidery. Only martial artists can help the common people in their hour of need. The 9 kingdoms of the spring and autumn period are like a large chopping board. Su Xiao, you can just treat yourself as a butcher. Don't do anything else. As long as you chop people up, 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 and chop people up, you'll be able to chop out a peaceful and prosperous era. Su Xiao had done this and thus became the only prince with a different surname in the dynasty. Sun Ping didn't have the opportunity to add flowers to embroidery. Chapter 284. It's on the shelves. Tomorrow, I'll have a proper outburst. Every 10 monthly votes, I'll update it with 1,000 words. The maximum is 15,000 words. P.S. You're also casually smashing the recommendation tickets? After Su Fengnian entered the city, he chose a large inn. According to the dynasty's military regulations, the light cavalry behind him had to go to the government office to submit a military document. Then Zhejiang City would arrange for a military camp to be stationed there. How could His Royal Highness take this seriously? When they alighted from the carriage, Murong Wuzhu and Murong Tonghuang had already put on thick curtained hats to cover their faces. When Murong Wuzhu saw Yu Yue holding Wu Meinyang, she was stunned. Clearly, she didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman in the cavalry. After that soul-stirring robbery and counter-robbery, her spirit was at rock bottom. She lowered her head and followed closely behind Su Fengnian. When she stepped onto the stairs, she suddenly bumped into His Royal Highness's back. She was overwhelmed with shock. She was afraid that she would offend this foreign general who was gentle in speech but ruthless in his methods. However, Su Fengnian only raised his head to size up the 2 large red lanterns hanging at the entrance of the inn. There was a couplet written on them. Not too late, first cast 28. The rooster crows earlier, C33. In the past, he couldn't figure out the meaning of this couplet. When he asked old Huang and Wenhua, he was even more clueless. He beckoned Yu Yue over and asked her. Only then did he know that it was a missing character couplet. The Taoist had a saying that there were 28 constellations and 33 heavens. It was very humorous to use this couplet on lodging. It was enough to show how much the Taoist ancestral court, Mount Longhu, had infiltrated the secular world. When the innkeeper saw that the young master had brought along beautiful women and a large group of tiger-wolf armored soldiers, he didn't dare to be negligent and personally went out to welcome them. He didn't care about the fact that it was difficult for him to bend his back. After seeing this handsome young master in luxurious clothes and jade belt, he couldn't straighten his back and eagerly recommended the inn's signature wine and meat. After receiving the room number, the hungry Su Fengnian asked the innkeeper to set up a table in the small courtyard. A middle-aged woman personally brought a pot of wine. When Su Fengnian wolfed down the food, he only caught a glimpse of her extremely slender waist. Therefore, her plump buttocks were especially shockingly curved. Moving his gaze up, he saw that her chest could also be considered spectacular. The innkeeper had a shifty-eyed appearance and wasn't very likable. However, this young woman, who was probably the innkeeper's wife, was plump and attractive. It seemed that the inn was determined to serve this group of foreign military lords well. When the young woman saw that the guests at the table had brought their own bowls and chopsticks, silver chopsticks inlaid with jade, emerald wine cups, and a servant girl in green clothes to test for poison, she was even more alarmed. Su Fengnian nibbled on a piece of pastry and raised his head to ask with a smile, This pastry is not bad. What is it called? The young woman carefully placed the pot of wine on the table and bent her waist to curtsy. Her plump chest bounced up and down as she spoke with a unique, charming voice, reporting to the young master, "This is my own specialty lampcore cake." When Su Fengnian heard that pleasant accent, he exclaimed in surprise, "Madam is from Wuzhou. This accent is authentic Wuhonghu dialect. It's very pleasant to the ears. Compared to the Piling Creek dialect, it's softer and more glutinous." The young woman covered her mouth with one hand and held her chest with the other. She smiled sweetly and said, "Young master has good hearing. Even some Wuzhou natives can't distinguish between Wuhonghu and Piling Creek accents." Su Fengnian waved his hand and smiled with squinted eyes. "If madam doesn't mind, please sit down and chat. I'm afraid that madam will be tired if she stands." The quick-witted young woman, who was looking around, saw that when the handsome young master said this, his eyes quietly swept across her chest. She secretly rejoiced in her heart and did not pretend to be shy. She openly sat down. She knew that she was no longer in her prime. If she pretended to be a young girl, it would only annoy people. She might as well be straightforward and rely on her mature and plump body to tease men. However, after entering the courtyard, she did not dare to look carefully. She only focused on the handsome man in front of her. After sitting down and looking around, she suddenly felt ashamed of her inferiority. The woman with the white cat in her arms was really beautiful. Although she could not see the faces of the three women with curtains covering their faces, her refined temperament made her feel as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She wanted to cry but had no tears. This time, she had lost a lot of face. Fortunately, the young master did not dislike her and talked to her about the local customs of Wuzhou. This made her originally dead heart reignite. She thought to herself, could it be that this handsome young man is tired of eating bird's nest and shark's fin, and wants to try this unpresentable but tasteful lampwick cake? Su Fengnian suddenly asked, "Who has Xianyuan taken a fancy to recently?" The young woman subconsciously said, "Young master, are you talking about the brother and sister of the Morong family? I heard that recently they will be brought to Mount Hui. The young scholars in Jianzhou who are in love with them are stomping their feet and cursing them." Su Fengnian gently smiled and said, "Which Xianyuan young master is so lucky? The elder sister is called Morong Wuzhu and the younger brother is called Morong Tonghuang. They are the most famous pair of beauties in the neighboring Jianzhou. There is even a ballad to praise them. It is said that they will be able to go to the imperial palace in the capital in the future. Isn't there a Wutong palace in the capital?" When the siblings were born, an immortal elder revealed the will of heaven and left a ballad as a prophecy. The general meaning is that the male and female will enter the Wutong palace together. The young woman saw the gentle smile on the young master's face and drank a mouthful of wine. She became bolder and whispered, "I also heard that the Xianyuan family is afraid that the siblings are too famous and will spread to the imperial palace. Isn't there a rouge review in the Jianghu? In order to prevent the Morong family from being listed on the review board, the Xianyuan family's ancestor put in a lot of effort." Su Fengnian narrowed his phoenix eyes. The purple-red mark between his eyebrows was like a vertical eyebrow. He became more and more elegant. He said softly and playfully, "Then isn't the taste of the Xianyuan family's ancestor a bit too heterogeneous? He won't even let Morong Tonghuang go?" The young woman was already stunned. She only came back to her senses when the maidservant in green coughed. She lowered her head to drink wine to cover up her embarrassment. She raised her head to look at the young master and smiled charmingly. "I heard that Morong Tonghuang is more beautiful than a woman." Chapter 285. Princess Jing, and sat at the table while the Morong siblings stood behind Su Fengnian. Their expressions were different. Morong Wuzhu was sad, worried and helpless. She just stared at the back of Xianyuan and felt that she had luckily grasped onto a life-saving straw. No matter how big of a storm Xianyuan would cause, or whether this straw would be broken by the deep-rooted Xianyuan family, she was not a tenacious woman. If it wasn't for her brother's insistence, even if she was taken to Mount Hui to be Xuanyuan's plaything, she would only cry a few times and accept her fate. Morong Tonghuang was furious. He pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Madam, tell me how handsome Morong Tonghuang is." I don't believe that a man can be that handsome. Morong Tonghuang snorted coldly behind him. If the last dagger wasn't given to Morong Wuju, he would have stabbed him in the back. The proprietress had a strange look in her eyes and goosebumps. She mistakenly thought that the young master in front of her had a scholarly hobby. Su Fingnian's face was full of grievances, causing the lady boss's heart to ache so much that she wished she could pull him into her embrace and show him some tender affection. Immediately, her expression returned to normal, her elegant eyebrows raised, and in an instant, she displayed the flirtatious charm of a young married woman. A woman's charm, indeed, the young had their good points, and the mature had their good points. She charmingly said, "This servant has also not truly seen him. I only heard that his appearance can cause the lotus to not bloom." Su Fingnian nodded and said with emotion, "Xian Yuan is indeed worthy of the name of a womanizer." No matter how ignorant the young woman was, she still knew that Xuan Yuan's family background was splendid. She nervously reminded him, "Young master, you should be careful with your words. Although this is not Jianzhou, it's better to be safe than sorry." Su Fingnian smiled and nodded. "I appreciate your kindness, but I can't repay you. I can only ask for more wine and snacks." The proprietress was very tactful. She enchantingly stood up and curtsied again. Her chest immediately trembled as she turned and walked out of the courtyard. Su Fingnian waited until she left the courtyard before he let the three beauties take off their restraints and sit down to eat. When the Morong siblings saw Princess Jing'an's appearance, they were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect that there was such a cool beauty in this world. Morong Wuju's eyes dimmed. Morong Tonghuang quietly sighed in relief. His hostility towards the unfathomable general's son dissipated a little. Su Fingnian looked at the three people eating slowly. He asked Bluebird to fetch a Bailiang short crossbow from the Phoenix Battalion. In the world's military, custom-made was a very sensitive key. From the Bailiang army to the small bows, crossbows, and sabers, all of the regulations were clear and organized. Not to mention the Bailiang sabers, the crossbow in His Royal Highness' hands was also very particular. The crossbow was a crossbow with a horizontal posture. It was different from the bow, which could be shot immediately. The advantage of a crossbow was that the string could be drawn and the shot could be separated. The Bailiang crossbow had the ability to shoot continuously. This crossbow could shoot 4 pearls consecutively. Su Fingnian lowered his head. His fingers stroked the short crossbow's hanging blade, and the hook with a concentrated expression. Morong Tonghuang asked seemingly unintentionally, "Crossbow?" Su Fingnian did not pay him any attention. He just remembered the Bailiang army's famous flowing crossbows. The crossbowmen rode their horses and roamed the battlefield, shuttling back and forth, sniping the enemy's generals and taking their lives from a distance of 100 paces. They were one of the Bailiang's renowned elite troops. It was not easy to become a flowing crossbowman. One's horsemanship and archery had to be outstanding. They were ranked first among the 6 classes of soldiers in Bailiang. There were more than 1,200 of them in total. Among them, 600 were organized into the Big Hut Battalion, and the rest were mostly scouts and roaming sentries. There was an unwritten rule in Bailiang. If a Baimang's son wanted to go to the border to earn real military merit, he must first be trained by the old soldiers to lose a few layers of skin and a few pounds of meat. If he was qualified and outstanding, he would be thrown into the sentry battalion as a scout. Only after fighting with the Bailiang spies with real swords and spears and cutting off 3 heads, would he be considered to have a foothold in the Bailiang army. Not long ago, Li Hanlin sent a letter saying that he had successfully become a roaming sentinel. He had dreamed of running into those barbarians in Baimang. In the letter, he said that when his father heard that he was not content to stay in the rear and instead went to work as a scout, he was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He did not have time to attend to the government affairs and rushed to the border military town, wanting to kidnap the only son of the Li family, who was going to carry on the Li family's ancestral line, and bring him home. He almost had a conflict with the Bailiang army. Fortunately, de Zhugua rushed back to the border from the capital and persuaded Li Hanlin, who was about to take the post of Bailiang's Taoist strategist, to go back. It was the Baimang that had been waging war all year round in the Liang dynasty. Su Fingnian was in a daze. The frontier poets of the dynasty liked to view the barbarians as animals that drank raw meat and drank blood. In the 100 barbarian country, the people were valiant. The barbarian soldiers were all armored cavalry, and there were hundreds of thousands of soldiers who controlled the strings. From the emperor to the common people, there was a custom of widowing after the death of the father, the wife after the death of the mother, the wife after the death of the elder brother. In the eyes of the dynasty, this was simply shocking and had no morals to speak of. However, the biggest scandal of Beimeng in recent years was that a woman who had caused chaos in the palace had become the emperor. In 30 years, she had served 3 emperors, of which 2 were father and son. The last emperor, who had only ascended the throne for 13 days, could even be considered her nephew. This was something that was absolutely unimaginable in the Liang dynasty. It was said that this empress had 3,000 male companions. She was over 50 years old, but she was still very lustful. A few years ago, she had even sent a secret envoy to send a message to Su Xiao. As long as Su Xiao was willing to surrender to Beimeng, she was willing to be his wife and share the world with him. Su Xiao was also straightforward with this huge meat pie that could sow discord and win him over. He first killed the envoy and then sent a message to Beimeng. It was just 5 words. Slave Su still thinks I'm too old. Su Fengnian smiled. Su Xiao was too vicious. That old woman was the empress of Beimeng, but he still thought she was too old to be his servant. However, that old woman's scheming was really terrifying. She was not angry at this monstrous humiliation. She just laughed it off. Su Fengnian put down his crossbow and looked up to see the unhappy Morong Tong Huang. He frowned and said, "Don't put on airs in front of me. Even a stray cat or dog on the roadside knows how to wag its tail." Morong Tong Huang's eyes were cold as he stared at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian stretched out his hand and flicked the embroidered winter's scabbard. The embroidered winter rose up and with a bang, the most famous beautiful youth in Jianzhou staggered back and fell to the ground. Su Fengnian sneered and said, "I'm not that pervert Xinyuan Pan. I'm not interested in you. So what if you look like a woman? Can you give birth to a son for me? A mule born from a donkey and a mare? Do you know that? You're one." Murong Wuzhu was stunned by Su Fengnian's vicious words. Murong Tonghuang lowered his head and squeezed out a laugh from the gap between his teeth. It was unknown where Murong Wuzhu's courage came from. He held a dagger with both hands and faced Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian picked up the crossbow again and pressed it against Murong Tonghuang's head. Murong Wuzhu, whose face was full of tears, cried out in alarm, "No!" Murong Tonghuang raised his head. The crossbow was pressed against his forehead. He looked up at Su Fengnian and unexpectedly smiled. His smile could bring disaster to a country and its people. It was especially natural and charming. He said softly, "I know I'm wrong." Murong Wuzhu's dagger fell to the ground. He stared at Murong Tonghuang in a daze as if he was staring at a stranger. Princess Jing and smiled strangely. Yu Yue did not look at this scene. She stroked Wu Menyang's soft hair. Su Fengnian squatted down and looked at that face. He said calmly, "So pitiful." Chapter 286. Chapter 1. 4,000 Words. Yang Qingfeng participated in the hunt for Yuan Tingshan. He had learned a wide variety of skills and was proficient in unorthodox methods. He was good at controlling animals. Xu Xiu, who was born as a witch in Nanjiang, was not bad either. She had many secret techniques. She kept a distance of 100 steps from Yang Qingfeng and advanced side by side. Ningame threw away the bow iron halberd. With the halberd pouch on her back and 2 flying halberds in her hands, she led more than a dozen light cavalry to abandon their horses and enter the forest. Assuming a fan-shaped formation, she held short crossbows and charged forward. Judumi priest Wei Xiang's body was like a mountain elf, leaping from branch to branch, coordinating with Ningame. The 3 tracking forces cast an inescapable net in pursuit of the young swordsman. After Yang Qingfeng entered the forest, he bent down from time to check for clues on the ground. At first, he could still see footprints in the forest, deep and shallow. It was easy to chase, but soon the footprints began to fade. His footsteps suddenly widened. The escape route was no longer as simple as simply stepping on the ground. Instead, it was placed on tree trunks or rocks. Yang Qingfeng stopped and squatted down. He stretched out 2 sickly snow-white fingers to pinch some soil and sniffed it. His other hand took out 3 red-clawed black rats from a small pouch tied around his waist. He sprinkled the soil on the tips of their noses, and the little fellows scurried into the depths of the forest. Xu Xian came to Yang Qingfeng's side at some point and said lightly, "I didn't expect this kid to have some skills. I think we should just split up and completely widen the distance between us. Otherwise, if we accidentally hang ourselves on a tree, we won't have the face to see His Highness." The gloomy Yang Qingfeng nodded. He didn't want to work with this woman. It would be best if he could do it alone. He could also use some of his hidden tricks. Xu Xiu didn't dare to neglect His Royal Highness's important task. She waved her sleeves and changed direction. Like a goshawk, she soared into the sky. She stepped on the branches like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. After several bounces, she stood at the top of the tree. However, she didn't open her eyes to look into the distance. Instead, she closed her eyes and wrinkled her small nose. She suddenly opened her eyes and the corners of her mouth curled. Her delicate body swooped down quickly. She changed direction in the forest and chased after a breath. The swordsman was very cunning. He had already carefully and deliberately concealed his footprints. However, Xu Xiu was still able to follow him by relying on the breath that was against the wind. She muttered seductively, "Little guy is really naughty. Sister is so tired that I'm sweating all over. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons." In less than an hour, Xu Xiu successfully saw the swordsman's back twice. One time, the swordsman didn't run away. Instead, he ambushed Xu Xiu. His whole robust body was like a gecko sticking to the trunk of a tree. If Xu Xiu hadn't sensed that the breath had become heavier and determined that the swordsman was nearby, she would have been cut in half by the swordsman's saber. After Xu Xiu nimbly dodged this fierce and murderous strike, she retreated. Her hands and feet were glued to the trunk of a nearby tree. She looked down at the young swordsman who was grinning maliciously. She gently patted her heavy chest with one hand and said with a charming smile, "Oh little brother, you don't even know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Sister was worried about you all the way here for nothing." Yuan Tingshan, who was being chased by this woman like a shadow, wasn't flustered at all. He sheathed his saber and said with a mischievous smile, "My little brother isn't small. If sister doesn't believe me, when it's just the two of us later, Yuan Tingshan will definitely make sister ecstatic." Xu Xiu, who was glued to the tree like a spider, said with a charming look, "Your little mouth is really sweet." Yuan Tingshan's ears kept trembling slightly. He tapped his legs with his saber. The 2 heavy lead weights wrapped around his calves shattered and fell to the ground. He said with a smile, "Sister's lover will be here soon. Little brother doesn't have the hobby of fighting 2 dragons and 1 phoenix. I'll leave first." If sister's mother was still here, she could have called sister to roll in bed with little brother. Sister is so beautiful. Presumably mother's charm is still there. With 2 peaks confronting each other, little brother will be captured without a fight. Unfortunately, only sister is here today. Forgive me for not accompanying you. While he was flirting, Yuan Tingshan, who had lost more than 10 jin of weight on his legs, retreated with unusual agility. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Xu Xiu, who wasn't in a hurry to chase, slowly landed on the ground. She stuck out her small lilac tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. She clicked her tongue and laughed, teasing this old lady. After this close combat, the quick-witted Yuan Tingshan began to flee with the wind. He no longer went against the wind and left clues for Xu Xiu. This made Xu Xiu's anger soar. After she reunited with Yang Qingfeng by the stream, she saw Yang Qingfeng squatting on the ground to pick up a heavy iron inner jacket. Nearby, a black rat was nailed to the ground by a branch. Xu Xiu's mood improved. She looked across the stream and sniffed. She frowned and said, "This boy's martial arts are still okay, but he's as cunning as a fox. It's not a good idea to continue chasing him. Practicing lightness kung fu is clearly the stupid path of carrying a monolith. I estimate that he's carrying at least 20 jin of weight. You and I are not afraid of competing with just the strength of our legs. But he's going to attack faster and faster. The one surnamed Yang, don't fail miserably at such an easy task. Lu Qiantang is dead. Don't fall here. Sister is very lonely. Yang Qingfeng snorted coldly. Stepping on a rock, she prepared to leap across the stream. Although Xu Xiu seemed to be chatting idly, she had been sniffing Yuan Tingshan's scent all along. It drifted over from a distance. In addition, there were footprints on the ground by the stream. Logically speaking, they should have crossed the stream and entered the forest. But as Xu Xiu sniffed, her expression changed dramatically. Be careful. Her voice had barely faded when the water in the middle of the stream splashed up violently. He had accurately calculated the flow of Yang Qingfeng's qi. At the critical moment when Yang Qingfeng's body was slanting downwards, this ruthless saber stabbed out at the perfect moment. Fortunately, Yang Qingfeng's legs kicked against the cloud and rose up, forcibly raising her body by 10 feet. But if she stopped there, Yuan Tingshan's determined saber strike could still seriously injure Yang Qingfeng's legs. Xu Xiu's mind was instantly filled with hundreds of thoughts. Gritting her teeth, she kicked out a pebble with the tip of her foot, which violently shot toward Yuan Tingshan's Taiyang acupoint. In this rapidly changing situation, the outsider Xu Xiu held the initiative. If she did not interfere, Yang Qingfeng would most likely be at a disadvantage. Xu Xiu's kick could be divided into two subtle situations. If the pebble hit the blade, it would be most beneficial for Yang Qingfeng to get out of this predicament. But this pebble was aimed directly at Yuan Tingshan's Achilles heel. Xu Xiu's plan of sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight could be said to be ingenious. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan Tingshan withdrew his saber and blocked the pebble. His body sank into the stream, and then he exploded the stream water and swept to the opposite bank. Laughing loudly, he said, "Sister, you have a new lover, but you still don't forget your old one. You're so greedy. Be careful not to overfill your stomach." Expressionless, Yang Qingfeng's toes tapped on the surface of the water. Like a swallow, she swept to the opposite bank. She said flatly, "I owe you one." Xu Xiu narrowed her eyes and did not say anything. Chapter 287. Chapter 2. With a calm and collected face, Su Fengnian left the city together with the old god of swords to visit the tombs. The accompanying green bird brought along Xichang City's most famous Angelica wine. Li Chenggang mocked. How can such a soft-hearted person accomplish such a dog-fart important matter? There are so many pitiful people under the heavens. Do you have 3 heads and 6 arms or what? Can you take care of them all? Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, I already don't like the Xianyuan family, which is one of the top 3 families in the martial world. Now that I finally have something to use against them, if I don't go to the bull gang and cause a ruckus, I'll be sorry for being chased out by Xianyuan Qingfeng. Doesn't the Xianyuan family see siblings as food on the plate? I'll make the meat in my mouth fall into my own plate. If he's not convinced, he can make a move. When the time comes, it's no big deal for the old senior to open the gates of heaven again. The old god of swords glanced at him and said, Can you stop scheming against this old man all the time? Now that you don't have Jiang and I to support you, if you really annoy this old man, he'll open the gates of heaven with his sword. Su Fengnian changed the topic and asked, What kind of person is that old Xianyuan guy? I heard that if this pervert doesn't have a woman for a day, his eyes will turn red, his cheeks will become red like fire, and his skin will crack and his tendons will twitch. It sounds like he's possessed by the devil. The old man with the sheepskin fur coat thought for a moment and said with a crooked mouth, What else can he be like? Su Fengnian said helplessly, Tell me in detail. We're about to go to Mount Hui to cause trouble, so we have to know ourselves and the enemy. If we go down the mountain with great fanfare, and end up rolling down the mountain with our tails between our legs, that woman Xianyuan Qingfeng will laugh her head off. Li Chenggang had an impatient expression and said lightly, This old man can probably be considered half a martial genius, but he can't compare to Wang Xianji. Su Fengnian whispered, Nonsense, if he's the same as Wang Xianji, why would I go to the bull gang? The old god of swords kicked his royal highnesses, but and turned around to ask Blue Bird for Angelica wine to quench his thirst. In the end he was met with a cold look. He sighed and said, Brat, you only care about showing off in front of the siblings. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. And it sounded like he had been lustful and disrespectful all these years, but it was not that simple. This fellow had been proficient in Buddhism since a long time ago. In addition, his inner strength was already profound when he was in the prime of his life. He used the yin cauldron to supplement the yang cauldron to adjust the heart obstacle. Once he succeeded, he would have achieved immortality and his cultivation would be comparable to the great Shinran of Taoism. It's up to you whether you want to go to Mount Huishan. Su Fingnian rubbed his chin and thought about it seriously. The old god of swords asked softly, "Which one do you like between the siblings?" Su Fingnian's mouth twitched. "Old senior, you're wrong." The old god of swords said, "Indeed, with that guy who borrowed your spring thunder embroidered winter double blades, I'm afraid Morong Tonghuang won't catch your eye. Then when do you make a move on that white fox face? The later it is, the more you can't beat him. You won't even have the chance to force yourself on him. Actually, this old man can teach you a simple method. You just have to think of yourself as a woman. That white fox face is a man. Anyway, he's the most beautiful woman in the world. You won't lose out." Su Fingnian felt his hair stand on end and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He was full of grief and indignation. Li Chungang said disdainfully, "What? You want to fight with this old man?" Su Fingnian immediately flattered. "How can I? I'm still waiting for old senior's sword to go against the flow of the six-layered waterfall and flood that bull mound." Li Chungang said disdainfully, "Virtue." After leaving Zhejiang City, they walked for 2 hours before they finally found a lonely grave. Weeds grew crazily in the 3-foot-long grave. Su Fingnian squatted down and pulled out the weeds that wrapped around the tombstone. He looked at the tombstone that was less than 3 feet tall, and remained silent. After more than 20 years of cold wind and rain, the writing was already mottled and unclear. He could only vaguely see the fragmented sentences. The sun rises from the East Sea. The earth's chi surges boundlessly. The sun sets in Kunlun. The vault of heaven returns to rest. Spring and autumn return to spring and autumn. The sound of horses' hooves breaking the sound of reading books. I will encompass the universe. The vastness is the same as Qingming. The old god of swords had nothing to do, so he squatted down and squinted at the broken text on the tombstone, clicking his tongue in wonder. Su Fingnian took the wine from Blue Bird and slowly sprinkled it in front of the grave. The grave was at the top of the mountain. After offering a pot of wine, Su Fingnian sat on the ground and looked at the fields in the distance. He muttered to himself, "I've always been good at writing, so I can only spend money to buy some poems from the scholars of Bailiang. Second sister was right. Most of the poems I bought were just to express my worries. When read out loud, it's like a resentful woman crying for love. It's unbearable to the ear. But why can't the one in the grave live a few more years and write a few more sentences? 50 years of great work, told to the mountain ghosts." The old god of swords sat cross-legged and took off his boots. He picked his toes with his fingers and brought them to his nose for a sniff. He chuckled and said, "If he's dead, he's dead. The one in the grave is not bad. There are still people coming to visit his grave. Like this old man, who would bring wine to the grave after his death and sweep the grave and pull out weeds." Su Fingnian nodded and said, "That's true." The old man rubbed the soles of his feet and turned his head to ask, "Young Su, do you think you're pitiful?" Su Fingnian laughed involuntarily and said, "Me? I'm the Motherf * king heir of Bailiang. Didn't someone from the previous dynasty say that I'll be the food of a cauldron when I'm alive and be cooked in a cauldron when I'm dead? I was born with mountains of gold and silver, and didn't have to worry about food and clothing. There aren't many people in the world who care about food and clothing more than I do. Now that I even have hereditary inheritance, I still * king feel pitiful. I'd rather hang myself with my hair or suffocate myself to death with a woman's breasts. That's why I only feel pity for the descendants of a fallen country, and the Jianghu assassins who went to Bailiang Palace to seek death. I don't think they're hateful. Since I'm Su Zhao's son, I should have this awareness. There's no such thing as enjoying life without suffering the cold or hunger. I still had some resentment before I left with old Huang, but it's gone now." The old god of swords laughed and said, "You're quite open-minded." Su Fingnian said self-deprecatingly, "Actually, I'm also worried." Li Chungang smiled and asked, "What are you worried about?" Su Fingnian pulled up a weed and flicked the dirt off its roots. He put it in his mouth and chewed carefully. He said, I'm just worried about not being able to learn the two-sleeved green snake. The old god of swords said heroically, this old man's supreme art isn't something that can be learned so easily. Su Fengnian said softly, actually, I know that Senior's 216 green snakes are like forging iron, making the big yellow court in my body more stable. As for how much of the two-sleeved green snake's essence I can learn, it's all up to fate, right? Li Chungang narrowed his eyes and said slowly, you're indeed not stupid. To put it bluntly, the two-sleeved green snake's sword moves are already extremely complicated, almost untraceable. Even if you wanted to learn it, you wouldn't know where to start. As for the sword opening the gate of heaven, it's purely sword intent, so you won't be able to learn it. Su Fengnian sighed bitterly while Bluebird smiled behind him. The old god of swords also picked up a weed and chewed it. He spat it out and said, next, this old man will have to trouble you a little to feed you moves. Kid, don't bite off more than you can chew. First, you'll have to work on those 20 moves that you've pieced together. Actually, this old man's punches and kicks are enough to deal with Wang Mingyin. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, the old god of swords wiped his face and said, if little Jiang was here, she would definitely say that this old man doesn't even have a draft for bragging. Su Fengnian chuckled. He thought about which corner Miss Hehe was hiding in, waiting to make a move. The three of them went down the mountain and walked on the path in the field. Kid Su, you really don't have any thoughts about that beauty called Morong Tong Huang? This kind of twin lotus flower on one stalk is hard to distinguish between male and female. It can be called an immortal item. Even with this old man's outstanding eyesight, it's a once-in-a-century chance. Are you really not tempted? You can be tempted. This old man can turn a blind eye to your beastly behavior this time. Just think that Morong Tong Huang is a woman. When the lights are dark at night, can you tell who is Morong Wuzhu and who is Morong Tong Huang? Can you tell who is male and who is female? Kid, why don't you fart? Old senior, I can't beat you in a fight now. What? Little brat, don't think that this old man will feed you moves. In the future, I'll still use the two-sleeved green snake to take care of you. Don't. Then do you want to eat this pair of twin lotus flowers on one stalk? Get lost. Kid, you've been holding it in for more than a year, haven't you? Get lost. How can the word miserable be enough to describe it? There are so many peerless beauties in front of you, but you can't even eat a single one of them. Miserable, miserable. Old senior, can I get lost? Bluebird walked behind, listening to His Royal Highness and the old god of swords bickering. She smiled like a lotus flower in clear water. Chapter 288. Chapter 3. In the mountain forest, danger lurked everywhere. Xu Xiu, Yang Qingfeng, Ning Mei, and Wei Shuyang's groups gathered together. They all felt a sense of powerlessness and frustration. Several times, they wanted to surround and capture him, but in the end, that brat found an opportunity to escape. He was as slippery as a loach. One time, Ning Mei's short halberd even pierced that person's arm. That brat forcibly withstood a blow from old Taoist Mi's sleeve, and used the momentum to roll a few times. Full of viciousness, he left behind a sentence, "Grandson, this grandfather will definitely return the favor double in the future." His shoulder knocked aside a Phoenix Battalion light cavalry behind him, and he once again fled into the shadows of the forest. The light cavalry was heavily injured by that ferocious collision. Yang Qingfeng's 3 red-clawed rats were all dead, and the last 2 had been crushed to death by that brat. Xu Xiu's expression was extremely unsightly. The best opportunity had been when that brat with a mouth full of obscenities had been shot by a powerful crossbow and forced into a dead end. However, with Xu Xiu's 2 hands and the vigorous internal energy that could activate the red armor of the Talisman General, she was only able to slap that brat surnamed Yuan into a tree. The thick tree had already been snapped, but he was still alive. This definitely wasn't Xu Xiu's intention to slowly play with him like a cat catching a rat. With one hand, she should have slapped that brat until his insides split open. Xu Xiu couldn't figure out the strangeness of this situation. If it was a simple superposition of martial strength, this side was definitely much stronger than that brat. However, Yuan Tingshan's bladesmanship was firm and unyielding, and his temperament was rather cautious. In addition, he seemed to have a keen sense of danger. Twice, when the net was just a hair away from closing, he was able to escape. Ningame cupped some water from the stream and patted his face. He calmly said, "This person is a natural scout." Xu Xiu was slightly angered. "General Ning, if we can't capture this person, then we shouldn't leave the mountain." The paralyzed Yang Qingfeng expressionlessly said, "With His Royal Highness Gerfalcons helping to keep an eye on him, we can capture him." Xu Xiu's anger flared even more. She mocked, "You're really promising." Wei Shuyang acted as the peacemaker. "No rush, no rush. The Phoenix Battalion is familiar with traveling at night. We'll chase for one more night. If we still can't find him tomorrow morning, we'll immediately leave the mountain and head to Zhejiang City. At that time, if your highness is angry, this humble Taoist will bear it." His expression, he turned his head and asked without a change of expression. He turned his head and asked. Because they were busy chasing after the enemy, they didn't have time to retrieve many of the arrows that were shot out. Other than the one who was heavily injured, the other 9 members of the Phoenix Battalion reported the number of arrows they had shot out. Ningame said, "Let's redistribute it. Zhu Ji Yizhenfu, you two escort the injured Xiao Donglu. Purposely keep a distance from us and act as bait." Without any hesitation, the 2 white horses replied, "Understood." Wei Shuyang couldn't bear it. He said softly, "General Ning, isn't this a little?" Ningame, whose voice was as soft as that of the young woman from Wuzhou in Jigang City, smiled. She did not explain anything, but Xu Xiong could see the determination in this general's eyes. Xu Xiu couldn't help but ask, "General Ning, are you sure that kid will fall into the trap?" Ningame said calmly, "Yuan Tingshan has a vengeful personality. He's also very opportunistic. Even if there's a risk, he's willing to take a gamble. In this encirclement, I can see that this person has always believed in his gamble." Xu Xiu said, "Oh." She didn't say anything else. As long as the mission was completed, the death of a few light cavalry was nothing to her. But in her heart, her evaluation of this good-tempered Bailiang general increased. An hour later, Yuan Tingshan squatted on a branch and stared at the 3 light cavalry that had left the formation. The wound on his arm had been bandaged, and the short halberd was in his mouth. To kill or not to kill? Yuan Tingshan was hesitating. He could kill people with a sharp blade, but he could also cut flesh with a blunt blade. Even with his strong will, he was cursing in his heart. An originally easy mission had turned into such a miserable state. Even a clay bodhisattva would have some anger. Yuan Tingshan believed that in terms of talent, he was not inferior to the disciples of the aristocratic families. Among the Xianyuan brothers on the Bull Mound, 2 of them had left the mountain to travel the Jianghu to earn their reputation as heroes. One of them had almost had the tendons in his arms and legs broken, while the other had some real skills. They fought to a draw, but Yuan Tingshan only lost in terms of moves. If he really fought with his life on the line, he was confident that he could cripple the elegant aristocratic family disciple within 100 moves. A cold smile appeared on Yuan Tingshan's face. Reincarnation was very important. If one was born into a good mother's womb, they would be able to easily obtain top-tier secret manuals. With the guidance of an expert in the family, they would be stable. The people of the same age from the aristocratic families would pretend to be extraordinary. If they could not beat them, they could just cry to their parents. It would be difficult to suffer even if they wanted to. Song Kelly was undoubtedly one of the best among these people. Yuan Tingshan lowered his head and looked at the padao that was as inconspicuous as his own. What could he rely on? He could only rely on this damn padao to carve out a future for himself. Hateful. Hateful, I should kill. Kill. I don't believe that I will die here. As long as I don't live long enough. Even the king of hell will not be able to take my life. Yuan Tingshan bit the short halberd and was about to jump down from the branch. His body instantly stiffened like a full moon bow. Someone above him laughed. At this critical moment, Yuan Tingshan was about to fight to the death. That person said softly, "Don't regret it." Yuan Tingshan did not move at all. He did not hesitate to reverse the flow of his qi. Blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth due to his internal injuries. However, his mind was extremely clear. No one wants to buy your life. I am too lazy to kill you. I just find it fun to see you running around. I don't want you to die so early. Yuan Tingshan gritted his teeth and asked, Who are you? There was no response. Yuan Tingshan risked looking up and saw a little girl squatting on a swaying branch. She was carrying a golden sunflower. On the tree and under the tree, they stared at each other. Other than an old man who taught me how to kill, I usually only talk to the dead or those who are about to die. If you speak more than 20 words, you will die even if you don't. How many words have you seen? The girl spoke very stiffly. At the end of her sentence, the corners of her mouth curled up. Yuan Tingshan's chi surged. He was not only bleeding from the corner of his mouth, but also from his 7 orifices. However, at this moment, his blade emitted an inch-long bluish-purple glow. That day, he went deep into Mount Longhu with Xianyuan Qingfeng and saw a middle-aged Taoist fishing. He was the only one who ate all the vermilion fruits. At first, Yuan Tingshan did not think much of it. However, when he went down the mountain and boarded the boat, he heard a voice. It was that Taoist's voice. He only said the words dragon spits water. However, when he looked around, he could not see that Taoist. Then his qi began to roll. When he arrived at Mount Hui, he vomited blood all the way up the mountain. When he arrived at Sixfold Waterfall, he almost crawled under the dragon spits water. Later, he had to carry the torrential water on his back. With his physique, it was reasonable to say that he could hold on for half an hour. Any longer, and he would hurt his internal organs and meridians. However, he sat there for 24 hours. It was indescribably mysterious. His realm advanced rapidly. This was the biggest reason why Yuan Tingshan dared to use his blade against that young master on the white horse. Now he only lacked a secret blade technique manual. Yuan Tingshan raised his blade and chopped off half of the branches of the towering tree. At some point, the little girl was squatting on a nearby tree. She was still carrying that eyesore of a sunflower. She said calmly, Hey, your realm advanced. This time, Yuan Tingshan was really running for his life. Chapter 289. The original name of Yanqi Pass had long been forgotten. It became Yanqi Pass only because a poet from the frontier fortress of the previous dynasty said that the southern geese wept to the north. This pass was heavily guarded by Bailiang. With one man guarding the pass, it forcibly blocked the northern barbarians' passage to the south. Dark clouds covered the city, wind and rain filled the buildings, and sand and rolling stones were flying in the desert. However, in the distance, one could vaguely see Bailiang soldiers continuing to train in the sandstorm. Bailiang was as cold and bitter as the Bailiang cavalry. Further north, although there were more deserts, there were also patches of fertile water plants. The area around Yanqi Pass was completely desolate and barren. A white-clothed man stood at the top of the city wall. On his left was Dian Xiongzong, who looked like a western lion. On his right was Wei Fuqing, who looked like a poor old pedant. Dian Xiongzong, who held 6,000 iron stupa heavy cavalry, opened his bloody mouth and stood at the top of the city wall for a long time. In the end, he couldn't help but roar, General, now that Bailiang Road has been established, it's natural for the great general to be the Jadushi. Whoever dares to snatch this position, old Dian will chop him down with an axe. But why should the governor of Feng Province, Li Gongda, be the administrator? This old fellow claims to be the second best at making money, and no one says he's the first. How can he govern Bailiang? Bah, I'll spit on his face. Old Dian, I'll say the ugly words here. If Li Gongda has the guts to be the administrator, we'll take 6,000 cavalry and slaughter him. Wei Fuqing's body was weak. As the wind and sand blew, he coughed repeatedly. He raised his sleeve to cover his mouth and said vaguely, Don't talk nonsense. The administrator is not a rare thing. It doesn't matter who sits in this position. As for the supervisor, I don't know which guy the imperial court will send to take this position. Dian Xiongzong said carelessly, Wei Fuzi, you're King poor and fastidious. How is the administrator not a good thing? Shouldn't the second most important official in Bailiang be our general? Wei Fuqing waved his sleeve and said with a helpless smile, You're a guy who only has strength but not brains. If the administrator is the general, then it will be a big problem. If the imperial court wants to do this, and the general doesn't refuse, Teacher Wei stopped speaking halfway. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the rolling black clouds in the sky. He sighed softly. Stunned, Dian Xiongniu said. What do you mean? Wei Fuzi, it's not like you don't know that old Dian's head was kicked by a horse when he was a child. It's useless. Whenever I move my head hurts. This was absolutely true. The third-rank military officer, Dian Xiongzong, had incomparable strength at a young age. One time he was dragging a horse in reverse on the street. In the end he was turned around and trampled by the crazy horse. Not to mention his body, his head was ruthlessly trampled by the horse's hooves. It was a miracle that he didn't die. However, everyone in Bailiang was well aware that General Dian's brain had nothing to do with whether it had been trampled by horses or not. Wei Fuqing was rendered speechless by this scoundrel's scoundrelly behavior. After carefully weighing his words, he said slowly, You want the general to go to Liangzhou City to be the administrator, to deal only with official documents all year round, and to ignore all military affairs in Bailiang? Dian Xiong was stunned. This, from beginning to end, the white-clothed Qinjibao turned a deaf ear to him. He only turned his head to look at one of Bailiang's newest young generals. His surname was Che, and his name was Yi. He was born in Beimang, but he was a slave of the lowest status. He was skilled in archery and horsemanship, and he was good at fighting. He was originally a man of sacrifice raised by the nobles, but he had committed a heinous crime in Beimang. All the way to the south, he had killed more than 20 Beimang's wolf and eagle guard with one man, one horse and one bow. This Wolf Fang soldier was already the second best warrior in Beimang, second only to the great Tiger Ben. He was roughly equal to the iron soldiers of Bailiang. It must be known how cruel the iron soldiers' selection process was. They were given a short crossbow or a hard iron bow, 20 arrows, a Bailiang saber, and 3 days' worth of food. 5 people in a team were thrown into Beimang's territory. Each person had to cut off 6 heads of Beimang's soldiers before they could return. After that, there were still tests for infantry and cavalry. After Che Yi defected to Bailiang's army, he joined the scouts and immediately became the crossbowman who had beheaded the most people. Last year he followed Chen Jibao and personally led 600 cavalry to raid Beimang's White Sun City. With one arrow, he shot through a certain member of the Beimang royal family who was patrolling the border. When this kid returned with Chen Jibao, he had a total of 30,000 Beimang cavalrymen hanging on his tail. Taking everything into account, Che Yi was only 19 years old this year. Che Yi was wearing silver armor and holding a helmet in his hand. The wind and sand blew in his face, but he remained motionless. Chen Jibao gently waved his hand, indicating for Che Yi to take 2 steps forward and stand side by side at the top of the city wall. He smiled and said, Do you think it will rain in this weather? Dian Xiongnan slapped his forehead. The general was really too much. If he had the time to ask about such trivial matters, he might as well tell old Dian about the administrator. Wei Fuqing rubbed his eyebrows with his thumb and smiled without saying a word. The young Che Yi shook his head and said, Reporting to the general, it won't. Chen Jibao made a sound of acknowledgement and then fell silent again. Dian Xiongnan couldn't bear the loneliness, so he wanted to go down the city wall and train those bastards outside the city. All of a sudden, a crack appeared in the thick black clouds. An ray of sunlight shone on the city wall. It shone on the white-robed Chen Jibao and the scout Che Yi. Because the latter was wearing silver armor, he immediately shone with golden light, like a divine soldier and celestial general. At this time, howls shook the sky at both ends of the Yinma River about 5 kilometers away from the city. There were more than 100 iron chains hanging on the Yinma River all year round. At this moment, all of them were pulled taut by the soldiers standing on both sides of the river. It was a tug-of-war between 50 people. Regardless of whether they were soldiers or captains, regardless of whether it was winter or the scorching sun, they all had to bare their upper bodies. Their skin was soft and tender. If they were pulled out once or twice in June or July, their skin would explode. Now that autumn was coming, they could be considered lucky. But in a few months, it would be the worst. According to Bailiang's military rules, how could the loser of a tug-of-war lose? That was to drag the other party into the river with the iron chains. In summer, it could be used as a bath, but in winter, how could it be comfortable to fall into the river? Bailiang's army had many small hills, and the pillar state didn't care about it. However, private fights were prohibited. This was an iron law. If there was friction, It was fine. Either go to the drill ground and have a fierce fight, or each side brought 50 people here for a tug-of-war. When a hunchback old man accompanied by White Bear Yuan Zuozong came down to the Inma River, all the shirtless men instantly felt their blood boil. Oh my God, the great general is here. There was no harmony in a tug-of-war. When the great general returned from the capital to Bailiang, who the hell wanted to lose face? Su Xiao, who wasn't wearing armor, came near a group of 50 Bailiang soldiers with his hands behind his back. He smiled and didn't say anything, just looking at the iron chains across the river. Gradually, people fell into the river from the 100 iron chains. After a whole incense stick's time, only the iron chain beside Su Xiao remained across the Inma River. Su Xiao squinted and saw that more than half of the 100 people on both sides of the river had blood on their hands. Their shouts were hoarse. Someone on the left bank shouted, "Zhao Taizhu, you didn't drink milk when you were young, right? Stand up for me." Someone on the right bank shouted, "As long as your hands aren't broken, stand up for me one by one. Whoever slacks off first, I'll make you raise your ass when we get back to the barracks." Bastard. Do you really think you're a coward? Come on, kid. Didn't you claim to be able to draw a 3-stone bow? This time, beat those bastards on the other side. Huang Qiong, you're the bastard. No one expected that the iron chains would be broken by 2 groups of people. The 100 people were all lying on the ground, unable to move a finger. Their hands were all covered in blood. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Okay." No one knew who was the first to shout, but all the soldiers who could still move shouted at the top of their lungs, "Long live the great general! Long live the great general!" The hunchback old man didn't stop them. If he didn't say anything, who would dare to go to the capital? Su Xiao turned to look at the top of the city wall and said to himself, "Why are you standing so high up?" Chapter 290. News of the sudden death of 20 riders near Zhejiang City in He Province had already spread throughout Mount Hui, and there was no news of their leader, Yuan Tingshan. For a time, all kinds of rumors and slanders were flying around. Some said that Zhao Yi, the prince of Guangling, had mobilized his armored cavalry to steal a woman. Others said that Yuan Tingshan, who was destined to be a lone star, had brought disaster upon himself and had been targeted by Zhao Go, implicating the cavalry team that the clan had spent a great deal of money to train. Others said that the young male and female of the Murong clan were not ordinary people and had the protection of immortals. All kinds of rumors were said and all kinds of sneaky, because the old family head had been in closed-door training for many years, and Xianyuan Guoqi, who was in charge of Mount Hui, was having a sword competition with someone at the Dongyue sword pool. The Xianyuan mansion on Bull Mound was without a leader. In addition, there were many factions within the clan to begin with, and the eldest branch and the other branches appeared united in appearance, but were divided at heart, so there was no one who could suppress the growing clamor. Xianyuan Qingfeng was from the eldest branch of the main branch, which was the main branch of the Xianyuan clan. Unfortunately, no matter how much effort the ancestors put in to nurture her father, Xianyuan Jingcheng, he was not of much use. What could they do if they couldn't be helped? A large clan also had its advantages. Xianyuan Qingfeng had 2 uncles, Xianyuan Jingcheng and Xianyuan Jingxian. One was calm and steady, while the other was determined to make progress. The latter's talent in martial arts was particularly astonishing, and he was only a thin layer of paper away from the realm of grandmasters. It felt like he would break through with a single poke if he dipped his finger in saliva. Therefore, in Xianyuan Jingshuan's line, the mother's status depended on the son's, and the son's glory depended on the father's, so they were domineering in Mount Hui. However, in the entire Mount Hui, the man that Xianyuan Qingfeng least wanted to see was her biological father. The man who only knew how to nod his head and say yes. In an ordinary landowning household, the behavior of the eldest grandson of the main branch might be barely enough to maintain the image of a gentle and well-mannered man. However, this was Bull Mound, and the Xianyuan clan was a martial arts clan that stood on equal footing with the Wu clan, and the Lu clan of Western Shu. So what if he was well-read? Could he compare to a pair of fists that could destroy mountains and shake cities? Everyone on the mountain knew that not only did Xianyuan Jingcheng grant his only daughter's request, he was also extremely fearful of his wife, and never had the slightest thought of taking in a concubine. although the Xianyuan clan was so domineering that anyone who wanted to come up the mountain had to change their surname to Xianyuan. And there was no lack of martial arts heroes who married into the Xianyuan clan. But the dignified eldest son of the main branch did not have a single heir to carry on the family name. Even if Xianyuan Qingfeng succeeded in getting a talent to marry into the family in the future, the main branch of the main branch would never be able to lift their heads up high. In these years there was discord, and many people changed their allegiance to the other two branches that were flourishing with each passing day. Xianyuan Jingqing completely became a loner, and everyone even knew that the wife who gave birth to the eldest grandson of the main branch still loved someone else to this day. At the beginning of their marriage, she made a defiant promise with Xianyuan Jingqing that she would only have one child, and whether it was a son or a daughter would be left to fate. After Xianyuan Qingfeng was born, Xianyuan Jingqing really kept his promise. When Xianyuan Qingfeng was young, she still ignored her mother's gloomy expression that could never be resolved. She felt that her father, who never lost his temper, did not do anything wrong. As she grew older, she finally understood how fatal her father's indifference was in the Xianyuan clan, who had worshipped martial arts for hundreds of years. The older she grew and the more she was exposed to the ways of the world, the more Xianyuan Qingfeng wanted to stay as far away from this mediocre man as possible. When Xianyuan Qingfeng saw Song Kelly off Mount Hui, she naturally felt guilty towards this young phoenix of the Song family. The Song family was a first-class noble family in the dynasty. Moreover, the Song family had only one son in 3 generations. Song Kelly's importance was self-evident. Interacting with Xianyuan Qingfeng was already degrading his status. The Xianyuan clan could do whatever they wanted in Jianghu. But this was not worth mentioning to the important officials of the imperial court. After Xianyuan Qingfeng met Song Kelly, who was escorting the coffin to the south, she used many tricks to get to know him. With Song Kelly's eyesight, he should have seen through it long ago. However, he still didn't mind Xianyuan Qingfeng using him, or rather, using the Song family to show off within the Xianyuan clan. Not only did he come to Mount Hui, but he also seemed to have a pleasant conversation with Xianyuan Jingqing at the Bull Hill, giving Xianyuan Qingfeng a lot of face. Even though Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't have a good impression of scholars, she still felt some inexplicable feelings towards Song Kelly. She didn't know whether it was out of gratitude or admiration. That Yuan Tingshan who was so conceited that he didn't even try to hide his wild ambitions? Xianyuan Qingfeng asked himself. Would I feel regret if he really died? Walking down the mountain on the limestone path, Xianyuan Qingfeng glanced at the 6-fold sisters' waterfall. Song Kelly smiled and said, I learned some physiognomy from my father. It's not easy for Yuan Tingshan to die. His fate is very bad, but he's very tough. Xianyuan Qingfeng was a bit frightened, and was about to explain. Song Kelly said gently, Miss Xianyuan, you're overthinking. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't say anything else. He was afraid that he would add fuel to the fire. The two walked silently on the path. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw a boat. Song Kelly suddenly stopped and hesitated for a moment. In the end he said, Mr. Shoujua is very knowledgeable and has analyzed the 3 doctrines in simple terms. I've been talking with Mr. Shoujua through candlelight for the past few days and have learned a lot. Mr. Shoujua said that learning from reading scriptures is like looking at plum blossoms and drawing pancakes. His words enlightened me. In the past, I remembered my family's teachings to be humble and respectful in all matters, and not to be overbearing. However, in the end, I didn't understand why I had to be humble. In the eyes of a wise person, my childish words and actions would only make me a laughing stock. Miss Xianyuan, please forgive me for speaking bluntly, but Mr. Shoujua is definitely not a mediocre person. Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled and didn't think much of it. He only joked. Did my father ask you to be a lobbyist? How many books did he give you? Song Kelly was stunned and murmured. A father knows his daughter best. Everything is within Mr. Shoujua's expectations. While Xianyuan Qingfeng was puzzled, Song Kelly turned around and bowed to Bulgang. He said happily, I admire you. Looking at Song Kelly's back as he boarded the boat, Xianyuan Qingfeng was confused. Chapter 291. Song Kelly stood at the bow of the ship and slowly sailed towards the Shi River. He didn't forget to wave at Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was on the shore. After going up the mountain, Song Kelly's bearing was impeccable. Not to mention talking about Buddhism and Taoism with Xianyuan Jingxian, he was also neither servile nor overbearing when exchanging martial arts experiences with Xianyuan Jingxian. In fact, the truth was that Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't need to make any arrangements. He would go to Mount Hui to visit Xianyuan Jingcheng. Putting aside whether this person was hiding something, just his meticulous planning in politics was enough to impress his grandfather. Song Kelly's deceased teacher greatly praised him. Song Kelly went south to Jianzhou to escort the coffin as a disciple, but more importantly, he wanted to test Xianyuan Jingcheng's ability. If he was truly talented, the Song family wouldn't mind promoting a scholar from a common family to help him consolidate his position in the family. If he was only an armchair strategist, Song Kelly could also turn to Xianyuan Jingxian. After all, this power had been rooted in Jianzhou for hundreds of years, and could help him do many things that scholars couldn't do. Before going down the mountain, Xianyuan Jingcheng smiled faintly and said, "When the scholar and the butcher become neighbors, let the scholar use his mouth. When fighting, the butcher will use his hands. There's no harm in helping each other." Although this reassurance was not small, it was still not enough for Song Kelly to make up his mind to marry Xianyuan Jingcheng. Marriage between a noble family and a commoner family was a big taboo in the scholarly community, second only to the loss of descendants. The ship sailed into the Xi River, and the view was broad. Song Kelly had the impulse to sing a song about the heroism of the great river. Deep down, the young phoenix of the Song family was not very courteous. The ghosts of Xiang Fan cried. The monkeys of Shu Dao cried. And the waves of the river were vast and boundless. He wanted to write a poem to express his feelings. Unfortunately, Song Kelly's family had learned a lot, and he was not inferior to a famous scholar. However, during the journey, Song Kelly would send out beautiful poems into the scholarly community, every once in a while. The unknown inside story was that many of these poems were written by his father, or even his grandfather. How difficult was it for a scholar to become famous? Hoping to write a poem that would shock the world? It was almost impossible. Without the support of the seniors in the literary world, and without the support of the students, no matter how well it was written, it could only be described as passable. Nowadays, the famous works were not famous when they were first published. It was only after hundreds of years of being passed down through generations and generations that they were gradually recognized by the giants in the literary world. Song Kelly could not be more familiar with this. How many Wang Dongxiang were there in the world? What's more, the first snow was a voluminous 500,000 words long. While Song Kelly was having mixed feelings, he saw a tall ship coming towards him. A handsome young man with a sword was standing at the bow of the ship. Beside him was a maid in green and a one-armed old man wearing a sheepskin coat. Song Kelly didn't pay much attention to them, and just thought that they were ordinary pilgrims visiting Longhu. Song Kelly stayed in Mount Hui, because he wanted to wait for the Bailiang crown prince. Unfortunately, he still had things to do under his father's orders. He couldn't wait any longer. The two tiger kuei that finally didn't have to stay in the carriage played coquettishly at Su Fingnian's feet. Su Fingnian pointed at the bluestone roof of Mount Hui and asked, "Bull's gang?" The old god of swords nodded. Su Fingnian squinted his eyes and rubbed the handle of his spring thunder. Unexpectedly, the operation to capture Xianyuan Yuan Tingshan some time ago had ended in failure. According to Wei Shuyang's detailed description, this Machateman's martial prowess couldn't be considered world-shocking. There was still a large gap between him and the outstanding talents of the younger generation, Qi Xianxia and Wu Luding. However, his intelligence and luck were excellent, so His Highness the heir of the crown wasn't angry. Even though Prince Jinggan, Zhao Heng, had suffered a double loss at the Reed Marsh, how could he not be able to kill Yuan Tingshan? Then there was Yuan Meng's visit to the Hezhou provincial governor with Bailiang's military edict. It was a fact that the Xianyuan family banned people by force. However, the old man ignored it. Looking at his attitude, he didn't even care about Chu Lushan, who had already caused chaos in Xiangfan City. Su Fingnian muttered to himself, "What a tough guy." The old god of swords used his finger to pick a vegetable leaf between his teeth. He grinned and said, "There are as many scholars as there are fish in the river. It's normal to have a few who aren't afraid of death. Su Fingnian didn't comment on this. The boat turned to the foot of Mount Hui. Su Fingnian was in a hurry to go to Mount Longhu, so he didn't want to cause trouble for Xianyuan. He just chatted with the old god of swords. Xianyuan Qingfeng stood at the foot of the mountain for a long time. When she was finally about to turn around and go up the mountain, her delicate eyes suddenly widened. She jogged a few steps and saw the guy standing at the bow of the boat. She was furious. This bastard. She would recognize him even if he was reduced to ashes, let alone changed into luxurious clothes. It was this bastard who claimed to be surnamed Su. He and a wanderer with a wooden sword had humiliated her in every possible way in Wuzhou's lantern market. Xianyuan Qingfeng looked carefully and sneered. Don't think that you can pretend to be a noble just because you swindled a few taels of silver. Without needing Xianyuan Qingfeng to say anything, Su Fingnian, who had been pointing at the scenery of Mount Hui, also saw this woman. He had searched high and low for her, but to no avail. He laughed and steered the boat closer to Mount Hui. He leaned on the railing and looked at Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was less than 10 zhang away. He deliberately mispronounced a word and shouted, "Guliang." Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't care about ladylike etiquette and angrily said, "Surnamed Su." What a heartwarming reunion. Su Fingnian clicked his tongue and said, "Since we parted at the lantern market, how did Guliang gain weight?" Xianyuan Qingfeng gritted her teeth and sneered. "If you have the ability, come to Mount Hui as a guest. Xianyuan Qingfeng will definitely be a good host." Su Fingnian rested his chin on his hand and said with a smile, "You miss me so much?" There was a Xianyuan ship at the foot of the mountain. Xianyuan Qingfeng ran onto the ship and tried to catch up. One ship wasn't in a hurry to escape, while the other chased relentlessly. Soon the two ships were only 50 zhang apart. Su Fingnian slowly walked to the stern of the ship and suddenly sped up. He leaped onto the railing and shot toward Xianyuan Qingfeng like an arrow. Under her dumbfounded gaze, Su Fingnian stood on the railing of the ship she was on and looked down at this arrogant woman from the Xianyuan family. Su Fingnian glanced at the restless Xianyuan retainers. Just as he was about to speak, something strange happened on the surface of the river. A sloppy old Taoist came over on a raft. The skinny young man on the bamboo raft pursed his lips and gently breathed in and out. One end of the bamboo raft suddenly pierced into the river while the other end was raised high. He used the momentum to bounce onto the ship and spread his legs like a wild horse. Then with a kick he actually caused the entire ship to sink. This strength? The young man instantly jumped high and crashed onto the bow of the ship where Xianyuan Qingfeng was standing. The ship shook violently again. Other than the old god of swords, Li Chungang, all the passengers on the two ships were slightly agape. Not to mention this Qinggong, but the strength to cause the ship to sink several feet? After the ordinary-looking skinny young man landed on the ground, he turned around and hugged His Royal Highness's legs tightly. He cried out at the top of his lungs, "Brother!" Chapter 292. The two warships that had accurately calculated the depth of the Green Dragon stream slowed down after the withered young man stepped on them. The Xianyuan family's private warship wanted to quietly increase its speed and keep the two brothers with different appearances on board, but the warship in front would not let it succeed. Swords were drawn and swords were unsheathed. But Xianyuan Qingfeng only saw the withered young man with bamboo-like arms carry Brother Su to the back of the bed. He hugged him tightly and refused to let go. The Xianyuan family dominated the southeast Wulin, and those who were qualified to stay on the warship were all elites. After receiving a signal from Xianyuan Qingfeng, the two swordsmen swung their swords like dragons and stabbed the young man's back. They wanted to pierce through the brothers and nail them to the warship's railing like sugar-coated haws. They wanted to show their power to those foreigners who had angered Miss Xianyuan. 2 lives were nothing to Xianyuan. Why had the governor's office of the Sword Province been able to operate smoothly all these years under the suppression of the Prince of Guangling? Wasn't it because they had the full support of the Flood Dragon that had dominated Mount Hui for 500 years? Otherwise, when a scholar encountered a military ruffian, he would have been suppressed by the powerful Prince Zhao Yi to the point that he was worse than a stray dog. Since the governor's office of the Sword Province was mutually beneficial, the governor's office of the Guangling army was not a mediocre person. He had given Xianyuan a great deal of power and authority, and had spared no effort in eliminating dissidents through bloody means. He had secretly supported Xianyuan. Otherwise, how could Mount Hui have cultivated a 200-man private cavalry under the nose of the imperial court? Xianyuan Qingfeng frowned. She clearly saw that Brother Su only touched the young man's head, and did not seem to notice the two swords. This was not in line with this guy's cowardly demeanor. Although Huang Manor's heart acupoint was not opened, his sense of danger was probably above that of Yuan Tingshan's. The two swords came at him, but he did not seem to move skillfully. He only turned around and held the sword with both hands. The swordsman suddenly exerted force, wanting to crush the ignorant young man's palm. Huang Manor's face was as ferocious as a Vajra. He suddenly twisted, easily twisting the sword as if it was a reed pole. He then pulled it again and rushed forward, dragging the two swordsmen who hesitated and did not have time to let go of their swords in front of him. His two fists smashed into the swordsmen's chests. A thick mist of blood exploded from the swordsmen's chests, and they died on the spot. Their corpses fell into the river like kites with their strings cut. The rest of the Xianyuan men of sacrifice who were originally watching the show saw that the situation was not good. In order to protect Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was standing on the bow, they had to brace themselves and go forward. As a result, the young man was still stabbed between his eyebrows by a sharp sword. He laughed and raised his arms, causing his clothes to flutter. Everyone saw that the sword formed a large arc between the two of them, but it did not pierce between his eyebrows at all. The sallow and emaciated young man stepped on the right foot, raised his left knee, and placed his center of gravity on his right foot. His right foot rotated forward, and his left knee turned inward, and the instep straightened outward. He suddenly jumped into the air, and whipped out his lower leg. The force of the kick reached the instep of his foot, and the result was that when the young man landed on the ground, the body of the man of sacrifice was still in the forward position, but his head flew several feet into the air. The young man stretched out his hand to push away the headless corpse, and stared at Xianyuan Qingfeng, whose lips had turned pale. The few men of sacrifice who knew each other well looked at each other, and saw the shock and fear in each other's eyes. No wonder this monster could shake the boat with one step. Not to mention the strength of the dragon and elephant, his attack speed was also extremely fast. Damn it, this young man actually had the legendary indestructible body of a Vajra? Amidst the dead silence, two supernatural beasts leaped across the river one after another. They were completely red, covered in armor and scales, and dragged their tails behind them. They jumped from the boat in front to the Xianyuan ship, and their front claws just happened to grab onto the railing. After a few struggles, they finally squatted on the railing and bared their fangs and claws. The young man leaned forward and let out an angry roar. Xianyuan Qingfeng was so scared that he staggered back. Outside the ship, a sloppy old Taoist was walking on a raft. Coincidentally, a head smashed towards him, and he rudely slapped it into the river with a bamboo pole. He clicked his tongue and said, "How can a short donkey and a horse bear the stampede of a dragon and elephant?" The old Taoist was like a 1,000-year-old tortoise. He stretched his neck and shouted, "Your Highness, we're about to reach my Shaorao temple." Zhao Shituan hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, "Tell Xianyuan Great Pan to stop being a coward. If he doesn't come out, he'll be waiting for his nest to be destroyed." Su Fingyan no longer paid attention to Xianyuan Qingfeng. He pulled Huang Manor and didn't return to the ship. Instead, he jumped onto the bamboo raft, and the two tiger kuei followed closely behind. The King Kong's eyesight was obviously not as good as its sister Bodhisattva's. It directly dove into the water, causing countless splashes. Bodhisattva, who was on the bamboo raft, saw her brother having fun in the river and also jumped down. Su Fingyan smiled and said, "Old Taoist, I didn't say that I'm going to Mount Hui to cause trouble. What are you blindly making a fuss about? Are you planning to divert the trouble from the west to the east?" The old Taoist, who was the quietest and most unknown Taoist in the Taoist master residence, purposely exclaimed in surprise. He was afraid that the eccentric crown prince of Bailiang would turn hostile. To be honest, as the second Taoist master of the Taoist immortal abode, old Taoist Zhao Shituan's seniority in the Taoist orthodoxy could be said to be superior to the 33 heavens. Mount Longhu and Bailiang were separated by thousands of li, So the old Taoist had seen all kinds of storms. When he was in Bailiang's territory, he didn't mind putting his arm around this junior's shoulder. It wasn't necessarily because he was afraid of the great pillar state Su Xiao. It was just that he had a carefree temperament to begin with. When he was young, he was also an extraordinarily frivolous and alcoholic. He was truly a rare talent with great ambition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the country to travel far away with his sword. Once he left the mountain, he didn't return to Mount Longhu for a whole 20 years. Now that he met His Royal Highness, who was frivolous and unrestrained, he was quite suitable. If it were Zhao Danxia and Zhao Dongping's nephews, one of whom was a minister of Yue and the other a prime minister of Qingxi, who were together with Crown Prince Su Fengnian, they wouldn't have such an attitude. Su Fengnian glanced at the giggling Huang Manor, then raised his head to look at the old Taoist. He asked in surprise, "You're not afraid of water anymore?" Chapter 293. The old Taoist nodded. "I've been afraid for a long time. Shaorao Temple is right next to the Green Dragon Stream. I told him to follow the stream to Mount Hui where the Dragon King River enters the Shi River. Then keep going north until it reaches the Spring God Lake. We'll be getting closer and closer to Bailiang. I told him that your brother will come to Mount Longhu in autumn. Dragon Elephant will wait for you at the stream if he has nothing to do. Then he won't be afraid of the water anymore." Su Longxiang hit the water with his palm, and a big fish was shaken out of the water. Its claws were like hooks. After catching the fish, he looked at his brother and grinned foolishly, as if he was asking for credit. Su Fengnian patted Huang Manor's head and shook his head. "When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Just eat some vegetarian food. Let the fish go." Huang Manor put the fainted fish back into the water, but it was eaten by a tiger kuei chasing after the bamboo raft. Su Fengnian suddenly asked, "Is there an old Taoist called Zhao Huangqiao in Mount Longhu? A very old senior?" Old Taoist Zhao Shituan thought for a while and shook his head. "There are many century enlightened masters in seclusion on the mountain, but none of them are called Zhao Huangqiao." The boats and rafts sailed up leisurely while the Xianyuan cruise ship turned around and returned to the Mount Hui pier. Xianyuan Qingfeng stood at the window of the cabin. His lips were livid and his body was trembling. It was hard to tell if he was scared or angry. She wasn't blind. Although her martial arts talent was mediocre, she had a good memory and was outstanding on Mount Hui. No matter how complicated the moves were, she would never forget them. To put it nicely, Mount Hui was a place where people from all walks of life accepted talents. To put it bluntly, it was a place where people of all walks of life lived together. The Xianyuan family had a rich collection of books. Other families and sects regarded them as treasures, but the aspiring tripod pavilion in Mount Hui had countless books. In terms of the number of books, it was only inferior to the Tide Listening Pavilion in Bailiang. Yuan Tingshan said he wanted to marry her because he saw her as a shortcut to the peak of martial arts. Even if she couldn't enter the aspiring tripod pavilion, as long as Xianyuan Qingfeng personally taught her, all problems would be solved. How could Xianyuan Qingfeng not see how terrifying the yellow-skinned youth was? Perhaps in the entire Hui Mountain, there were no more than 10 people who could create such a huge commotion. If the invincible Vajra behind the youth was included, the number of people who could be counted on one hand. That was fine. This unfamiliar word made Xianyuan Qingfeng's heart tremble. After the spring and autumn period, although the title of crown prince had a tendency to spread in the dynasty, as long as one was a legitimate son of a noble family or a bastard son, they were qualified to hold this title. However, the title of crown prince became more and more precious. Only the princes and princesses of the imperial family could be called crown prince. In the southeast of the dynasty, according to the law, only the descendants of Zhao Yi, the crown prince of Guangling, could be considered crown prince. Zhao Yi had 3 sons and 6 daughters. The crown prince, Zhao Yu, hadn't been hereditary. Speaking of which, it was strange. It was probably due to the heavenly Tao's retribution that the lecherous Zhao Yi had snatched countless beauties. The 7 concubines who had broken the rules were all beautiful enough to captivate the birds and beasts. However, their children all resembled Zhao Yi. All of them had big heads and ears, and were as fat as pigs. They did not inherit the looks of the concubines at all. If that was the case, who was the fellow whom the Longhu Taoist addressed as Your Highness? There was no need to doubt the identity of Crown Prince. If he wasn't a descendant of a Crown Prince, who would dare to bring elite soldiers with him? Even the powerful Guangling Duke, Zhao Yi, would not hand over such information to the imperial court. His children leaving the duke's manor to play was even more relaxed than ordinary families. His surname was Su? Xianyuan Qingfeng's face was pale. After all, Xianyuan was one of the top aristocratic families, and was well informed. She also heard that the eldest son of Su Xiao, who had a different surname, traveled for 3 years before returning to Bailiang to avoid marrying into the crown prince's family. For some reason he went out again this time. Not long ago, he caused trouble in Gangnam-do. Thousands of scholars from the Imperial College in the capital clamored for the emperor to issue an edict to Jiangnan. Otherwise, the country would be in chaos and the law would be against the law. Unfortunately, the butcher who took away the title of pillar of the country was still favored by the emperor and protected his royal highness. As long as the king of Bailiang was in the capital, no official above the 4th rank dared to impeach him. Only the scholars of the Imperial College wrote tearful letters in blood, which made them a joke. Xianyuan Qingfeng still remembered the arrogance of the Bailiang cavalry under Mount Longhu, when the older generation of Mount Hui talked about it. At that time, it wasn't because of her family's righteousness, but because after the iron hooves flattened Mount Longhu, they were intimately interdependent. Xianyuan also didn't have a good ending, so she had to bite the bullet and stand with the Taoist priests of Mount Longhu. If it really was the crown prince of Bailiang, what should she do? It was fine if she had to swallow this anger, but if that beggar turned into Crown Prince Su came to Mount Hui to denounce her, how would her family deal with it? Her father was cowardly and would definitely be too scared to argue. Because of her father's decline in power, the other branches wouldn't hit him when he was down. Her family originally wanted to marry her to Zhao Yi's 6 sons, but because of Song Kelly's arrival, there was a slight silence. Once her uncle Xianyuan smelled the opportunity, how could he show mercy? Who didn't know that this uncle had openly teased her mother saying, "The dumplings are delicious, but not as delicious as sister-in-law?" Her father only knew how to study behind closed doors, so how could he say anything about it? Was there a lack of such jokes? Xianyuan Qingfeng walked out of the cabin in a daze when the boat docked. A lone boat shot over. An old Confucian scholar with white hair flew across the river and landed at the bow of the boat. The boat was filled with spiritual energy as it slowly approached the riverbank. Seeing the only old man in her family who cared about her, Xianyuan Qingfeng's eyes welled up with tears. The old man with an ancient sword at his waist said kindly, "Who dares to bully my granddaughter? Which family's brat is it? Grandpa will teach him a lesson for you." Xianyuan Qingfeng lowered his head and didn't say anything. The old man smiled and said, "It can't be the crown prince of Bailiang who went to Jianzhou, right? This is going to be troublesome." Xianyuan Qingfeng raised his head, his face full of shock. The old man who returned from the Dongyue sword pool was Xuanyuan's national weapon. Rumor had it that he could ride a sword for 100 feet and decapitate someone. His sword skills were outstanding in the southeast. Even the Dongyue sword pool, whose sword skills were second only to the Wu family's sword tomb, saw him as their #1 threat. The old man said proudly, "So what if he's the crown prince of Bailiang? Can he bully my granddaughter? I'd like to see if that one-armed Li Chungang can still open the gates of heaven with his sword." Chapter 294. I'll update tomorrow. 3 guaranteed, for guaranteed. They could already see the Shaorao Temple by the Green Dragon Stream. The big boat and the bamboo raft slowly docked together. Before getting off the raft, Huang Manor bent down and turned to look at Su Fengnian, indicating that he wanted to carry his brother. Su Fengnian smiled and shook his head. The old Taoist Zhao Shituan felt a little sad. The Zhongding family was cold-blooded. There were several brothers who loved each other so much. Thinking about it carefully, the Su family had few male descendants. The second son, Su Longxiang, was born mentally retarded. Of course, the 2 princesses were destined to be married off. In this way, the Bailiang Palace would not leave any room for outsiders to interfere in the succession. Anyway, the eldest son Su Fengnian would be the heir. No matter how idle His Royal Highness was, there was no suspense. On the other hand, the Zhao family is the first Taoist master's residence in the South Kingdom. Although there is an ancestral rule that only Zhao can be a Taoist master, Qi Xuanzhen suppressed the Taoist master's residence 50 years ago. Now in the Jing generation, there is Mr. White Lotus in immortality and Qi Xianxia in martial arts. They are all outsiders. No matter if it is fated chances or Taoist spells, the Zhao family can't compete with them at all. During these years, they have been scheming against each other. If the Taoist master's residence didn't worry about the strength of the main branch, Zhao Damping wouldn't have become the ridiculous prime minister. Zhao Shituan sighed worriedly. A group of people walked along the blue stone path to the Xiaorao temple. In the past, the old Taoist master lived alone in the Taoist temple, so there was no such path. After Su Longxiang went up the mountain, the old and the young had nothing to do, so they paved the path. Zhao Shituan hesitated for a moment, and approached the old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat. He smiled and said in a low voice, "Old Li, how have you been?" The old god of swords snorted. Li Chungang had visited Longhu twice in his life, and both times he met Zhao Shituan, who was about the same age as him. As a result, he was pestered by Zhao Shituan. The first time, it was Zhao Shituan who led him to the devil-slaying platform. Li Chungang did not have a bad impression of this guy, who was highly regarded by both the old Taoist master and Qi Xuanzhen. Everyone in the Taoist master's residence was as old-fashioned as clay statues, with neither immortal nor human aura. Li Chungang had already scolded them for being neither human nor ghost. He remembered that the first time he went down the mountain, this Taoist master's residence finally had an unrestrained young Taoist, who insisted on following him to Jianghu for several months. Zhao Shituan Taoist master said shamelessly, "Old Li, my kung fu is far worse than yours." Li Chungang thought of Jiang and I and his own difficulties in accepting a disciple. His Achilles heel was poked and he was furious. He pointed at Su Fengnian and glared at Zhao Shituan. "Look, my new disciple. Even if Su Longxiang becomes invincible in the future, do you think he can beat this old man's disciple?" Old Taoist Zhao was angry at first. Back then, when the Taoist nuns on the mountain heard that Li Chungang had come to the mountain, they all rushed to the devil-slaying platform like crazy, screaming as if they had seen an immortal descending to the mortal world. Zhao Shituan thought that when he was young, he was also very handsome. Although Li Chuangong's kung fu was a little higher than his, he was a little more handsome, and he was a little more famous. This group of women who were supposed to be pure and devoted to the Yellow Court would not be so crazy. However, at that time, Li Chungang held his sword and came with an unparalleled momentum. Zhao Shituan was not convinced. Until today, it was not that old Taoist Zhao thought that he could beat old Li in a fight, but when it came to competing with disciples, Zhao Shituan was confident that no one dared to jump out and compete with him. But no matter how much he thought about it, he did not expect Elder Li to bring up His Highness the Crown Prince. The old Taoist was immediately discouraged. There was no way to compare. Even if Su Longxiang was really ruthless and dared to drag Wang Xianji down, how could he be unreasonable to His Highness the Crown Prince? Li Chungang was in a good mood when he saw that Zhao Shituan was defeated. He patted Zhao Shituan's shoulder and comforted him. Maybe Su Longxiang is the reincarnation of Zhenwu Great Emperor. Such a good thing hasn't happened for at least 700 or 800 years. You're lucky to have picked up such a good deal. Old Sword God changed the topic and said with a smile, "Now that you have a beautiful wife, you should be happy in your bed. If you dare to show off in front of this old man, Zhao Shituan, who had once roamed the Jianghu with the god of swords Li Chungang in the same era, immediately saw the wind and said flatteringly, "Brother Li, you're treating me like an outsider. We've been friends for decades." Li Chungang said bluntly, "Don't try to worm your way into being friends with this old man. We don't have any friendship." Zhao Shituan sighed with a melancholy expression. He was too embarrassed to stick his warm face to old Li's cold butt. He turned to look at the troops brought by His Royal Highness. Other than old Li and 100 light cavalry, as well as a few personal retainers who could be considered top-notch in martial arts, there was no other force to be used. Looking at the signs, they did not intend to stir up trouble in Mount Longhu. This was a good thing. Otherwise, he would be stuck in the middle of both sides and would be in a dilemma. While Zhao Shituan was muttering to himself, he caught a glimpse of the 3 women in curtained hats. Then he saw the maid in green, and the beauty holding the cat behind His Highness the Crown Prince. They all had the style of immortal women. The old Taoist pondered over His Highness the Crown Prince's good fortune. In the southeast, only old man Xianyuan, who enjoyed the good fortune of the land alone, and Prince Guangling, Zhao Yi, who collected beauties from all over the world, could compare. Su Fengnian walked to the door of the Taoist temple and stopped. Zhao Shituan's expression was ugly. He admitted that he was in the wrong. It was not easy to trick Su Longxiang from Beiliang to Mount Longhu, but in the end, he was cultivating in this dilapidated Taoist temple. He was really embarrassed. Just as he was thinking about how to explain to His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian, who had never treated the old Taoist master as an expert, slowly turned around and faced Zhao Shituan, bowing deeply. Zhao Shituan was flustered. He was pleasantly surprised, but also fearful and restrained. He hurriedly helped him up and said, "I don't deserve such courtesy from your highness. It's too much." Chapter 295. The old god of swords looked on coldly from the sidelines. He was still a little surprised in his heart. Li Chungang, who had experienced many hardships, had long since figured out Su Fengnian's temperament. Now that he had bowed so openly and sincerely, it could be considered that he had given Zhao Shituan and Mount Longhu enough face. Otherwise, given Su Fengnian's stubborn personality, he would have fought to the death even if he had provoked some king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, or some scholarly group of Gangnamdu. Yu Yue held Wu Mainyang between her breasts. The white cat was comfortably pretending to be asleep, half asleep and half awake. Occasionally, it would use its furry head to rub its perky bosom. Princess Jing'an did not know Zhao Shituan's identity, but she guessed from the scene that this foolish youth was Su Fengnian's younger brother, the future prince of Beiliang. She could not imagine that the two brothers of the Marquis clan could get along so well. As for why the young prince was cultivating with a sloppy old Taoist in a shabby monastery at the foot of Mount Longhu, Pei Nanwei did not bother to make wild guesses. What shocked Zhao Shituan even more was the following scene. After His Royal Highness bowed with his hands clasped, the White Horse Cavalry, led by Ningame, gripped the hilts of their Beiliang sabers with their right hands and crossed their left arms before their chests. They took a step back in unison as a sign of respect. Everyone knew that the Beiliang cavalry were the best in the world, arrogant because of their proficiency in battle. During the Spring and Autumn War, when they traveled with Gu Jiantang and the other vassal armies, they always took the lead and no one dared to cut in. Throughout the Spring and Autumn War, only once did the Beiliang army give way to a scholar-led brigade that achieved great merit. Within the Northern Liang army, this tradition had always been passed down. Those who did not have great military exploits would have to give way to those who had great military exploits. Even if it was a military officer with a high military rank, he would have to give way to those who had great military exploits. For example, the scouts who accumulated their reputation by killing the barbarians' heads, even if they were just low-level armored soldiers, in Beiliang's military towns, even if they ran into border officials at the level of county governor, they could still advance on the official road without getting off their horses or bending down. Zhao Shituan sighed inwardly. His Royal Highness had changed. It was a good thing for him, but it might not be a good thing for Mount Longhu, especially the Celestial Master residence. The old Taoist brought the group into the Taoist temple with mixed feelings. Su Fengnian, who was sitting beside the secluded ancient well with Su Longxiang, smiled and said, "Old Celestial Master, please help me arrange the Phoenix Battalion." Zhao Shituan nodded and said, "There's no need for your highness to say anything. Mount Longhu will naturally make the appropriate arrangements." Su Fengnian joked, "I heard that this Taoist ancestral temple, Yuzhang Chenglin, was imposing, and that the East sect was like the heavenly gate. Old Celestial Master, your temple is deserted to a whole new level." Zhao Shituan blushed with shame and smiled. "My social relations are poor. There's nothing I can do about it. I've made His Royal Highness laugh." Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "In any case, Huang Manor doesn't care about this. I see that he's quite happy here. It's not any worse than when he was in Beiliang Palace. Isn't that right, Huang Manor?" Su Longxiang grinned foolishly. On this side they kept talking about His Highness Beiliang and the old Celestial Master. The authorities were calm and indifferent, accustomed to it. As a result, the Murong siblings, who were outside the situation and were kept in the dark, were greatly frightened. Although Morong Tonghuang had long expected that Su Fengnian's identity was very special, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that being able to rank with Chu Lushan in the front line was already extremely shocking. For the remnants of the spring and autumn period, specifically in the provincial capital, the most unforgettable thing for the Bailiang army was undoubtedly the ghost city of Xiangfan, which had been completely massacred after the city was breached. There was also Jianzhou, where the western lady sat. Longhu and Xianyuan faced each other from east to west. How could they forget the humiliation brought by the Bailiang's iron armor? Morong Wuzhu was in high spirits. She was overjoyed when she mistakenly thought that she had caught a thin straw in the wind and waves, only to discover that it was a towering tree. It was like she had accidentally fallen in love with a poor scholar, only to find out that the scholar was the heir of a wealthy family after eloping with him. Morong Tonghuang could not help but tremble. His face was flushed, and he stared at His Royal Highness with a complicated expression. Other than the master of the Wutong Palace, who in the world was the most feared figure in the world by Jiangdong and Xianyuan? It was Bailiang. Su Xiao, the butcher of Jianghu, Bluebird and Yu Yue went to the Taoist temple to clean up the house. Pei Nanwei had to lower her head under the eaves. Most of the time, she was no different from a maid. She had already accepted her fate. Ning'e Mei and the others were taken to the nearby Taoist temple by the old Taoist master Zhao Shituan. The old god of swords went to take a walk by the Green Dragon stream alone. In the end, only the brothers and siblings with different identities were left in the courtyard. Su Fengnian touched Huang Man, Er's head and glanced at Morong Tonghuang, who was looking straight at him. Morong Wuzhu was peeping at His Royal Highness, but soon he lowered his head and looked at his feet. His Royal Highness said calmly, "You finally know my identity?" Morong Tonghuang bit his lips. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Did you pee in your pants?" Morong Tonghuang was stunned. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If Wen Hua was here, he would definitely say that I peed in my pants." Morong Wuzhu did not feel disgusted when he heard such frivolous words. He just felt unbearably shy. His ears and neck were red, and he did not dare to look at His Royal Highness, who had a prominent identity. Morong Tonghuang could still hold on, and looked at Su Fengnian from beginning to end. Su Fengnian thought for a while and said with a naughty smile, "I do have a little grudge with the Xianyuan family, but don't think that you can just watch the flood leisurely. When the time comes, you will go to the Bull Gang to discuss the Xianyuan family. I'll have to trouble you and your brother to cooperate and act closer to me." Morong Wuzhu quietly raised his head and quickly lowered it. Morong Tonghuang asked straightforwardly, "Are you really the Prince of Bailiang? The eldest son of the King of Bailiang?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Otherwise, would I dare to use 100 light cavalry to slaughter 20 Xianyuan cavalry?" Morong Tonghuang smiled. Sure enough, he was more charming than a woman. He slowly walked toward His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian quickly raised his hand and said with a frown, "Don't do this, I can't stand it. How can I be looked at by a man? Fine, when we go to Mount Hui, your sister will be the only one to suffer. Let's make it clear in advance that I am taking advantage of you. There is no room for discussion. However, if you shamelessly snuggle up to me, I will always feel that you are taking advantage of me. Both of us will have goosebumps." Morong Wuzhu covered her mouth and let out a soft and light laugh. Morong Tonghuang was stunned and turned around. Morong Wuzhu were laughing and crying. Perhaps to an outsider, it was just a crying and laughing scene, but to the Morong siblings, it was 10 years of bitterness and sorrow. Su Fengnian said calmly, "Don't be in a hurry to be grateful. The reason why I helped you is because I feel that you are pitiful. Of course, if you feel that you can't repay me, you can also repay me with your body." Morong Wuzhu plucked up her courage and looked at him in a daze. Su Fengnian smiled, but soon he couldn't smile anymore. Morong Tonghuang, who had tears on his cheeks, turned his head and asked, "Can't I?" Su Fengnian had the intention to kill. He made a chopping gesture and said angrily, "Morong Tonghuang, if you dare to discuss me again, I will chop off that part of yours. When we go to Wutong Palace in the capital, I guarantee that you will be justified." Su Fengnian's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the prophetic ballad. Overturning a country? Could this guy really do something that millions of soldiers from the 8 countries couldn't do? Chapter 296. Chapter 1. Su Fengnian had just asked Morong Xiongju if she had been scared to the point of wetting herself. Soon he was frightened by his own thoughts. Those beauties with elegant clothes beside the emperor in the smoke of spring and autumn. No matter if they were the empress who had caused the emperor's relatives to rise to power, or the concubines who had seduced the emperor, they were nothing more than scapegoats. The scholars who had lost their country and were loyal to the former emperor did not dare, or did not know to get to the bottom of the matter. They could not see the root of the problem, and could only use poems and articles to vent their anger on those beautiful women. They used the excuse that demons and monsters had come into being. In the eyes of discerning people, it was absurd and unreasonable. Morong Tonghuang was a beautiful young man who could not even defeat the Xianyuan family. How could he collapse a prosperous dynasty? Su Fengnian, who had come back to his senses, laughed at himself. The imperial harem had Zhao Ji as the mother of the country. This empress's iron fist was not inferior to that of a famous general. No matter what, there would not be chaos. In the capital, there was that emperor who was adept at controlling all factions and parties. Inside, there was the empress who was recognized as virtuous to take care of the inner chamber. Outside, there were civil and military officials and generals who looked at all directions. What a big iron bucket of country! The thin-skinned and shallow Morong Wuju was short of breath. She carefully sized up this young man whom she had only known for a dozen years. His Royal Highness in Bailiang? How high was his official position? Morong Wuju did not understand these things. She only occasionally heard some bad comments about Bailiang when she was socializing with the scholars of Jianzhou. They said that the king of Bailiang was a tyrannical executioner who had killed the most people in the dynasty. He used to like slaughtering cities. As for the eldest son, he was very foppish. He could not write or fight. He only knew how to bully good women in Bailiang. Sooner or later, he would lose the family property and was not worth mentioning. No matter how simple Morong Wuju was, she knew that seeing was believing. First impressions were the strongest. She had a good impression of Su Fengnian, who had saved her and her brother. Under the premise that he was in control of their lives, he could resist the temptation and did not bully them. This was 100 times better than those aristocratic scholars who were full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but secretly had obscene eyes. She was so simple. In the past, she had accepted her fate to be captured and played by ancestor Xianyuan. Now, she accepted her fate to warm the bed for His Royal Highness one day. Morong Wuju looked at the handsome face. Even if she took 1,000 steps back, he was very good-looking when he was young, wasn't he? Among the siblings, Morong Tonghuang, who was the one who made the decisions since childhood, saw the look in his sister's eyes and felt helpless. Su Fengnian was extremely disgusted with the scholarly men's penchant for cutting off their sleeves. Of course, he kept a respectful distance from Morong Tonghuang. However, he quite liked this guy's unscrupulous ruthlessness in order to achieve his goal. He was truly ruthless if he dared to be ruthless to himself. If a man could endure the disgust and throw flirtatious glances at another man, he would be unlucky to be born in a small family. If he was given a bigger stage, he would be good at dancing. Since Morong Tonghuang's words and actions were straightforward, Su Fengnian couldn't disappoint him. He gently kicked away the tiger Kuei King Kong who was biting his robe and said with a smile, "If you want to use Bailiang's tiger skin as a banner to intimidate others, you don't need to hide it. Since I've eaten my fill and have nothing better to do, I won't be so shameless. However, I'll say the ugly words first. At least we're in the same camp now. Don't stab me in the back and think about giving Mount Hui a proof of your allegiance. We can't let you and your sister take all the good things." Morong Tonghuang nodded and said gloomily, "After we stepped out of the family, we didn't think about going to the Xianyuan family to live an ignoble existence. However, since His Royal Highness said so, I also hope that Your Highness won't use us to win over Mount Hui. If so," Su Fengnian waved his hand and shook his head, "then you're underestimating me, Su Fengnian." Morong Wuju whispered softly, "Su Fengnian." Su Fengnian said with a smile, "Isn't the name nice? A phoenix won't perch unless it's a parasol tree. You two are quite fated, right? My courtyard in Bailiang Palace is called Parasol Garden. If you have the chance, you can go there and play. Don't worry, I really don't have any thoughts about you two. I also feel that it's a waste of saliva to keep talking about this. In the future, don't be on guard against this. Do you see the big sister holding the white cat? I like her. If we're talking about her face and smooth skin, then big sister Pei, or Aunt Pei, who wears the veil hat with you two, is definitely more outstanding than you two. You two are guarding against me like you're guarding against a thief. It's very hurtful. Morong Wuzhu giggled. As a result, she was glared at by Morong Tonghuang, but this time she didn't shrink back for the first time. Su Fengnian looked at Morong Tonghuang and said helplessly, "You can't protect your sister for the rest of her life. She has to get married and take care of the family alone. When that time comes, don't tell me that you're still following behind your sister. Aren't you afraid that your future brother-in-law will dislike you for being an eyesore?" Morong Tonghuang coldly snorted and said, "That'll have to wait until she finds that kind of man. Once she finds that kind of man, it's fine even if she wants me to die." Chapter 297. Su Fengnian was speechless. He could only turn around and smile at Huang Manor. In the next few days, His Royal Highness unexpectedly did not go to the Taoist Master Mansion, nor did he go to the Mount Huinyo Gang. He stayed at Xiaoyao Temple obediently. He would either ask the old god of swords about the flaws in his life-saving saber techniques, or ask the old Taoist master about the essence of the talismans in Mount Longhu. Especially the latter, he rarely met a junior at the foot of the mountain who was willing to let His Royal Highness enjoy being his master. He told him everything he knew. During this period, he especially went to the library at the top of the mountain and brought down many Taoist cloud talisman secret scriptures. The old and the young talked until dawn, probably because he was afraid that His Royal Highness would say that he did not know anything. Zhao Shituan even picked up a few talisman incantations that were feared by ordinary Taoists. While he was cramming, he explained the mysteries to His Royal Highness. It should be known that Zhao Shituan was very talented when he was young. Unfortunately, he had the same problem as the Xianyuan Great Plate. In every field he did not ask for in-depth knowledge. After being provoked by His Royal Highness, he gritted his teeth and even piled the extremely obscure book of Taishangjingyi Dongxian Law collection on the table. On this day, Su Fengnian finally stopped strolling around at the foot of the mountain. He pulled Huang Man, called Morong Wuzhu, and Morong Tonghuang to go to the back of the mountain behind a Taoist temple. Only Qing Niao followed them, holding a bamboo basket. Morong Wuzhu was probably careless that day, but after confiding in His Highness, who was wearing a tiger skin, she was much more at ease than her younger brother. She softly asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Huang Manor said honestly, "Picking hawthorns." Su Fengnian nodded and smiled. "When the old Taoist master went to Bailiang to take my brother as a closed-door disciple, he talked for a long time but did not get to the point. Only hawthorns are more pleasing to Huang Manor." Morong Wuzhu felt that this was unimaginable. Su Fengnian picked a hillside and sat down. Huang Manor came and went like the wind. One handful of hawthorn after another, he quickly filled up the small bamboo basket. Bluebird simply placed the bamboo basket on the ground. Morong Wuzhu was still at a lively age, so she went to pick the hawthorn with Bluebird. Su Fengnian and Morong Tonghuang were sitting at a distance from each other, while the two tiger kuei were rolling all over the mountain. A cool breeze brushed past his face. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and concentrated. He stroked the overlapping spring thunder-embroidered winter, and let his imagination run wild. The stones of other mountains could be used to improve jade. Even with the help of the 9 bushels of rice Wei Shuyang, it was still difficult to study the cloud pattern of the Fujiang red armor. However, after the guidance of the old Taoist master Zhao Shituan, many of the obstacles were easily killed by the sloppy old Taoist who knew the secrets of heaven. This made him suddenly enlightened. The only pity was that he lacked a Buddhist monk who knew the secret. Otherwise, Su Fengnian was confident that he could completely turn the Fujiang red armor into something in his pocket. Morong Tonghuang asked softly, "I heard that your Royal Highness killed many scholars in Gangnam-do." Su Fengnian said calmly, "Compared to Su Xiao, it's still much less." Morong Tonghuang frowned. "Why do you want to go against scholars? Don't you know that public opinion can confuse gold and make you and your father go down in history and infamy?" Su Fengnian wiped the spring thunder with his slender fingers and said slowly, "The winner takes all. Think about it. The history books of the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn were all written by the historians of the Liang dynasty. For those who wanted their ancestors to be known as loyal ministers, even if they only left a dozen words for their descendants, they would not hesitate to become officials in the new imperial court. For those who wanted their fathers not to be known as traitorous ministers, they would even rush to the capital and rack their brains to please the Hanlin emperor. They would cry and shout, wishing that they could present their wives and concubines with both hands. Isn't there a ridiculous story of someone who asked his wife to take off her clothes to warm his hands with her breasts? Morong Tonghuang said seriously, Your Royal Highness, you can't generalize. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and said calmly, I understand this. It's not that Su Xiao didn't admire scholars from the bottom of his heart, but it seems that not many of them had a good ending. Sun Ping of Hezhou, who submitted the 21 treatises on governance, was cooked by the people. Zhao Guangling vomited blood and died in the military tent outside the West Shu imperial city. Li Yishan, who used to be a judge of civil and military affairs, was killed by some literary giants who were also scholars. He was implicated and finally escaped to Su Zhao's side to survive. Of course, you can continue to say that this is a generalization. However, as a member of the Northern Liang Mansion, I have seen the graceful bearing of many famous people. Indeed, they can write beautiful poems. Regardless of whether it is killing with words or singing praises, they are all top-notch. Fame and fortune. Fame and fortune. Do you know why the name comes before the word fortune? Saint Zhang of the North once said that there were 3 immortals. The first was to establish virtue, the second was to establish one's words, and the third was to establish merit. This was the answer, and also the basis of why scholars look down on martial artists. How many scholars went to establish virtue? Studying back and forth, the most they did was to establish their words. Establishing one's words, accumulating one's character, earning fame, bringing honor to one's ancestors, leaving one's name in the annals of history. How could they care about the people's hunger and hunger? Su Fengnian said softly, When I was in Gangnam-do Baogua Temple, I heard the famous scholars of Jiangnan talk about righteousness and profit. In the end, it was just a poor scholar who originally didn't have the qualifications to enter the banquet who sought profit for the people. What kind of scholars do you think those famous scholars are? They only know how to recite the wind, the flower, the snow and the moon, talk about profound mysteries, and if the whole world applauds, is it really good? Reading 10,000 books. There's no book that you don't read, no scriptures that you don't understand. Don't you know that there is a frozen bone outside the Vermilion Gate? Is that a scholar's scholar? Su Fengnian laughed and said, You might not believe it, but after Xiang Fan Confucian Wang Yangming committed suicide, he was originally at the top of the list of traitorous officials. It was Su Xiao who had a quarrel with the old Grand Secretary, rolled up his sleeves and personally cut it off. And the history books of West Chu did not leave half a word about this scholar, who once sat alone on the fishing platform for West Chu for 10 whole years. This time, it was the old leader of the imperial court, West Chu's old grand preceptor Sun Shiji, who personally erased it. Morong Tonghuang was still persisting, but he was no longer as confident as he was at the beginning. Lowering his head, he said, Scholars are still mostly good people. Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, I didn't say that I have to make life difficult for scholars. Besides, there are a lot of people and things that have no right or wrong to speak of. If we get into a dead end and insist on either one or the other, then there's no reason to speak of. Morong Tonghuang grunted. Su Fengnian propped his chin on his hand and looked toward the bull de gang. He muttered to himself, That kid Wenhua is still open-minded. I wonder where he is right now. Morong Tonghuang was in a daze, lost in thought. Su Fengnian turned his head and stretched out 2 fingers. Imitating the Taoist priests of the charm and spell sect who subdued demons and exorcised devils, he pointed at Morong Tonghuang. Laughing heartily, he joked, Urgent as the law commands. You evil creature who brings disaster to the country and the people. Why haven't you shown yourself yet? Chapter 298. Chapter 2. Morong Tonghuang hesitated for a moment, and hammered His Royal Highness's chest with all his might. At this moment, he no longer pretended to be seductive and charming, nor was he gloomy. Instead, he exuded an unfamiliar aura of awe-inspiring heroism. Su Fengnian lay on the slope and said with a smile. Chen Yu, who is ranked second in the Rouge ranking, is said to not lose to Nangong. Do you know that? Morong Tonghuang nodded, but he was confused as to why Meng Qi mentioned Chen Yu and Nangong. Su Fengnian said with a smile. That Nangong is the same as you. He is a man with a white fox face. He is even more good-looking than you. Now he is reading secret manuals in the Tide Listening Pavilion of Bailiang Palace. When he comes out of the pavilion, he might be the number one in the world. These two sabers of mine, Spring Thunder and Embroidered Winter, were originally his. Later, I gave one to him and borrowed the other. Morong Tonghuang laughed and said, If you continue to explain, be careful that you don't say that you are trying to hide 300 taels of silver. Su Fengnian felt relieved. There were thousands of knots in his heart. If he could help this pair of siblings untie one by one, he would deal with the mess of the Xianyuan family. As for Morong Tonghuang's life, he only needed to lay down some foreshadowing. After that, he would no longer pay attention to him. He really needed to learn from that old monster Huang Sanjia to play chess. Regardless of whether he was drawing a tiger or a dog, he needed to learn first. Su Fengnian suddenly thought of the celestial being from Mount Longhu, Zhao Huangqiao, who came by dragon in his dream. This Zhao was not the Zhao from the Zhao family of the Taoist Master Mansion. Su Fengnian still had not figured out whether it was a dream or reality. If it was the truth, why didn't Miss Hehe, who was climbing the cliff all night long, respond? Even the old god of swords, Li Chungang, did not notice it. However, if he were to treat it as a dream, then everything the white python told the black dragon and the middle-aged Taoist priest, Zhao Huangqiao, said was reasonable and well-founded, especially the bearded heavenly dragon that rose from the cliff. It was almost exactly the same as the one in the evil spring thunder flood dragon painting. This painting of the heavenly king and the heavenly maiden came from the hands of a great Qi practitioner, and was supplemented by an ominous prophecy. Su Fengnian frowned. For the time being, he did not dare to mention this strange matter to anyone. Perhaps he would only be able to mention it to Su Xiao and Li Yishan once he returned to Bailiang. His Royal Highness didn't know that not long ago, someone had coincidentally arrived at Mount Insignia. Xianyuan Qingfeng and his grandfather, Xianyuan Guoqi, were standing on the Wangjiang terrace of the Aspiring Cauldron Pavilion. The two of them were leaning against the railing. The Aspiring Cauldron Pavilion was built against the cliff, while the Wangjiang terrace was abrupt. The mountain wind was blowing, and it was very cold at the top. Xianyuan Qingfeng pulled the collar of his fur coat. The old man with white hair on his temples smiled and said, Are you cold? You mischievous girl. You're just like your father. Both of you are unwilling to work hard on the path of martial arts. Practicing martial arts doesn't necessarily mean you have to fight and kill. Strengthening your body is fundamental. Xianyuan Qingfeng's cheeks were flushed from the strong wind from the river to the wall of Bull Mound. He shrunk his neck and said coquettishly, It's not too late to learn now. Xianyuan Guoqi, who had an ancient sword hanging from his waist, smiled but didn't say anything. The old man was the only son of Xianyuan of Mount Insignia's generation. After his ancestor, Xianyuan Great Plate, suffered defeat after defeat, he went into seclusion to cultivate. It was Xianyuan Guoqi who single-handedly supported him. When he was young, he was a nobody. He missed the opportunity to fight Li Chungang, the god of swords, who was known as the invincible god of swords. It was only in the recent 20 years that he rose to fame. His first battle after leaving the mountain was the toughest Wu family's sword tomb as a whetstone, forcing the Wu family's Su of Gojoseon to unsheath his sword. Although Xianyuan Guoqi was defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. He was praised by the martial arts world as a late bloomer. All the friends he had made over the years were old. Not long ago he went to the Dongyue sword pool and defeated 6 sword puppets with 1 strike. His reputation was right behind Dong Tai's. Xianyuan Guoqi said softly, I heard that Li Chungang is by the side of the crown prince of Bailiang. The old man flicked the scabbard with his finger, and the ancient sword in the scabbard hummed, even louder than the whistling of the mountain wind. However, Xianyuan Qingfeng did not react at all. The old man sneered and said, Li Chungang used to be a sword immortal. When did he become a lackey of the Bailiang? How disappointing. I wanted to find this sword Dao Senior to spar with him after I returned from the sword pool. Although it's convenient now, I don't know if Li Chenggang is worthy of unsheathing the plain sword. Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled and said, A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Isn't that old man the eighth? Xianyuan Guiqi smiled indifferently and said, Girl, don't try to goad me. Do you know that once one's sword Dao realm regresses, the difficulty of advancing again, especially for an expert at Li Chuangong's realm, is comparable to ascension? As long as he's not a first-stage sword immortal, your grandfather can fight him. If this 8th rank is real gold and silver, then that's fine. But if it's only because of Li Chuangong's unparalleled heroic figure that they gave him a title, then I might as well expose this fig leaf. The former sword god without the wooden horse and one arm being defeated by the plain embracing sword is better than being used as a stepping stone by those young people. Xianyuan Qingfeng was about to say something when the old man waved his hand and said, Girl, go first. Don't catch a cold from the wind. That bookish father of yours is going to nag me for a month or so. Xianyuan Qingfeng left the aspiring cauldron pavilion with a gloomy expression. How could one survive in the Xianyuan clan where martial arts fanatics gathered? Xianyuan Qingfeng walked in the pavilion. There were bookshelves on both sides, and her slender hand slowly touched the secret manuals arranged according to the pronunciation of the first word. Her eyes were dull. The ancient books that her fingers touched were all martial arts secret manuals that Jianghu dreamed of. She had read most of them and memorized them in her mind, because she knew that once she got married, she would no longer be allowed to enter the aspiring cauldron pavilion, even if it was to find a son-in-law. Therefore, she had been painstakingly memorizing the contents of the secret manuals all these years, page after page, book after book, hoping that she could find a man she could rely on in the future to revitalize the first wife's branch whose spirit had been sapped by her scholarly father, and restore the glory of a great sect. After walking out of the aspiring cauldron pavilion, Xianyuan Qingfeng's face was filled with determination. An old woman who had taken care of Xianyuan Qingfeng since she was young hurriedly ran over and whispered, Miss, Yuan Tingshan is back. There are signs of him being seriously injured and dying. Xianyuan Qingfeng calmly asked, Can he be saved? The old woman shook her head and said, Using normal methods, he'll definitely die. Xianyuan Qingfeng stood there in a daze, as if her soul had left her body. The old woman said sympathetically, Miss, if Yuan Tingshan dies, then so be it. Just find another young man and nurture him with all your heart. Xianyuan Qingfeng's lips turned pale as she murmured, There's no chance for that. She suddenly turned around and walked past countless bookshelves in the pavilion to the Riverview Terrace. With a plop, she knelt down behind Xianyuan Guiqi. The old man, who had mastered qi cultivation, remained silent and didn't ask anything. Xianyuan Qingfeng put her hands and knees on the bone-chilling green jade floor and said in a low voice, Grandpa, please save Yuan Tingshan's life. Xianyuan Guiqi said something that others couldn't understand. If you want to have the ability to humiliate others, you must first have the ability to humiliate yourself. Xianyuan Qingfeng's body began to tremble more and more violently. In the end, she lay on the ground, feeling as if a knife was twisting in her heart. She sobbed and said, Grandpa, why did the great ancestor choose me for dual cultivation? Why? As long as Grandpa can save Yuan Tingshan. As long as Yuan Tingshan can withstand 10 strikes from the great ancestor, Qingfeng won't have to be a bull anymore. Xianyuan Guiqi shook his head. A middle-aged Confucian scholar, who resembled Xianyuan Guiqi, walked into the Riverview Terrace while coughing. His hair was tied up in a bun, and he held the Forbidden Thunder mantra of virtue in one hand and covered his mouth with the other. After releasing his hand, he put his hand behind his back, leaving behind a pool of blood. Xianyuan Guiqi was slightly angry. Jingcheng, since you're not well, don't walk around. Xianyuan Jingcheng said bitterly, Life and death are predestined. Just accept your fate. Xianyuan Guiqi, who had his back to the father and daughter, waved his sleeve. Clearly, he was quite angry. Xianyuan Jingcheng took the Taoist book from his bloody hand and held it tightly. He bent down, freeing his hand to support his daughter. Xianyuan Qingfeng's limbs were already weak, but at this moment, a surge of strength surged up and she threw her father's hand away. She cried and cursed, You don't deserve it. The eldest grandson of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Jingcheng, had a bitter expression on his face. He said softly, "Let's go. Your mother has warmed a pot of Angelica wine for you to warm your stomach." Xianyuan Qingfeng stood up shakily and staggered out of the Wangjiang terrace, leaving Xianyuan Jingcheng with a resolute and desolate back view. Xianyuan Guoqi was angry at his son's lack of struggle and lamented his misfortune. He raised his voice and reprimanded, "Look at you. Back then, in order to marry a loose woman who could be anyone's wife, you disgraced the family. What have you been doing all these years?" Xianyuan Jingcheng said calmly, reading the spring and autumn annals of righteousness. Reading Taoism without action. Reading Buddhism with compassion. Xianyuan Jingcheng said word by word, neither warm nor angry. His tone was extremely slow. Indeed, if it wasn't for his gentle temperament, how could he have endured 20 years of supercilious suppression? The other two branches were already riding on top of his head to shit and piss, but this scholar never uttered a word, only reading his book. Jingcheng wants to let the ancestor know that his so-called understanding of the three religions is bullsh*t. Xianyuan Jingcheng walked to the railing and stood side by side with Xianyuan Guoqi. Xianyuan Guoqi was so angry that his eyebrows were twitching. He wanted to slap this good-for-nothing son of his to death. Xianyuan Jingcheng smiled. He held the forbidden thunder spell of virtue tightly. Blood seeped into the pages. He said, "Since I can't become an immortal Zhenren." "Shut up. You disgraceful thing." Xianyuan Guoqi slapped his son's face and walked away. Obviously, if this middle-aged scholar was allowed to continue, his words would only shock people to death. Xianyuan Jingcheng, who was slapped, was indifferent. He looked at Longhu. Logically speaking, with the strength of Xianyuan Guoqi's hand, even if he restrained it, the slap on Xianyuan Jingcheng's face would not disappear in a flash. When there was no one left in the Wending Pavilion, he threw out the forbidden thunder spell of virtue and leaped over the railing. He flew out of the bull mound and went straight to the surface of the Dragon King River. When he fell in midair, he stepped on the book with the tip of his foot and swept across the sky like an eagle or a falcon. The world Zhenren was so close that they could not recognize him. Xianyuan Jingcheng floated across the Dragon King River. The first time his foot landed on the shore, it created a big pit. The second step was slightly smaller, and the third step was even smaller. He took 7 consecutive steps, each step stepping on the pit like a blooming lotus. A lotus appeared with each step. After 7 steps, the ground was already covered in dust.